Happy Friday Eve, people. Welcome to another edition of The Sweat. You already know that I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. On the menu for today's show, the show goes on in Vegas. We're going to break down today's summer league slate in the NBA, and we're looking at some interesting team-specific future bets for the 2021 NFL season because it is never too early to bet on football. Before we get to all that, though, it's time for baseball. Say hello to DraftKings contributors Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne, here for an award-winning segment called Put Up Your Bukes. Gary, and this isn't your first rodeo. You know what to do. Steve is going to lay out his favorite DFS plays for tonight's slate. You're going to be like, yes, totally, or absolutely not. And of course, we do keep scores. So here are last Thursday's results. We'll take a look at these. As you can see, Steve leading the series 3-1. Okay. Let's get to today, though. So, Steve, hit us with the pitcher that you're rostering tonight.
Now, I know Garion is going to agree with this one because nobody on the planet would disagree with this one, but he has a very nice article over on DraftKings Playbook that wrote up Brandon Woodruff because that's who we're using today, and that's who you should be using. It's a chalky play, but I don't give a crap. When the guy absolutely dominates the team, that's what you do is you go back to him. Since the All-Star break, the Cubs have the highest K rate in the league, and it's not even close. 33% since the, not the All-Star break, since the trade deadline. That's what I meant. I'm so excited about talking about Brandon Wood if I can't get my dates straight. Tigers are second in the league at 28%. So obviously a huge difference here between the Cubs and the Tigers. Woodruff has faced his team already 4 times, allowed just 2 runs on 10 hits with 30 strikeouts through 25 innings. He might get 30 strikeouts again just today. So keep that in mind when building your lineup. But Woodruff is the play. There's no disagreement here. This is going to be a push between this our pitcher here today.
Okay, Gary and Steve is convinced there's going to be no disagreement. So,
I mean, I'm torn. So yesterday on The Sweat, I sung the praises of Corbin Burnes, and I essentially said there are some slates where you just suck it up, you eat the chalk because some guys have 40 DraftKings point upside. And I was wrong because Corbin Burnes had 50 DraftKings point upside against this Chicago Cubs team. He and Peralta in the first 2 games of this series have struck out 23 Cubs in 13 and a third innings. It's insane. However, last Thursday, I also said I would never push in this segment. I will always try to win the segment. So with that in mind, I will also say that Chris Bassett is a good play. He's not as good as as Brandon Woodruff, but I will stand behind Chris Bassett just so I do not have to tie in this segment. Bassett in his last 4 starts has a 28.4% strikeout rate. He's gone over 20 DraftKings points in 6 of his last 8 starts. And Cleveland really can't hit. I mean, let's not forget about that. There are other non-Cubs teams that cannot hit the baseball, and Cleveland is definitely one of them. They have a 91 WRC plus since the All-Star break. So purely in the interest of me never wanting to tie, I will stand behind Chris Bassett.
okay. I mean, Garion has his strategy here. Steve, move on to infielder. Tell me who you're going with.
I'll tell you who would have pushed that segment? Nick Fryer, but we hauled his ass out of here, and now we have Garion. That's a man of the people right there. That's a man that we like. For the infield, this is going to be an afternoon where we're targeting against Eli Morgan. So you're going to get 2 athletics for the next picks here, but we're going with Matt Olson here against righties. Olson has a 376 WOBA, 235 isolated power, and a 146 WRC plus. He has been absolutely crushing the ball during the second half of this season. 13 extra base hits in just 22 games so far. He has been absolutely parking the ball. Eli Morgan, not afraid to let opposing hitters let the ball go out of the park. That's actually one of his specialties. So we appreciate that, Mr. Eli Morgan. But we're going with Olson tonight. More this afternoon. A lot of games this afternoon. Olson is our guy in the infield. You're going to get another athletic in the outfield, so spoiler alert on that one, but Olson is the guy in the infield.
All right, Gary and Matt Olson, yay or nay?
Olson's a good play. I don't think he's as good a play as Trey Turner, though. Turner is priced higher, justifiably. He's $6,000, but as Steve knows, you sort of just blindly play Trey Turner against left-handed pitching. He has been a machine against southpaws this season. He's hitting 406 against lefties with a 194 WRC plus. I know Ranger Suarez has somehow magically been pitching really well for the Phillies so far this season, but even if Suarez pitches well, he's probably only going to be able to go 4 innings in this game. They're still stretching him out from his bullpen role. So you're probably going to get 3 Trey Turner plate appearances against the Philadelphia bullpen that's got a FIP around 5.
Yeah.
So at no point today is Trey Turner going to be in a tough matchup. So I think he definitely plays off this price point, whether it's with his bat or by stealing a couple bases.
Steve, you seem like you don't hate Garian's pick. So
I mean, it's hard to hate the guy who has the smoothest slide in all of baseball. So absolutely not going to hate on Trey Turner.
Okay, well, Steve, let's get your outfielder.
Yeah, it's going to be Starling Marte. Like I said, another athletic here. And this is where really Eli Morgan struggles, is against opposing right-handed bats. He's been tagged with a 383 WOBA, 5.55 FIP, and 8 of the 12 home runs that he's allowed. But I think the bigger story here is just how well Marte has fit in with the Athletics since being acquired at the trade deadline. It's a small sample. It's only 8 games. But since joining the team, 502 WOBA, 211 isolated power, and a 231 WRC plus. In the limited opportunities that he's gotten with the Athletics, he's made it count. He should continue that trend tonight. Again, I keep saying tonight. It's this afternoon, Steve. Get with it. Against Morgan this afternoon. It should go well for the Athletics here. I'm stacking the Athletics. Those 2 guys that I mentioned already will be the anchors of that stack. You get Marte into the outfield.
Gary and Starling Marte is Steve's guy. Do you like that?
I'm always for stacking against Eli Morgan. However, there is another sort of unknown pitching quantity on this slate that I would like to take advantage of. I don't know a lot about Mitch White. I'll be perfectly honest. I had to look up some stuff. But what I found out was that he does not like facing left-handed batters. He's faced 47 so far this season. Those 47 batters have hit 302 with a 512 slugging percentage off of White so far this season. Bryce Harper, I mean, this is great. This is how things work out. Bryce Harper, one of the best left-handed hitters in all of baseball, a guy who suddenly is a front runner for National League MVP because of what he's been able to do since the All-Star break. But for the season as a whole, he's got a 172 WRC plus against right-handed pitching, a 1.051 OPS. If you can get Bryce Harper in a matchup where essentially you're going to be seeing a team's emergency starter and a bunch of middle relievers, I think you have to take advantage of that situation.
All right, Steve, let's go to value. You're going with a guy, a talented outfielder whose hitting streak has been extended to 4 games. Who is it and why are you rostering him?
Yeah, I've mentioned him multiple times on the show. Friend of the show here, Dylan Carlson. Continues to have a really good second half. 358 WOBA, 247 isolated power, and a 127 WRC plus over that span. Today, got that one right this time. I kept saying it in my head while Gary was talking. He's facing JT Brubaker, who just has struggles against lefties. Carlson is a switch hitter, so he can hit from both sides of the plate. Should be lefty against Brubaker. He has a 5.31 FIP and a 1.9 home run over 9 innings against lefties. Carlson can do a little bit of it all. He can hit for power. He can steal a bag. He can go extra bases. He can just kind of do it all, and he's hitting well, and he's still very, very cheap. There's no reason why he should still be this cheap, but nobody's going to complain about that except the haters. And you know what? We don't care about the haters. Gary might be a hater here, but I like Gary still, so he's the exception.
Gary, and you're not a hater. You like Dylan Carlson for 3,100?
I mean, I can't lie. It's in writing with timestamp. This morning, I believe I called Dylan Carlson my favorite value play on the slate. So that's tough. That's a tough one to argue.
Sorry.
However, now that we're building our lineups around Brandon Woodruff and Chris Bassett, we're going to need to save a little bit more money. So here is my extreme value play of the day. Charlie Culberson, who has multi-position eligibility. He's $2,100 going up against Marco Gonzalez, who has a 6.50 expected ERA so far this season. Culberson in over 100 plate appearances against left-handed pitching. So a very big sample size for 2021. He's hitting 333 with a 146 WRC plus. That is not production you can often find for essentially the minimum. So I do think Carlson is a great value play, but dollar for dollar, Culberson might be the best value play on this slate.
All right, Gary and Going Extreme Value. Thank you guys. Again, we're going to keep score and report back next week on our findings. All right, thanks, guys. Next up on the Sweat, we are diving into today's NBA Summer League slate. Our contributors are going to lay out the bets they're enticed by, which DFS plays they're liking. They'll do all that when the Sweat returns. Another day, another NBA Summer League slate to break down. Here to do it, our best friends and DraftKings contributors, Julian Edlow and Kenny Ducey. Gentlemen, let's get into it. Jules, look, I know your strategy for the Summer League is to stack your lineup with middle-of-the-pack guys, but if you had to pay up for a high-priced DFS play, who would it be?
Well, there's this perception that I'm such a stubborn person, but I do admit when I am wrong. And I was wrong when we did this on Tuesday. Nick and Kenny both said that Peyton Pritchard was worth paying up for again. I said that it could be another guy for the Celtics that game. And while Aaron Nesmith did have a huge game, Peyton Pritchard had a massive game again as well. So if it is not broke, don't fix it. Peyton Pritchard, $9,300. He's averaging 49 DraftKings points. He have 44 and 54 through these two games. He doesn't need many minutes to do it. The ball's in his hands. He's going to be shooting threes. He's been racking up assists, which is just part of the Celtics' talent advantage of having all these mid to late first-round picks, even from a few years back, like guys like Romeo Langford in the Summer League. So I'm just going to keep going with Peyton Pritchard against Orlando here to continue his success.
Yeah, Kenny, Jules mentioned last game out, 54 fantasy points. How do we feel about a guy you're paying up for? Maybe it's Peyton Pritchard.
It's always a good idea to pay up for Peyton Pritchard. Look, I like Tyrese Maxey here at $8,600. It's a little cheaper than the really, really high price guys. And when you look at this guy, he is arguably, to me, one of the 10 most talented offensive players that we have in Summer League right now. A top 10 offensive talent. He's a great scorer. His first Summer League game against Dallas, 25 minutes, 21 points, almost 40 DraftKings fantasy points. This is a guy that has dropped 30 points twice already in the NBA. His career high, 39 points coming in January. So I think that he has the talent here to break through an Atlanta team that's been really, really strong, but probably doesn't have the quite the perimeter defense to contain Tyrese Maxey. I think his shot creation here is very important. He took 15 shots in his first Summer League game. You want to see that volume. You want to see a guy that's a daring shooter, going to take a lot of shots, going to be a little selfish. And I think that's what Maxey's going to do. He's going to just create. He's going to hit buckets. And I think that he's going to hit value and much more for you at $8,600.
All right, Kenny. Well, that's not like the most expensive guy on the slate, but what about some more value, like really a value play here?
Yeah, I think I said hit buckets. That's not right. Look, I've been looking down in the 5,000s to 4,000s. There's a lot of intriguing options. Sadly, no Deuce McBride on this slate. But here's a guy that I like. He went to a college by the name of UVM. the University of Vermont. Anthony Lamb, $5,500. This guy is a great, great scorer. He's a great shooter. He didn't have to do that much from a shooting perspective to hit 26 DraftKings fantasy points against Detroit because he racked up 8 rebounds along with 2 assists, a couple steals. I think that this is a very talented offensive scorer as well. And I think that the Rockets here, they've shown that they want to use him 20 and 24 minutes respectively in his first 2 games in Vegas. He's a guy that, he can get hot from the perimeter. He's a guy that is going to shoot the basketball when it's in his hands. And we just haven't really seen that yet, but we've seen him produce in all the other categories so far, especially in the rebounding department. I think that size and that ability to shoot the ball could create another good game for him. I think he could maybe hit 30 DraftKings fantasy points. And again, $5,500, all you're really looking for is, 27, 28 points, and you're pretty happy. I think he could do that and more.
Jules, where are you looking for value?
I'm going to go with another Rocket. He's a couple $100 cheaper. He's playing a couple more minutes per game so far. He is absolutely not filling it up from the outside, and that is Josh Christopher, who is 1 of 8 from downtown so far in 28 and 27 minutes in the 2 games so far for the Rockets. Maybe he drops a couple more threes, not a great three-point shooter, but maybe the upside is there. He's at least taking them. But this kid the Rockets don't have really point guards. I mean, Lamb is there, but they don't really have point guards on this roster. So Christopher's been handling the ball a lot from the pieces of Houston games that I've watched. So 11 assists so far total in those 2 games. Decent rebounder, but he's a physical guard. He's been going to the hoop. He's averaging 14 points per game through these 2 games. So, a lot of attention obviously on Jalen Green and our guy Alperen Şengün, but Christopher is having a really good rookie season so far in these summer league games, and I don't see why that would stop. He's a guy that should get you about 30 DraftKings points in this game.
All right, put your sportsbook hat on now, Julian. Is there a summer league game spread that you're always on that you're enticed by?
Yeah, I gave out the Celtics -5 on Tuesday. They were a landslide blowout victory. They're 2-0 in summer league. I tweeted them out at -3 this morning. I think they're at 3.5, 4 now. That's fine with me. I'll lay it with the Celtics, who are playing the Magic. They'll get Jalen Suggs, really good talent, but Wagner's been a little shaky so far. Cole Anthony has looked awful. Can't buy a bucket. I don't think that the Magic roster really has much. Whereas, like I said, the Celtics Summer League roster, Danny Ainge had taken a lot of heat in Boston for stockpiling all these draft picks and not doing anything with them. What that does mean is that they have a lot of mid to late first rounders, a lot of legitimate talent on this roster. I think that the Magic are a little bit more talented than the Nuggets team that they blew out on Tuesday. So maybe they hang around a little bit longer, but in the end, I think this is going to be a convincing victory for the Celtics.
Yeah. Celtics -3.5 favorites now. Kenny, what do you think?
Not a bad call. I'm going to go back to that game that Julian was just alluding to where they blew out the Denver Nuggets. I like the Denver Nuggets to win here tonight against the Phoenix Suns. They're -125 on the money line. I think I would take that. -1.5 probably works as well. This is a team with a lot of big bodies that I think will bully the Summer League Suns, who arguably have been just as bad, if not worse, of late than the Nuggets here in Vegas. You look at guys like Devontae Burton, Samaj Christian at guard, who's got some size, and Marcus Howard, who can really fill it up. They have a lot of offensive talent. Tariq Black is on this team as well, if you remember him. So, and of course, Ball has been fantastic. I think that they have enough talent here to overcome the Phoenix Suns, who just are a little underwhelming from a talent standpoint with their roster and with their performance as well. I think this is a pretty good price. It's a pretty good Summer League team. They're one of the favorites to win it all, and I think that they get back on track here.
95 degrees and Kenny's out here betting against the sun. What a time to be alive.
I've been fighting the sun all week. Really. It's been tough.
Yeah. I mean, all 3 of us have the complexions that definitely need sunscreen. So Kenny, how about a summer league game total that you're enticed by?
Oh God, I think that it makes sense why the Magic and Celtics are at 173.5, which is a ridiculously high total. You have a lot of talented scorers on the Boston Celtics, who I believe in. But look, even if one of them, right, even if Aaron Naismith has a bad shooting night, or Peyton Pritchard or Carson Edwards, I think that this has a very good chance of going under, considering the Magic, their guys have been really, really bad. RJ Hampton and Cole Anthony, who was a big fail on my part by recommending him yesterday. He's been shooting terribly. RJ Hampton's not looked good as well. So this is a team that has some talent, but they've really just underwhelmed so far at Vegas. I don't think they're going to be able to score enough here against a just competent Boston defense. And I think that alone probably drives this game under a very, very high number. I know it's not fun taking the under, especially in Summer League, especially with unlimited fouls or whatever, 10 fouls. But I just don't think they get there.
Jules, what do you think? A game total that you're liking here?
I am not going to lie. I can't figure out how to bet totals in Summer League. There's unlimited fouls. You don't know what you're going to get from certain teams. You don't know who's going to play for certain teams. So I can't do it. So I'm just going to give you another team that I like, and that would be the Houston Rockets -3.5 against the Toronto Raptors. The Rockets have been pretty dominant so far in Summer League. That showdown with Cade Cunningham, they were 3.5-point dogs, I think, and closed as favorites. They covered and won that one handily. I think they just keep rolling against this Raptors squad where Scotty Barnes took a little step back in the second game after a huge debut. And they don't have that much else on that roster, whereas Houston has 3 first-round picks. They have a guy in Lamb that Kenny talked about. Houston has a lot of talent. So this one's moving, I think, and I'll just like I'm laying the 3.5 with the Celtics, I'll lay the 3.5 with the Rockets and not have to think about all these totals and what's going to happen.
Take a total, you coward.
No.
He doesn't know what he doesn't know, Kenny. And
I play to my strengths. We've been over this.
Well, this will be, you can play to your strengths on this one. Do your thing and hit us with that slate approved pick. Jules, favorite bet or DFS play tonight in the NBA Summer League? You can go to DFS if you don't want to talk betting.
No. I like the betting side of things more than the DFS side, I would say. And it's going to be the Celtics, the first play that I gave out. I think that they are arguably the most talented team here in Las Vegas. And they're playing their guys pretty decent minutes. Guys like Pritchard and Nesmith are doing a lot with, even just 20 to 25 minutes. So I trust them to get there and going, you're going against the backcourt of Suggs and Anthony. I think that kind of scares people. But when you just go down the talent on these rosters, I don't think it's too close. I think the Celtics continue to blow teams out.
All right, slate approved, Kenny.
Sharif Cooper is only $6,300, and you can't ignore how much playing time this guy is getting. 28 and 29 minutes in his first 2 Summer League games. He hit the game-winning shot against Indiana. 37.25 DraftKings fantasy points in that one. He took 14 shots. Look, he might not hit 8 of his 14 again and 5 from 3, but look, he's taking a lot of shots. He's playing a lot of minutes. You can't ignore him at this price. He's definitely a guy that the Hawks are going to get the ball in his hand.
All right, fellas, thank you. Next up, we're going to get team specific with our future bets in the NFL. Stay tuned. A big welcome to our NFL panel, DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich, Reed Fowler, and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Guys, the NFL season is fast approaching, so let's talk future bets, shall we? Continuing the trend this week, sticking with team specials on the DK Sportsbook, we start by taking a look at the 2021 Miami Dolphins. All eyes will be on Tua Tagovailoa under center to see if he's the guy to lead this Dolphins team. You can get plus 230 odds on Tua to go over 24 and a half regular season passing touchdowns, and Devontae Parker to go over 800 and a half regular season receiving yards. Jeff, do you think this connection will work for Miami and this special will hit?
Yeah, I'm out on both these players. I mean, just straight up, I really don't want anything to do with this. You've got Tua, guy who threw 11 touchdowns in 9 games last season, but this is a player who threw for 6.3 yards per completion. Like he had a worse yards per completion than Andy Dalton, Alex Smith. He had a 50% completion rate in the red zone, which is basically the worst among all starting quarterbacks. Can he improve on these? Absolutely. Is he going to improve to the point where, you can trust him to throw 25 touchdowns? I want nothing to do with that. Again, I think you'll probably see some improvement because he's got nowhere to go but up. But, I don't really want to bet on this guy necessarily long-term being this good a quarterback. And then you've got the Devontae Parker issue. This guy's broken 800 yards once in his career. He's played over 12 games once in his career. I want nothing to do with Devontae Parker, so I'm completely out on this.
Reader, you completely out.
No, I'm not completely out. Let's take a look at who Tua had, right, to pass to last year. I mean, it was a bunch of nobodies, really. And look, Devontae Parker and Will Fuller, they're not going to break the bank at all. But Tua also was hurt. He didn't have a full season. He had, Ryan Fitzpatrick, future Hall of Famer, breathing down his back. I know he's not a future Hall of Famer, but I'm not going to stop trying. And so like there was a lot of things working against Tua. He gets a bad rap, as he should, because he's a quarterback. But now this is the first full season. Will Fuller is there. We know that he complements number one receivers. We saw that in Houston, and it's not a correlation, right? That Houston and Miami are the same. But I do appreciate what a guy like Will Fuller can do for a guy like Devontae Parker. And Tua, we just need to see where it's at, right? I think speculation. I think that, yes, he's not a guy that goes downfield, but I do think it opens up this offense. And the one thing I do like, guys, is that their schedule the first 10 weeks, you got Houston, you got Jacksonville, you got teams that allow a lot of passing yards, the Bills, the Raiders. You're going to have to pass quite a bit. And so I like the beginning part of the season for the Miami Dolphins. Don't hate it as much. But if I had to lean one side, I do like Parker if he can stay healthy to go over these yards.
All right, AJ, where do you stand on this?
I agree with Reed here on the Parker half. I do think he'll get there. He's had over 100 targets in each of the last two seasons. I expect that to continue. He's got a combined 7 games of over 100 yards receiving. So I definitely think he can hit that 800 yard mark, especially as Reed said, with Will Fuller in the mix as well. For me, though, this all falls apart when you look at the touchdown total. Yeah, rookie season, only 10 games, all those factors that Reed pointed out. But if you carry over his touchdown rate last season to a full 17-game schedule, you're still just getting 19 touchdowns here. Adding 6 more, I think, is a stretch for him in this offense. And I just don't see that touchdown mark hitting.
All right, how about the Broncos, who are looking to improve on an offense that ranked 28th in points per game last season? So one of their specials includes regular season totals for some of their star offensive players. Courtland Sutton to go over 1,050.5 receiving yards, Jerry Jeudy to go over 65.5 receptions, and newly drafted Javonte Williams to have over 7 rushing touchdowns. Reed, who are you most concerned about reaching their total to hit this bet for plus 600?
I'm going the easy route, Jesse. Javonte Williams, we just don't know, right? Melvin Gordon is still there. Even though he's not the guy that we used to see with Melvin Gordon, he's still going to be a factor. Philip Lindsay is gone. He's in Houston. But it really comes down to the rookie and how he's going to be deployed. He should take the bulk of the carries midway through the season. At least that's what we think. But that's the part that I'm most concerned with. If I had to lean with one of these guys to hit those overs, it depends on the quarterback play. I think Courtland Sutton, if Drew Lock is the guy, Courtland Sutton is a player that I do like and I'm bullish on, because we know Lock likes to lock in on one. I don't know why I did that. Lock in on one receiver. We saw at end of 2019, had 28 targets in the last 3 games with Sutton and Locke. And if it's Teddy, I think it's Jerry Jeudy. We know what he does with a lower A dot and a guy across the middle, and that's really Jerry Jeudy. And if you're bullish on these preseason and on the training camp videos, Jerry Jeudy looks like wide receiver number 1 so far.
All right, AJ, which of these guys are you most concerned about reaching their total?
Well, I think for me, it's actually Sutton. He's coming off that significant knee injury. Can he get back to being a Pro Bowl caliber wide receiver? I do think eventually here he'll be their top target in my opinion. But I also have to be concerned about the fact that he has just 2 games over that 100-yard receiving. So hitting that big total is certainly a concern. On the flip side, Jeudy had just 52 receptions last year on 110 targets, and that's without Sutton available in the lineup here. I expect, only one of these wide receivers for me, I think, will hit their portion of this bet. And so I think I have to avoid it from that standpoint. And I haven't even touched on everything that Reed pointed out regarding the running back situation.
All right, Jeff, what about you?
I mean, I'm concerned across the board. I'm out on this. I might need triple the odds to take this one. Javonte Williams is a rookie. He's got Melvin Gordon back there. Melvin Gordon and Philip Lindsay combined for 10 rushing touchdowns last year. Even if the Broncos improve on that number a little bit, you're basically asking Javonte Williams to come in and take the bulk of the red zone carries. If we know one thing about NFL head coaches, it's that they're going to side with the veteran, even sometimes when the rookie outshines them talent-wise. So it's really big ask just right off the bat for Javonte Williams, to be getting like over 7 touchdowns. And then you've got Courtland Sutton coming back from an ACL. Then you've got Jerry Jeudy, who, like AJ just said, was pretty terrible, especially with his catch rate, an under 50% catch rate in his first season. Now, look, the big thing is here, I don't want any receivers overs that are attached to Drew Lock as their quarterback, which we might get. So this one's tough. I like the Denver skill players. I really do. And I don't want to be like negative Thursday here, but this one is a real reach for me.
All right, well, let's move on. You can't talk about the Arizona Cardinals without looking at their dynamic duo of Kyler Murray and DeAndre Hopkins. Now, those two connected for 6 touchdowns last season on the DK Sportsbook. You can get Kyler to go over 4,150 and a half passing yards. Hopkins catch over 7.5 touchdowns for plus 225 odds. AJ, do you think they'll both improve enough on last year's numbers to hit this bet?
This is the one I like out of everything we've talked about here. You know, with the previous bet, I talked about the two wide receivers kind of working against each other and taking a share here. For this one, I think it's a clear all or nothing situation. I think either they both hit their mark or neither hits their mark. You look at Murray's numbers in terms of yards, averaged 248.2 per game last year. Add in that extra game, and he's already over that 41.50 and a half mark. On the other side, in terms of the receptions, I think Hopkins can easily get over that. He's been right at the 7-8 threshold the last 2 years. Obviously, he had those previous seasons over 10. I love this bet, especially at that 250 value.
Jeff, what do you think? Do you love this bet?
I don't love it, but look, when we're talking about it in comparison to the other bets we've spoken about, yeah, this one makes a lot more sense. I don't really like the DeAndre Hopkins part of it. The Cardinals definitely like a rushing team in the red zone. You've got a rushing QB. I'm just not convinced that they're going to throw a ton back there. I do think Kyler Murray will hit his over on this prop, assuming he stays relatively healthy. I think the Cardinals will dial back his rushes just a little bit. And again, I think they'll use him in the red zone for rushing, but I think just a few more pass attempts with the extra game. Kyler was basically on pace to hit the over on this one last season, even when he was banged up near the end of the year. So I think the Kyler over passing prop is the one I would just go out and bet personally of these two.
All right, Reed, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I'm with AJ here. I'm pretty bullish on Arizona, especially in this division, even though it's run first. Kyler was on pace to be a guy who was going to go over 4,000 yards passing and over 1,000 yards rushing. So even if they dial it back a little bit, right, with his rushing to preserve Kyler Murray, I still think that this is pretty nice in terms of what they have to do. And you take a look at what his passer rating too was on deep passes and play action, 154.9, 436 passing yards on deep play action plays. Like that's huge, right? And that was number 1 in the NFL. So for the yards part, I do like it. And D-Hop, again, it kind of goes back to the Will Fuller discussion that we've seen what he can do with a primetime wide receiver too. AJ Green, is he still that guy? Kyler Murray seems to think so. I would hope so because that's his quarterback. But yeah, I'm pretty bullish on this. I'm with AJ.
Finally, how about the Pittsburgh Steelers and their absolute stable of receiving weapons? They got Juju, Claypool, Johnson, Washington, just to name a few. I could go on. Let's specifically look at 2 of those guys. So you can get plus 175 odds on Chase Claypool and Deontay Johnson to go over 1,999 and a half combined receiving yards in the regular season. Do you think they can do it, Jeff?
Yeah, this is probably my favorite one. I think plus 175 here does get pretty interesting, especially if you're a Pittsburgh Steeler fan, whatever. Chase Claypool, I mean, I just don't know how the Steelers are going to be able to keep him off the field. He's obviously is a bit of a monster just downfield in terms of yards per reception as well. 873 yards on 62 receptions. I don't see his target count going down at all. If anything, it's probably going to go up. And Deontay Johnson is a guy, his production last year off the 144 targets leaves a little bit to be wanting. He didn't crack 1,000 yards, but realistically, this guy just gets open so good, and he just is so good that I think you'll see improvement here on his catch rate. And if both those things happen with the extra game, I think these guys have a very good shot at doing it. So you're betting on the health of 2 players, which is always risky with these player props. But at 1 plus 175, this one easily has the most appeal for me today.
Reed, does it have the most appeal for you?
Yeah, Jeff touched on a big thing with Deontay Johnson because that's actually the part that scares me. We know he's a target monster. He's had 144 targets last year, but he just didn't have the yards. His over receptions on the DK Sportsbook right now is I think at 83 and a half. Yeah, minus 115. That he was just a reception monster. So I'd rather go with that. And that's why you're seeing plus money on this. And look, if Ben is healthy, yes, we're much more bullish on this. If he's not healthy, boy, I just do not want any part because we saw what happened to the Steelers when Ben was not there. And that's just a risk. Even though Ben is doing like 20% Tom Brady diet, I still don't know. He's still one of the guys that's pretty brutal. So all things considered, I do like it, but give me the Deontay Johnson over receptions as opposed to this one there, Jesse.
AJ, where do you stand on it?
Big Ben lost me with avocado ice cream. I'm out on that one, and I'm out on this bet. Look, as Reed said, you've got two guys that are, they're not really controlling their own fate here. They're contingent on Big Ben's health, which is questionable at best on most seasons, although he's played through a lot of stuff. This is not a mobile guy, even in his best of days. That's obviously behind him. And the fact of the matter is, these guys are going to eat each other up. I mean, you talked, Jesse, at the top, the number of names that could be wide receiver targets here. I think Juju still takes too many of those targets away for me to be in on this one and to take it. So I'll stick with my Arizona prop here.
All right, good stuff, guys. Appreciate it as always. One more block to go here on the sweat, and we're going back to baseball. Stay tuned. Final block of the show, and we're spending it with DraftKings contributors Nick Fryer, Stan Sun, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Guys, the MLB cover the bases time, getting your favorite bets in the following categories on tonight's MLB slate. So, Nick, first base is a run line or money line you're interested in, and I heard that you're going with a very special game.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Field of Dreams game. I'm going with the White Sox money line against the Yankees. They're the favorite tonight. So run line is in play, but I'll get to that in a second why I don't want to go run line. But first, you got Lance Lynn versus Andrew Heaney. Heaney's a guy you always want to target in any capacity if you can, going against him. The Yankees are fifth worst in K rate against right-handed pitching this season. So Lynn's strikeout prop is in play, but more on pitcher props later. They're one of the worst teams against right-handed pitching this season. And over the last couple of weeks, they're 21st in OPS against right-handed pitching. Heaney has gotten smacked in his two Yankee starts so far. Last time was against the Mariners, and I know Steve wants to tell everybody the Mariners are going to win the AL West or whatever, but they have not hit left-handed pitching well this season, and they've been kind of middle of the pack of late. The reason I'm not going run line with this tonight is because the White Sox haven't been, they haven't done much against left-handed pitching of late. I still like Lance Lynn to go out and do well enough for them to win this game, especially against a guy like Andrew Heaney. And the other thing is, too, you got two good bullpens going. So, yeah, and the White Sox did see Andrew Heaney early in the year. The only reason that I might consider run line would be because they kicked the tar out of him in his first start of the season. But either way, I think money line White Sox is the best bet in this one today.
Dan, what do you think? A run line or money line you like?
I'm going to go run line. San Francisco, 1.5 over Colorado, plus 125. As a Dodger fan, it pains me. I think my card needs to get revoked. But, it's just Logan Webb on the mound for the Giants. He's having a good year. 3.31 FIP, 11% swinging strike rate. The K per nine is flexible, 9.34. He's only allowed 0.8 home runs per nine. It's more about the color of offense. They're just so inept on the road, last in runs scored by a significant margin. German Marquez, he's on the mound for Colorado, and I usually like to target him, especially at Coors, because the ownership is usually low, and he's actually a good pitcher. But in two games against the Giants this season, one at home, one on the road, he went 4 innings, allowed 4 runs, and then he got blasted for 8 runs in 2/3 of an inning. So granted, those those games happened, late April, early May, or early March. But he's definitely gettable, and the Rockies do have one of the worst bullpens in all of baseball.
All right, Eric, run line or money line?
Yeah, I'm actually going to go back to that Field of Dreams game and take the other side. This is the pro Andrew Heaney corner. Yeah. If you look at Heaney and Lynn, Lynn beats Heaney by almost 3.5 runs in ERA. But if you look at some of the ERA estimators, XFIP has Heaney behind by only 0.08 runs, and Sierra has them exactly tied. They're more or less almost exactly tied in both strikeout rate and walk rate on the season. Lynn doesn't get a lot of ground balls, and Heaney gets even fewer. 32% ground ball rate for Heaney is a problem in places like Yankee Stadium, making it kind of a strange acquisition for New York at the deadline. But he's really a much better pitcher than his ERA suggests, and he's not pitching in Yankee Stadium in this one. I don't know the park factors of your average cornfield, but I would guess most of them are at least a little bit more pitcher friendly than Yankee Stadium. From what I've seen of the dimensions of this stadium, it looks pretty standard, so I wouldn't expect anything too crazy there. And again, with Yankee Stadium being such an outlier, I think almost every park is better for Heaney than the one he now calls home. I would still say that White Sox probably are the favorites, but the Yankees, they have a good team, even if they haven't always played up to those standards this year. And I think being plus 140 underdogs is just too much for me.
Yeah, not a lot of cornfield stats. We don't have those. Somebody get those. No, I'm just kidding. Second base, a game total that you like, Stan. Where are you going for this one?
I'm going to go under 10.5 Tampa Bay Boston. And, I'm a little scared here because they scored 28 total runs last night. But, they had to have shot their load, right? Can they continue that toward offensive pace? But I do have some semi-logical reasons for going here. Tanner Houck for the Red Sox, he's been amazing. 25.2 innings pitched, 12.62 K per nine, 0.35 home runs per nine, 1.69 FIP, swing strike rate 12.3%. Now, he may not go that deep into the game, but the Boston bullpen, they have been very good with the sub 4 FIP. Tampa Bay on offense, they're fourth in strikeouts against right-handed pitching. On the other side, it's a bullpen game. Drew Rasmussen will be the opener. 11.54 K per nine, 0.92 home runs per nine. FIP is 3.4. Swing strike rate 12.2%. More importantly, though, since it is a bullpen game, the Tampa Bay bullpen, they have the lowest FIP in the league by a sizable margin, 3.37. Next lowest is 3.69. So I do think that the runs will be suppressed in this one.
All right, Eric, a game total that you like.
Yeah, I'm going to go with another under, and it's going to be with an already pretty low under of 7.5 in that Rockies-Giants game. And that's because I really like both of these pitchers. German Marquez has a well-supported 3.42 ERA this season while calling Coors Field home. He's just a very good all-around pitcher, slightly above average strikeouts, no walk issues, and an above-average ground ball rate. He's been pitching as well as I've seen him pitch of late, a 1.94 ERA in his last 9 starts, and with FIP just under 3. So on the other side, Logan Webb is actually pretty similar of a guy, just with even more ground balls. He's also up at 59.7% in ground ball rate. And if you look at the top 10 ground ball pitchers among starters who've thrown at least 70 innings, he has the highest strikeout rate among those guys. So that's a really great combination of skills to have. And they both have that skill set. The Giants have a good lineup, obviously, but the Rockies are last in the league in WRC plus. So whenever you get them away from home, I would not expect many runs. I know 7.5 is pretty low, but both of these pitchers I think are really impressive. I'm not sure Webb has fully gotten his due yet, but I'm fully in on him, and it doesn't actually take all that much to be in on anybody against these Rockies.
All right, Nick, a game total.
So I'm going to go with the team total, and it looks like Eric and I are going to continue to be at odds in this one. I'm actually going to go with the Giants scoring at least 5 runs tonight. It's 4.5 on the DK Sportsbook. The Giants have scored 5+ runs in 9 of their last 11 games, and I know Marquez has been good in his last 2 starts, but the 2 before those, he got roughed up a little bit, 4 runs apiece in those outings, and he's faced the Giants 3 times this season. Hasn't seen him since May, but I'll tell you what, he's gotten tagged by them this season. 3 runs in 5 2/3 innings the first time. That's early April, not that bad. Next time, though, mid-April, 4 runs, in 4 innings. The time after that, that was early May, 8 runs in 2/3 of an innings, 2/3 of an inning, excuse me. And then the Giants lead all in baseball in OPS and ISO against right-handed pitching. They're 3rd in WOBA. And over the last couple of weeks, they're 5th in OPS and ISO against right-handed pitching. And then Stan talked about it before, the Rockies bullpen, worst ERA in baseball, 2nd worst FIP in all of baseball. When you look at the road, of course, you got to factor in Coors Field, and they're not there. They have the 6th worst road ERA, and they're not as bad in terms of FIP, but they're still like 11th in terms of road FIP. So I have no problem backing the Giants to score at least 5 runs tonight.
Let's move on to third base and a pitcher prop, Eric.
Yeah, looking at some strikeout props, we'll try to stay away from the early games, although I will mention Brandon Woodruff over 7.5 against the Cubs. I would take me over against the Cubs at this point. But I also like the overs really in both sides of that same Field of Dreams game. Again, wish we had some park factors for the Corn. I'm sure they have set up a fine batter's eye there, but I would be somewhat suspicious of it being a lower standard than a normal quality in an MLB ballpark. So I wonder if it's going to lead to more strikeouts than we'd expect. And both these pitchers can get a fair number of strikeouts. Heaney's is a little bit lower at 6.5, so it'll be easier to hit. And he's hit that over in 3 of his last 4 starts and 6 of his last 11. Even Lance Lynn on the other side, Yankees strike out a ton. 7.5 is pretty high, but a Yankees team that already struck out a lot and then added Joey Gallo and is now playing again in the middle of a cornfield, I would expect to see quite a few strikeouts on both sides.
Nick, what do you think? Pitcher prop you're interested in?
Eric raises a good point about the batter's eye, as much as we've been arguing this entire segment. I do agree with him on the Lance Lynn portion of that. I'm still not going to join you in the Andrew Heaney camp. But my number one pitcher prop tonight is Yu Darvish getting over 6.5 Ks against the Diamondbacks. I know the Diamondbacks, on the season, they're middle of the pack in terms of K rate against right-handed pitching, but they've been striking out a ton against righties of late. The only team they've been outdone by is the Cubs, and that's in part thanks to Corbin Burns. But part of the reason that they're so high in terms of strikeout rate against right-handed pitching over the last few weeks is they faced Yu Darvish. Was it his last start? So that was August 7th, I believe. And he got 12 strikeouts again against them last time. I was stunned to see this open up at 6.5. If it was 7.5, I'd probably take it too. 8.5, I'd have to think about it a little bit more. But he got 8 strikeouts in 2 starts ago. And then when you look at the Diamondbacks too, they're one of the worst teams in the league since the All-Star game in terms of making contact on pitches they go after out of the zone. And in general, they're just bottom of the barrel in OPS, ISO, WOBA against right-handed pitching this season. So Darvish, at least 7 Ks tonight against the Diamondbacks.
Stan, what's your pitcher prop?
I do like the Darvish call by Nick. He is from the future. He's Alma Nick, so you got to listen to him. The only reason why I'll go in a different direction is just because the odds, it's minus 145. So I was looking for something with a little better odds. So I did find Marco Gonzalez under 4.5 at plus 120. It's not a great line. It's going to be very close. Gonzalez swinging strike rate 9.5%. Texas, they're 12th in strikeouts against left-handed pitching. With that said, the K per 9 is only 7.3, 1 per 9, and he struck out only 5 batters in only 1 of the last 6 games on the season, only 7 to 15. So, give me the 120 here, under 4.5.
All right, short on time, real quick on these. Take us home with a hitter prop, Nick.
All right, I'm going to keep this sweet and short. I'm going to go with Jose Abreu over 1.5 total bases against the Yankees tonight. I know he hasn't faced Andrew Heaney a ton in his career, only 14 plate appearances. 4 of those plate appearances have turned into walks, but he has 3 hits against him. Every single one of them is a home run. So I have no problem backing him tonight to at least get 2 total bases in that game against the Yankees.
Stan, hitter prop.
I'm a sucker for the home runs. I know it's very hard, but I'm a sucker. Jake Cronenworth plus 450 against right-handed pitching, 218 ISO, 12 of the 16 that come off of them. Taylor Widener, he's allowed 2.42 home runs to lefties. And then the Arizona bullpen, they're 3rd in home runs allowed.
Eric.
Yeah, I know I've been mostly pro Heaney, but his issue is still that he does give up fly balls. So even though I think he's good enough to give Yankees a chance to win this one, I would like some home run props from the White Sox righties. So I guess that'd be Jose Abreu would be one of the best bets there, as well as any of the other righties in that one.
Yes, finally, I got him.
All right, guys, we have under a minute. The Field of Dreams game has started a big debate. There's one question that has set the internet ablaze. Houses are divided, families torn apart. Nick, is it have a catch or play catch?
It's play catch for sure.
Stan.
Yeah, play catch.
Eric.
Language exists to convey meaning between 2 people, and as long as we both understand what we're saying, it's either one. It could even be have a yeet for all I care, as long as we both know what I'm saying.
And with that, we will yeet this show out of here.
like
Thank you, Eric. We love it. Very meta. Guys, the fun continues on the Dream Stream. 4 Madden Sims coming your way, 12, 2, 4, and 6. And we'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. for the sweat.
We are live.
Yeah, we are, baby. Yes, we are. I have not seen you in quite some time, my sweet chinchilla. I have not been with TP on the ones and twos, producer Jordan, Frangelico, and Tate. You want to talk about a ridiculous, expensive stack on the ops team? That's it right there.
These scores are going to be basically in real time. Very excited to see that. Very excited to start off my Thursday with the Lions sim.
Question. So Christian DeAndre, by the way, Emerson Latzia, just in case you are new here, we can both talk a dog off a meat wagon. This is the first of how many sims do we have on today's slate? We got four because we're not doing sims during like preseason games. That's right. So Patriots at the Lions, Washington at 49ers, Bills at the Chargers, Seahawks at the Cardinals. 6 o'clock sim will be the last sim today. Right now, though, I dropped the ball. Today. I did not make a contest, did not make a lineup. But that's where you come in, right?
Yeah. I mean, I knew it was the best friend squad, and best friends aren't going to let each other down. So I was like, you know what? Emerson, maybe a little bit busy, maybe taking care of the Sash and Springers. Who knows? I made the Christian and Emerson forgot to make a contest free roll, and 68 of you still got in. So we got that going for us, which is nice. And even better, we got a throwback Thursday. So we got some of the finest jerseys in the game. The Patriots Road Reds with Pat Patriot on the helmet. Absolutely stunning, beautiful. The Lions are wearing whatever because we don't really care about them unless it's Thanksgiving.
No. And you know, yes, the Patriots can bring back these next year. You know, when the NFL loosens up the second helmet rules, that'll allow all these teams to bring back these sick throwback uniforms. And that's all the hype. When that was announced like a few months ago, people around here in New England were freaking out. So they're like, yes, Pat the Patriot on the board. We'll be back as the Patriots defense is on the board with a sack, 3rd and 13 coming up.
Yeah, I was, I saw this Lions offense. Who can you trust on it? I saw the Patriots defense, and I was like, we're going to fade Kenny Galladay today, but we're going to buy the dip on Marvin Jones Jr. He's in my captain spot, only 10-8 to put him in the captain spot. And was he going to give me anything? Probably not. Probably going to prove me wrong.
Oh my God, what the hell is happening?
And my guy there, Adam Butler, former undrafted free agent out of Vanderbilt, current Miami Dolphin. He's a guy, he was an offensive lineman until the coaches saw him in a pre-bowl game rib eating contest, and they're like, this dude has the veracity and the ferocity and the competitiveness to be a D lineman, and he went out and absolutely killed it after the position switch. Wait,
is that a true story?
That's a dead true story. That's exactly.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's like someone watching Joey Chestnut just suck down glizzies all day and be like, dude, you would be an incredible tight end for my football team. Get on out there. Let's go. The Patriots will open up their preseason slate tonight. They're going to be hosting a football team named the football team, Washington at Gillette. And then I think the Lions tomorrow will open up against the Bills. Yeah, they're going to host the Bills tomorrow for their preseason opener. So that's what's cooking in real life here. And I'm interested, and I need to know what you think here as Cam Newton with an income.
Anthony needs to know.
Yeah. How do you expect Bill to split up the reps between Mac Jones and Cam Newton tonight?
Well, Belichick has been pretty insistent that Cam is still the starter. Cam's going to get those first team reps. But I think we're going to see, the standard. Now that we got one fewer preseason game, there's a little bit less time to tinker. So I think they might just dive right in. Newton gets the first 2-3 drives. Mac Jones gets the next 2-3 drives, and then they toss it off to the Wolves, and they let the backups compete. You get a little Brian Hoyer action, you get a little Jarrett Stidham action. So it's going to be one of those where we're not going to be able to tell too much from it, but I'm excited to see how Cam looks against what would ostensibly be one of the better defenses in the NFL.
That's right. Yeah, people won't shut up about Washington's defense. That's a great point.
Deservedly so. Granted, they were a playoff team with 7 wins last season, but they aren't a playoff team without that defense. That offense was just hot garbage
Dwayne Haskins was awful. And Alex Smith could do nothing but check downs. Great to have him back for sure, but holy moly, he was not an effective downfield passer. Now they got Fitz, so I'm a little excited to see how Fitz fits into that offense as well, because a lot of fantasy questions hinge on the effectiveness of that offense. A nice breakthrough there from Sony Michel, another guy we're going to have to keep an eye on this preseason, because we don't know what his future has in store. It's kind of a crowded backfield in New England. Damian Harris is going to be the
all
RB1.
Damian Harris, dude. And they didn't pick up Sony's option for next year. So this is almost like this is a huge season for him, whether he wants to somehow stick around New England or it's more of like a tryout. Hey, other teams, look at me, give me a deal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's going into that contract year. Maybe he rebounds. Maybe he can be rookie year Sony Michel again if he stays healthy, because holy moly, he was almost a revelation. I don't want to say he was a full-on revelation, but when he got to the playoffs, 6 touchdowns in 3 playoff games, Emerson Latzia, that was incredible output. The Patriots don't win that Super Bowl without him, and he's just kind of disappointed from there. So I think we're all hoping Sony Michel can get back on track and pay off those first-round bona fides. Cam Newton needs to show off a little bit of that as he throws a proper out there. Don't know how that can get first, but okay.
Edelman already has 4 catches. Did I just see that right? Edelman has 4 catches already in this game.
Yeah.
Okay. So a lot for a little. As on 3rd and inches, we all know Edelman's time is done. They pick up the first down there. Sony Michel, his second carry, 27 yards. I know Cam Newton, I think his biggest completion on this drive was around 20 yards to Devin Asiasi, which he's one of the Patriots players, at least local media members around here say is worth keeping an eye on this preseason, especially with Hunter Henry out for a couple weeks with a shoulder injury, one of those big free agent tight ends. So it's really Jonnu Smith and maybe Asiasi sliding into that Hunter Henry role. Is that a touchdown? It certainly is.
Who do we have there?
Perfect timing. Thank you, Devin.
And the former 3rd-round pick, the guy who never really got started in 2020, but yeah, like you said, could be due for big things this coming fall. I mean, like Hunter Henry missing time with injury, Dalton Keene, the other 3rd-round tight end the Patriots took in 2020, going to miss time as well. So Asiasi's got an opportunity to shine here. Last season, dealt with injury, only had 7 targets across 9 games, only made 3 starts, did have a receiving touchdown, so the touchdown rate is tight, if nothing else, but going to be a big contributor if either one of those guys, Smith or Henry, misses time and the Patriots still want to roll out that 2 tight end lineup.
7-0. Detroit had a garbage opening offensive series of this game. In case you're just tuning in, it's really good to have you here. Emerson Latzia, Christian DeAndrea on the call with you. TP on the 1s and 2s. Producer Jordan behind the scenes for Angelico and Tate from the ops squad, adding up scores. Lions sacked twice on their opening drive. A 3-and-out, I believe. And then New England marches downfield, picks up a couple first downs. Their backs against the wall on 3rd down when they needed it. And then Cam Newton hooking up with Devin Asiasi for the first touchdown in the game. 2.5 minutes to play here in the opening quarter. But yes, Cam Newton going to be feeling a little bit of that pressure, maybe under some heavy pressure with Mac Jones kind of breathing down his neck a little bit. Yeah. I don't know. Like, could Mac Jones go out there? And DK Sin Fan, would love to hear your opinion on this as well. Could Mac Jones go out there and tear it up? Really, not just these next 3 games, these 3 preseason games. They have these joint practices coming up the next 2 weeks against the Eagles and the Giants. Like, that'll be another stage for him. It's another opportunity for Bill Belichick to evaluate this battle that's happening. Could he go out there, crush it for the next 3 weeks, and take this job from Cam?
Yeah, I think it's within the realm of possibility. Preseason and the regular season, 2 very different animals. But if Mac Jones is absolutely dealing. He's giving Bill Belichick the best chance to win. That's exactly who Belichick is going to go with. He's not going to succumb to sentimentality, or he's not going to try to give a veteran one last chance. And that's what Cam is at right now. This is his last opportunity to prove he is still a starting caliber quarterback in the NFL. If he doesn't get it done this year, he's pretty much in that journeyman option 1B to a rookie. He's going to be the guy like other teams bring in to kind of mentor and bring along rookie quarterbacks, but not start full time. He's basically going to be Tyrod Taylor, which nothing against Tyrod Taylor. You don't want to be Tyrod Taylor if you're a former NFL MVP.
Oh God, Taylor may not win a game this year in Houston. That's going to be ugly, man.
It's going to be real gross down there, and we don't know what's going to happen with Deshaun Watson either. That whole situation, just I don't know why the
dude. He's not playing. He's not playing unless all that
can't
stuff. Yeah.
Even if the Texans were like, we're going to activate him, I'm sure the NFL would be like, nope, suspended indefinitely. Boop. You gotta sit this one out, buddy. We got to figure out what the hell's going on here, and there's the wheels of justice are turning slowly here, so we're going to wait it out. But the Eagles are still like, you know what? Maybe we buy low. Maybe this is our next franchise quarterback. Maybe we have faith in the legal system, and he'll either be cleared or we wait a while. He comes back later. I don't understand what it is. And I also don't understand how prolific Julian Edelman has been in this first quarter. On pace now for 28 catches and 240 yards so far. Unreal. But start to this one. He's in my lineup. Ozzy's in my lineup, and I'm still not even top 30 in our showdown because I have two different Lions in there, and they have 0 points between them. And they're two good ones. Marvin Jones, TJ Hawkinson, both underwhelming so far. But hey, good news if you stacked up the Patriots because they are looking like the Patriots of old here in Michigan. Michigan.
All right, so here we are, 7-0, 1 quarter down, babes. 9 of 10, Cam Newton. It's almost like he's listening to us, and he's trying to prove, at least in Simland, that this job is his. Going to grab it by the neck.
Touchdown.
Stafford. What?
You're back. You're good. We lost you for a minute there. I think
we're good. We're good. Nobody panic.
It was like,
nobody freak out.
For me.
Sonny Michel, 2 of 27 here on the ground. Adrian Peterson, 1 for 4, so he got in. DeAndre Swift is another. You still got me?
I hear you. Yeah, you're good. Yeah. Good. 4 total yards for the Lions.
Keep going. Keep going. I can't hear you, but go ahead. I'm not going to touch this microphone anymore.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, the mic probably likes a little gentle caress every now and then, let it know it's doing a good job.
Oof. Oh, no, I got the pinwheel of death.
Oh, you're back. We still hear you. You're good. You are.
Everything's fine. Nobody panic, man.
Yeah. Well, just 2 receivers on the board with any kind of positive yardage. It is Edelman, 7 for 60. Ozzy, 2 for 30 and a touchdown. So the 2 must-haves right there, and everyone else just been a little bit of a disappointment in this one. As Emerson Lopsy.
I got you. I just put it on speaker. Do I sound okay though?
You sound good.
I should still be picked up with the mic here. Yeah, for some reason it didn't want to connect to my earpods. Whatever, man. Yeah. We are underway here in the second quarter. Question for you. Care Bear was saying over on Twitch, are they really trying to say Washington is going to play their star defensive players tonight? I don't know. These games are so unpredictable, and you do have to consider the one less preseason game. So I do think maybe some strategy will be a little different for a lot of these coaches. I think that's why we may see a lot more of the combined practices too.
Yeah.
Just a whole nother, like I was saying with Mac Jones, a whole nother opportunity for these coaches to evaluate players.
Yeah, it already feels like we're seeing more than usual, a little earlier in the season than usual, too. The Broncos doing joint practices with the Vikings. The Patriots were doing their joint practice with the Panthers.
Who are you talking about? Are you talking about who are you talking about?
New England's joint practices were.
It's the Eagles next week, and then the Giants the week after. And the third week is weird because they're hosting the Giants, the Patriots are for the practices.
Yeah.
But the actual game is at MetLife Stadium.
Yeah. Weird. I honestly, I mean, I think we'll probably get a couple of reps from Chase Young. We'll probably get some Jamin Davis, the first round pick out there. I mean, it's going to be a tougher defense than you typically see in a preseason matchup, or in terms of preseason matchups, one of the tougher outs there. It might be a reasonable test for a guy like Newton and Jones. Is Julian Edelman another catch there?
Again, on pace for 28 in this game.
Yeah.
If that happens, I'll let you join Brendan Glasheen when he shaves my back. 2nd and 4 coming up. Does he pick up the first down? Indeed, he does. 1st and goal coming up, y'all.
Twitch, you're making me laugh. Germ, for a professional broadcaster, Emmy has a lot of technical issues. Care Bear, he's not a pro broadcaster. That's a side gig. His main source of income is skincare regimen tutorials and how to be a dog.
Oh, man. Hot damn, DK Sim fam. Y'all are always there for me when I need you. I needed you today. I needed that. Thank you.
Speaking of needing one another, Emerson, last Thursday, did the 999 dog challenge. I could have used you I got to 9.5 and I froze up. I should have FaceTimed you and gotten some words of encouragement to power.
Oh, I am there for you. 12 out of 10 times, dog. Oh,
Michelle to the goal line, but 3rd and inches coming up could be the difference here between a 14-0 lead and a 10-0 lead. Yeah, man, dude, I hadn't been to a Mallards game in a while, obviously, because everything that went on. They revamped the general admission duck blind. And awesome seating, covered seating, like smaller tables. Used to just be old picnic tables. Now they have like smaller tables, so if you don't have a group of
hold on a second. Hold on for the second time, baby. So nice. They do it twice. Let's go. Cam Newton, Devin Asiasi. The complete opposite of real life right here. You're witnessing it.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Lions might already be out of this one as their defense giving up these long, sustained, ticky-tack, chippy-chop drives. And Cam Newton not going long, doesn't have to, converting 3rd downs, and the Patriots, rolling all over the Lions early in this one.
Jordan dropping in Asiasi's ownership percentage here, 14.9% in the free showdown. That's in the captain spot. Highest owned, by the way, in the free showdown. So Cam Newton coming in, head and shoulders above the rest, around 75%. TJ Hawkinson, I don't think we've seen anything from him yet because the Lions have been hot garbage. He's at 57. Stafford, hot garbage, 54%. Asiasi, not hot garbage, 51.5%. Marvin Jones Jr., 46% owned. How's your lineup looking, or our lineup, since we are co-captains?
You know what? We're top 30 now, and we have about 47 points combined between Newton, Edelman, and Asiasi. They've been awesome. And then Marvin Jones, TJ Hawkinson, and James White have combined for 1 point. So a bit of a disparity in the roster build as the Lions now down to negative 10 total yards, negative 15 passing yards because of all the sacks that Stafford's taken, and 5 net rushing yards. This could be on par. We've seen games where Stafford has made it deep into the 4th quarter with negative points. Oh, that will help right there. Doesn't get the first, but Hawkinson is on the board. Stafford has his first completion for positive yards on the day. 3rd and manageable coming up. Waiting to see how Matt Patricia blows this one. Patricia,
dude, I love. I'm poking over to Twitch real quick. Sorry to cut you off. This is very important. Jab is asking, "Where's the football analyst who shouts all the time?" And then Care Bear's like, "I think you're talking about Kenny Ducey." Oh, good times. CDA, Andrew L. I'm going to ask this question because it involves America's America's team, baby. It involves Duval, CDA. What are you expecting out of Marvin Jones Jr. in Jacksonville?
So I think the way the roster is currently constructed, he's probably going to be a wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, much like he was in Detroit. He's a little bit of an older guy, and I do worry about him ceding some snaps to the young guns out there. Laviska Shenault has been getting rave reviews.
Yes.
Last season, he is a guy who made a massive positive impact when it came to lifting up Gardner Minshew. Minshew's passer rating when targeting Laviska Shenault was way higher than his average passer rating. So he brings a lot of value to that offense, but he's a little bit more of a Swiss Army knife. You know, you can put him in the backfield. You can roll him out. You can work weird gadget plays for him. Dude is just super versatile. So obviously DJ Chark's the one there. Shenault and Jones will kind of be jockeying back and forth at 2 and 3. And I really like Colin Johnson as well. Dude had a very solid career at Texas. 6'6", big red zone target, can go up and get it. Like normally you wouldn't want to invest all that much. It's 3rd and 5 going nowhere. The good news, the Lions get a first down here. The bad news is they're still probably going to have to punt this one away as the 2-minute warning looms. Anyway, I like normally a veteran like Jones in that 2-3 situation, I'd be like, I don't really worry about him too much. But this is a Jaguars team that's going to be throwing the hell out of the ball. Trevor Lawrence has a ton of upside. They've surrounded him with good, reliable targets. I think Jones is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of like 60 catches, like 800 to 900 yards.
Yes.
Not necessarily someone you want to bank on in season-long fantasy, but for daily fantasy purposes, cost could go down, production could go up. Could be a volatile guy, but could be the difference between losing and winning any given week. Is hey, we have someone other than Edelman or Ozzy catching the ball. It's N'Keal Harry, another guy who has looked great in the preseason so far. Rave reviews in camp for Harry, and might have found a way to finally make his impact in New England, or he might be teasing us once again and be due for another 20-catch, 235-yard season, as he has not been great in his 2 years as a pro.
Germ with Shake and CJ Retees, did you know? Jab, Care Bear. We've given you guys some love already. What's going on? DK Simfan, whether you're on Twitch, whether you're kicking it with us over on YouTube, there's close to 350 of you watching now. If you're in the game center, thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. I am Emerson Lazia. He is Christian D'Andrea, the team behind the scenes, the glue that keeps us together, keeps this train on the tracks. TP, Jordan, Frangelico, and Tate. Much love to you guys.
Ooh, we got another question here. Chris Wiley, how much of an impact does John Brown have in Vegas? Well, Brown's biggest concern after last season staying healthy. Is that Ozzy again? Of course it is. Who else would it be? Patriots continue to roll. Cam Newton still trending toward the bonus, and the Patriots trending toward more points here. Not quite field goal range yet, but 56 seconds and 2 timeouts to improve that. John Brown, I think, could have some Nelson Aguilar type upside for the Raiders. We saw that Derek Carr really took a lot more chances downfield last season. And Brown is a guy who, though he is older, still does have some pretty plus speed. A guy who came into the league with 4.3 40 speed. He's probably running closer to 4.4, 4.5 now, but can still get open. There's a lot of opportunity behind Henry Ruggs, and Ruggs still had some issues last season. So this could be a Bills in 2019 type situation where there isn't really an alpha dog wideout, and John Brown, much like Macho Man Randy Savage, he's the cream of the crop. He rises to the top, brother, and gets up there and sneakily throws in like an 80-catch, 1,000-yard season. We still got to see what we get from Bryan Edwards, who everyone's real high on in 2020 as a sleeper pick. Didn't really come through, dealt with injuries. Hunter Renfrow is still there, of course. Willie Snead's there. You got our guy, the Madden 20 hero, Zay Jones. He's still kicking around there too. But if Brown's healthy, I think he will play a pretty active role in that lineup. And I think he's going to be a guy that gets targets downfield quite a bit from a rejuvenated Derek Carr. Derek Carr, by the way, throwing out the Brady comps, not in any like, oh, I'm as good as Tom Brady, just in the straight up like, I want to play till I'm 45. And I like the ambition. I feel like Derek Carr is one of the most slept on quarterbacks out there. I feel like you can win games with Derek. I feel like he does not get his just due. And I guess part of that is because, he makes a lot of very dumb decisions when it comes to diving toward the pylon on quarterback sneaks and fumbling out the back of the end zone. But still, love you, Derek Carr. You're my guy. So, as Patriots here, about to take 3-possession lead, barring a stupid decision, barring a turnover. Are they going to kick it here, or are they going to take one, maybe 2 cracks at the end zone? They are. Newton cannot let this ball get stopped in the field of play, or else the half is over. Let's see what they do.
All right, baby. Get it done. Do not do what you're about to do unless he does it. And he gets out. He gets out.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
That is something we're not used to seeing that. We're not, even though I would say that's more luck than strategy.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought he was going to cut inside and try to drag our defender with him. Instead, he bounces the outside. They're going to try again. No lesson learned for old Gordon Murphy, the Patriots coach.
How about Quinn Nordine, this undrafted kicker they've had? Oh my God, is that who I think it is?
Oh,
holy hell!
Wow.
Holy hell! The hat trick, the Devin Asiasi, Cam Newton hookup hat trick, third touchdown between those two, and now an extra point away from taking a 21-0 lead, a straight up beatdown. I forgot who it was. It was a hilarious comment. Here we go. Charlie says, typical Thanksgiving Day Lions, but in August.
Yeah.
Emerson's Peloton, congratulations. I love you. He says, I won a free roll last night in your honor.
Nice.
Good stuff. David K says, Trevor Lawrence is benched by week 10. Urban is fired by midseason. Jags finished 4-13. Wouldn't shock me. Nothing surprises me down there anymore. I hope that prediction is wrong, but it is what it is, man.
I had to go in and retweet the Scott Zolak last tweet.
Yeah, I saw that. You guys are following former Patriots quarterback Scott Zolak on Twitter. He hosts a midday show here in the Boston market, in the New England market. He has tweeted out
five words. Perfect.
It's very, very simple. In 5 words, Glasheen is a train wreck. Glash is filling in, doing updates over on 98.5 The Sports Hub today. It's worth tuning in, showing some love to our boy. And I was like, as I mentioned in Slack, sometimes when I'm listening to him, I'm like, I can't tell. I feel like he's conflicted. He doesn't know if he should be WNBA Glash and be all professional, buttoned up, or should he be like the Nipplegate Glash, the Glash who does dress up and brings all that personality like Madden after
dark. Do you think
dark.
he's ever going to bring Skip Perkins out to 98.5, or do you think they would just fire him on the spot?
I think they would fire him on the spot. He's
That's
working with
correct
a lot of He's working with a lot of guys who've been on that station for a long, long time. He'll find his comfort zone. He's Glash, man. He's damn good at what he does. Sony Michel, 5 carries, 34 yards. Swift, 2 for 5. Here in the receptions department, after a 7 catch, he had a 7 catch first quarter. We said, oh my God, he's on pace for 28. I said, dude, he's going to do it. He had 1 catch in the second quarter. We're talking Julian Edelman. So 8 for 66, but the man underneath him, 7 catches, 70 yards, 3 touchdowns. Devin Asiasi, baby.
This guy has already got like 30 points in the flex. We are halfway through this game. 32 points right now. An absolute must for. I got him. I have Newton. I have Edelman. I have all 3 of those guys in my roster. I'm not even top half of our free roll right now because the Lions are just laying eggs all over my roster. Just putting on the goggles, and poor James White. I was like, oh man, that 2,200 from James White. Got to get him in there. No, wrong. Just 1 carry for 10 yards. No, this game has been pretty bad for the Lions, but as Patriots fans, I feel like we are seeing what could be with Cam Newton and Devin Asiasi in 2021. I had to think for a minute there because,
Yeah, it's a big night for him. like we said, just with Hunter Henry being hurt. So Asiasi's in that second tight end role. And that's the package. That's the package I think they were going to run. There's a reason they brought in Henry and Jonnu Smith was big, beefy dudes right there. And I think they're going to run the hell out of the football with Damian Harris.
Yeah. And Asiasi is a big bodied dude. He can get up there. He can create some space. I mean, he's 6'3", about 260. Back in the day, they would have had him play an offensive tackle. But now, he's not that big. But still, now he can get out there. He can clear a little space. He can get open. He can make some things happen. He spent last year learning the offense, learning the system. And as a Patriots team, they still have their move tight end in Jonnu Smith, a guy that they can give some occasional carries out of the backfield to put him in at H-back, move him out to slot. And then Asiasi can be more of that inline guy, and they'll be just fine with that as Cam and Patriots start the second half with the ball, which seems unfair. And who else? Julian Edelman gets it done. So he is inching toward the bonus. 9 catches already. A must-have in this complete.
All right, so right now, I'm looking at the scores here. We got a 4-way tie for first in the Big Free Showdown. So 8,000 entries there. Shout out to Tate and Frangelico doing that thing we like behind the scenes, adding up scores. Asiasi has 48 points in the captain spot right now. 15% of you in the 8,000 entries decide to captain him. Wise decision. He is on half the rosters though. 51% owned. 48 points in the captain spot. There's Cam Newton with 20 points. Edelman, who just keeps racking up catch after catch after catch. He has 9 of them for 83 yards. He's at 17 points. N'Keal Harry, another guy who, another dude, when we're talking real life, has had himself a pretty damn good training camp after a couple of years of disappointment, former first-round pick. Some believe as another catch for Asiasi here. Some believe he's just, increasing his trade value. The better he is, maybe the more the Pats can get back for him. Patriots defense, 12 points. And then Matt Prater, shockingly, these first-place teams all have Prater in their lineup, which he has 0 points now.
You have to have a line in there somewhere. And
yes.
Might as well just get the guy with 0 in, because most of the guys have 0 right now or something equivalent. Oh, Harry into double digits now. 11-6 in the flex from him. As big news, Miguel, 1984. Hey, Sim fam. Baby girl born 30 minutes ago. LFG. Hell yeah, man. Congrats. That's awesome. Girl dads rule. And we're real happy for you. And can also appreciate you coming, checking in. Because, when you're a dad at the hospital, that first day, you are superfluous, It's going to be, a lot of check-ins, let's take care of mom, make sure she got some beverages, make sure she's got her ice, make sure she's feeling well. But, you mostly are there in a support role. You got some time. You can dial up the phone, watch a few Sims, and, dude, we are so happy for you, man. Congrats. Good luck with the sleep over the next, let's conservatively say, 5 years.
What changes with the Lions this year now that Goff's under center?
Oh, it's going to be a lot more short range passing. So let's take a look. Big reason why the Rams were so eager to get rid of Jared Goff was because he didn't offer that kind of downfield passing that can really open up.
He's not very good. I think that's the simple reason why the Rams traded him away.
The thing is, he could be, but he just kept dialing back. He wasn't confident in his downfield throws anymore. It's weird to say that at age 26, the arm just wasn't the same, but didn't have that zip, didn't have those big windows like Matthew Stafford does. So Jared Goff, average intended air yards. Wow.
Yeah, we got another touchdown by the Patriots. And finally, we've discovered there are other scoring ways on this team besides Cam Newton, Asiasi. Sony Michel fights his way into the end zone.
Honestly,
4-touchdown lead.
A little bummed about that one.
Me too.
Yeah, so Goff, his last Pro Bowl year, 2018, he's throwing about 9 yards downfield every average pass, right? Reasonable, about league average, a little bit above league average. 2020 comes around, that average dials all the way down to 6 yards downfield per pass. Now, a guy like Matthew Stafford, he, in 2019, averaging about 11 yards downfield per pass. 2020, 9 yards downfield per pass. So you're going to deal with a lot fewer looks downfield, and part of that is Jared Goff. Part of that is because the receiving core just kind of sucks. Like, you have Tyrell Williams, who obviously can go deep, but we don't know what to expect from him after he sat out last season. Rashad Perriman can be a pretty useful guy, a guy who can give you a 100-yard game, but he's one of the least consistent players in the league. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a rookie, but he could wind up having a big, huge year. It could be a useful fantasy sleeper. And my guy, Quintez Cephas, out of Wisconsin, very useful kind of possession-type guy. He could find his way into the starting lineup. He could find his way into the wide receiver one position. We just don't know right now because everything's just a bit of a mess in Detroit right now. I think the one guy everyone is counting on to step up and get things done is TJ Hawkinson, but part of that is because we don't really know what the tight end group is going to look like across the NFL. We know there are like 3 elite guys and just a whole jumble of players everyone's kind of sort of banking on. So listen, going to be a lot of check down passing, and if Goff's game plan is anything like it was in LA, he's going to turn to his tight ends a lot. He's not going to be throwing downfield a lot. It could be a big, big boon for your slot guys and your possession receivers and your tight ends.
By the way, there was just enormous breaking news earlier where the Patriots announced their rookie numbers, and Mac Jones will be rocking number 10, same number that he was wearing in his Alabama days. Patriots are known for giving a lot of rookies at number 50, right? Quarterback, number 50.
Yeah. Gotta earn
so that wasn't going to last. Yeah, you got to earn that number 10, man. Or it's an actual rule, and we just can't. You're no longer allowed to wear 50 when we actually hit the field.
Ooh. Undercover boss Tom asking, "What's my take on DeAndre Swift?" I like DeAndre Swift a lot. I hate that he is a Lions running back because that means that immediately after showing promise, he's going to explode into a pile of dust, much like Kerryon Johnson. The platoon in Detroit is a pretty potent 1-2 punch between Swift and Jamal Williams. We saw what Jamal Williams could do as a Packer, and what Swift brings to the table is he is a guy who can get out there and add a lot of value in the passing game as well. Like a very useful PPR guy. Caught about 80% of his passes last season, had a solid yards per target number. And with a quarterback like Goff who checks down as often as he does, he could be looking at that number to go up from there because Stafford, obviously threw his share of screens, but Goff, especially if they're trying to rebuild his arm confidence, is going to be going through a very similar account in Detroit. So Swift on the ground, useful. They didn't really trust him with that lead back role. But it was Matt Patricia. It was weird. I don't know how much you can read into that. Due for bigger things today. Let's see where he's going in PPR leagues on average, where he's ranked in the consensus rankings. He is.
Talk to me. Need to know.
So 31st overall, RB 15 behind Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Najee Harris, and in front of Chris Carson and David Montgomery. Oh, I would actually rank them a little bit more highly. My one concern is that, like, the Lions, the one thing they can't do is develop homegrown running back talents, the curse of Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
Just through no fault of his own, like, poor DeAndre Swift might wind up being the next Mikel LaShore or Amir Abdullah or Javid Best.
But I saw this the other day because I'm looking around. I'm like, okay, who are some of the guys that could be drafting, like, in my upcoming fantasy drafts, and I do think Swift will be the focal point of that offense just because of there's a lack of receiving weapons there. And here's something else that as Galladay pulls in the reception, they're going to have first and goal. No, they have first and 10 coming up from the 10. But Anthony Lynn is now the offensive coordinator here, and that will be a bonus for all of DeAndre Swift's fantasy owners because how about this stat? During his 4 years with the Chargers, the running backs averaged nearly 23 rushing attempts and 10 targets per game. Like, that's big. That's big in the PPR department. As Hawkinson, and it's recovered by the Patriots defense. Hawkinson would have been in for the touchdown. Instead, he fumbles it. Dante Hightower scooping it up. That's a touchback with 2 seconds to go in the third. The Lions continue to Lions all over themselves in their pants. This is disgusting.
Yeah, this is, just a wonderful display of Thanksgiving Lions here. As Hawkinson, and that ball was on the turf so long. The Patriots were seemed hesitant to pick it up. Like the beating was too much. Like a stop, he's already dead kind of situation. And when they refused to jump on that ball, the Patriots begrudgingly decided, fine, no points for you. As Dalton Keene gets on the board, Patriots, if this were real life, would be resting their starters. It's 28-0, headed into the fourth quarter, and it has been real grim. But you know what's not grim?
What's up?
Post route.
Wednesday,
Thursday, Friday this week. Yesterday, I looked at all of next year's first-year Hall of Fame ballot candidates and who's going to make it. Today, my colleague Sarah Hardy unveiled her preseason How Was Your Summer rankings, dropped the top 10 today. It may not surprise you, Emerson Lafayette, to see that the Buccaneers having a pretty good summer. But you can subscribe for free and catch all that at postroute.substack.com. We got more coming tomorrow, and we are going to be ramping things up as the preseason grinds on.
Are you guys doing every day now? I feel like I'm getting more and more of these emails in my inbox.
No. So we skipped Monday because it was Victory Day, and as a Rhode Islander, I celebrate privately, and also because it's kind of crazy. Let's be honest.
Excellent.
I had the company coming in and out.
I'm not complaining about more of your fantastic pieces in my inbox. Like, trust me, the more the merrier.
Yeah, on Sunday, Brewers game, watched them lose to the Giants, which was a bummer. But we got the kiddo in the kids club. She was the one who actually bought our tickets. We had a 3-year-old with big spending, just throwing tickets out there. We had the worst seats, some of the worst seats out there. But it's a nice new stadium. There are no such thing as bad seats. Got to see a little bit of Christian Yelich up close, well, from afar, but still. So we did that instead on Sunday, and then Monday, no newsletter because we're enjoying some baseball.
TP, could you do me a favor and go back to the quarterbacks department, and I can rip through a few stats here for the chat. So here we go. Cam Newton, damn good in this game. 24 of 27, 246 yards, 3 touchdowns. And then Stafford is 10 of 12 for 84 yards. Now, all of Newton's touchdowns have gone to Devin Asiasi. There is a 4th touchdown that was scored in this game by the Pats. That came on the ground by Sony Michel. But look at this in the hello, how are you? It's very nice to see you. How you doing? I know you probably need to go potty. So Devin Asiasi, 8 for 77. He's got those 3 touchdowns. N'Keal Harry all of a sudden has 5 catches, 66 yards. Edelman, by the way, 9 for 83. I didn't mean to skip over him. And then Marvin Jones, 3 for 22. Galladay, 2 for 31. 2 for 14 for Hawkinson. And Demir Bed, 1 for 9. So that's good stuff. We'll head back to the game. We got one more quarter to go. I know, like, Georgie's like, yo, dude, what's going on? She just pops up. Hello. She's the best. She's really coming into her own and showing personality.
Nice. You love it. You love that. Especially dogs get older and they kind of chill out a little bit, but they still just maintain a little bit of that. Like every now and then that puppy behavior comes out and you're like, oh, hell yeah, this is the best. Yeah. Like you're no longer chewing everything and peeing everywhere, but you're a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. She's great. I think, is it tomorrow? She turns 7 months. Yeah, she'll be 7 months tomorrow. And to celebrate, on Tuesday, she'll be spayed. So that is going to be awesome. So I'll likely just be on some of the early games that day so I can make sure I take sweet care of her. Darkwing Duck, yeah, that's me co-hosting, making a little special appearance here it is nice that we're together, and a lot of times on these nooners, we get some garbage games. Now, garbage games in terms of no points scored.
Yeah.
This is still a garbage game in terms of one-sided affair, but 4 touchdowns is better than like 1 touchdown and 3 field goals.
Right. Yeah, I mean, at least we're getting some points here, and the Lions will have some garbage time as punt, Bailey punt, the all-pro punter, sails out one of the end zone. Not an all-pro punt from him there, but still, you get the point. Lions get the ball back here, trying to do something, anything, as Matt Stafford has 84 yards, about a dozen sacks taken, and is really just an interception away from confirming all the worst things about his Madden game.
Care Bear says, I didn't notice the other doggo looking dead on the sofa behind him. Yeah, that is Winnie, and she is napping. She is snoozing hard and barking and running in her sleep. We will not disturb her. And it's probably more of Georgie is over here looking at me and showing me love because she knows it's lunchtime.
We got a preseason football DFS question. Boston Scott tonight for my flex. Bucky Brumfield. I could not tell you. The preseason is so volatile that, Boston Scott's probably going to get some reps, but it's very possible he plays a couple series, and the most impactful running back is some, fifth stringer you've never heard of. It's just I stay away from all things preseason unless you're like, I think this fourth string quarterback is really going to shine. I don't know. I throw in the guys that you would never play in regular season fantasy because that's going to make it a lot more fun for you, and it's going to make it a lot more frustrating when Kenneth Gainwell comes in and lights up the joint,
I certainly do know. I also certainly know that right now in the free showdown, 8,000 entries, we're looking at a 7-way tie for first place. Current first place team line up 116.99 points. Aussie, 50 freaking points in the captain spot. Newton, 21 points. Edelman, 17. Sony Michel, 10. There's Amendola adding a little more. He's got almost 5. Patriots defense with 14 right now. As Stafford and company trying to get something going, they do pick up the first down. It's a really pathetic showing by the Lions today. Almost an evergreen statement, really.
Yeah, no, I saw Lions on the eye-opener sim, and I was like, this is going to set the tone for a not ideal day. But, you get the hand you're dealt and you play the cards accordingly, and that's exactly what the Patriots have done. Giving us something to talk about by just embarrassing this Detroit team. Detroit not even trying to get back into this one. They're keeping the ball on the ground. They're throwing screen passes. They're like, you know what? There's 4 minutes left. Let's run out the clock as much as possible because we don't want to be here. They talk to the refs. Can we just do running clock for the rest of the game? Can we just sim to end? Is that fine? Can we call this 10-run rule?
We have 3 more sims today, everybody. We have 3 more sims. We had an addition of the slate as well. 2 o'clock coming up next. Next sim, Washington at the 49ers. So Kaufman and Rossi will be with you for that one. We will re-air the sweat right after this sim wraps up. Bills at the Chargers will be Glash and Jeff. The slate will be Kaufman and Reed, and Seahawks at the Cardinals will be Kaufman and Big Saxy returning. Matthew Lamarca. Galladay down at the 1. Stafford up to 157 yards.
Oh, what would be the most frustrating? What would be the most frustrating outcome here? A Nick Bawden touchdown or an Adrian Peterson touchdown?
I think Adrian Peterson. He's listed as that power back here in this 2021 edition of Madden.
Both guys are in the lineup right now.
Okay, but they're going to go to the air. They're going to toss it up, corner of the end zone. He's out. He was looking for Galladay.
Not even near the field of play, that back foot. Wouldn't have counted in the NCAA. Wouldn't have counted at Northern Illinois or South Dakota. Both places where Kenny Galladay cut his teeth before he became a $18 million man with the New York Giants.
All right, single back going to the air again, incomplete pass. That was god awful.
It was really, really bad.
But what is not bad, almost 400 people watching on YouTube. It's telling me 69 likes right now, which is really nice.
Don't you
before we skedaddle? Yeah, don't touch a single thing, DK Sim fam. Good God. Patriots defense is like, I'm going to touch you, Matt Stafford. 4th and goal now after the sack. 2-minute warning from the 8. Hammer away on the like button. You guys are feeling good about life right now. Feeling good about the Patriots just destroying the Lions here. Again, the Patriots open their preseason tonight against Washington. The Lions will host the Bills tomorrow night. 4th and goal from the 8. They're going to throw it. And Stafford's trying to give you guys some garbage points back in the end zone to get it done. Danny Amendola, the Italian stallion, galloping into your hearts.
A heartbreaker for the Patriots defense. The shutout squelched. And one play away from the goose egg. Instead, Amendola, the wide receiver 3, breaking hearts out there. Not quite a Nick Bawden, Adrian Peterson touchdown, but
Retease, did you know? Said before that touchdown, amen, Dola. Ghost, 407, Dola, holla. Robes, what's up, dude? Tim the man, good to have you in the house. What do you got going the rest of the day? Major plans? Just going to sweat out all that sausage and hot dog meat from last week.
A little bit of that, of course. The Lions going to onside kick it here. They refuse to die with any kind of dignity, which I get. So Detroit Lions kind of
Even Terrell's phone charger on YouTube is saying, save some dignity, Detroit.
No, I got a little some work stuff to take care of, and then I don't know. It's a nice sunny day here in Madison, Wisconsin. Might take a little trip to maybe the dog park, maybe to the splash pad, since it's going to be about 86 and sunny at around 3 p.m. So
okay,
go cool off, take the kiddo out there. That was the one problem is that we've had all these thunderstorms and tornado watches that we've had humid hot days, and then every day we'd be like, oh, let's go down to the lake. By the time we get there, it's overcast, raining, and pouring. Oh, Emerson, I was telling who was I telling about this? I was telling Moose about this. So Lake Mills, Wisconsin, great Wisconsin town. Got the town square in the middle, and a whole bunch of little shops and restaurants. Go into this place. Where we played golf beforehand, need to get some food. $4 burger sounds great. On the way there, walk it up. Little shack, little stand on Main Street.
Oh, delicious.
Just says American Legion on it. It's right next to the bar we're going to go to for these $4 burgers. Guy goes, you come to the right place. We look over. Hamburger, $2.50. Cheeseburger, $2.75. Every guy in the back, old, mustache, American veterans, Legion. And I was like, you know what? For less than $3, I'll give this burger a try first. Emerson Lazia, one of the best burgers I've ever had in my life. Simple as hell,
right?
Like a quarter-pound patty, cheddar cheese, fried onions. Put down 3 of them. Tip generously too. I was like, there's no way this is only a $3 burger. Here it goes. Best burger I've had in a long time. It was at an American Legion pop-up stand in Lake Mills, Wisconsin. Cannot recommend it highly enough. Lake Mills, the place to be, not just for the lake, but for the people, for the ambiance, for the small town Wisconsin generosity, and that American Legion burger stand. They invited us to bingo afterwards too. They're like, "Yeah, come by the shack later. Come by the Legion Hall."
Midwestern folk are like very kind people.
It was nice. It was like honestly like something out of 1960. Like even the prices. It was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
It was like tears of joy streamed down my face as I just destroyed these burgers one after another. I was Wimpy from Popeye, just ruining cheeseburgers. Amazing.
This is something I'm like in your coat. Just pulling it out of your back pocket. It's not a wallet. Is that a wallet? No, it's a hamburger. So Edelman finishing with 9 catches, 83 yards. Seven of those catches came in the first quarter. Really started off hot. It's like that meme. Well, not gonna lie, they had us in the first half. Definitely with him. So check out the lineups, everybody. Check out where you're at. Whatever contest you are in.
Yeah.
Do you have you got some awards to dish out?
Yeah. Collectively, we finished 38th in this one, which is a bit of a bummer. I think no one else can be the Krusty Koff postroute.substack.com player of the game, but Devin Asiasi, who 33-7 in the flex, 50 in the captain spot. Like that dude got out there and earned it with the capital E. And oh man, just a whole bunch of Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid Award candidates in this one. Hawkinson, probably going to be the guy though. 3 catches, 1 fumble, 5.2 points in the flex, more than 50% owned. Hawk, you got to go, baby. You are the Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid Award winner in this one.
All right, everybody, we're going to re-air the Sweat, which if you ever want to watch it live, it's 11 o'clock Eastern time, Monday through Friday here on the Dream Stream. So Jesse Cofield was hosting that this morning. Check it out. Lots of good information. Yeah, TV's Jesse Cofield. That's right. Christian D'Andrea, it was good to see you. You and I
back tomorrow.
Are back together. Yes, tomorrow. Texans at the Ravens. That'll be at high noon. Next sim today. Washington at the 49ers, Kaufman and Rossi. Make sure you guys tune in for that. Thomas, Jordan, Frangelico, Tate, thank you so much for carrying the team. DK Sim fam, thanks for making time for us. We love you. Love being with you. Love seeing you. Love talking with you. And we will see you guys again tomorrow at high noon. The Sweat coming up right meow.
Happy Friday Eve, people. Welcome to another edition of The Sweat. You already know that I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. On the menu for today's show, the show goes on in Vegas. We're going to break down today's Summer League slate in the NBA, and we're looking at some interesting team-specific future bets for the 2021 NFL season because it is never too early to bet on football. Before we get to all that, though, it's time for baseball. Say hello to DraftKings contributors Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne, here for an award-winning segment called Put Up Your Bukes. Gary, and this isn't your first rodeo. You know what to do. Steve is going to lay out his favorite DFS plays for tonight's slate. You're going to be like, yes, totally, or absolutely not. And of course, we do keep scores. So here are last Thursday's results. We'll take a look at these. As you can see, Steve leading the series 3-1. Okay. Let's get to today, though. So, Steve, hit us with the pitcher that you're rostering tonight.
Now, I know Garion is going to agree with this one because nobody on the planet would disagree with this one, but he has a very nice article over on DraftKings Playbook that wrote up Brandon Woodruff because that's who we're using today, and that's what you should be using. It's a chalky play, but I don't give a crap. When the guy absolutely dominates the team, that's what you do is you go back to him. Since the All-Star break, the Cubs have the highest K rate in the league, and it's not even close. 33% since the not the All-Star break, since the trade deadline. That's what I meant. I'm so excited about talking about Brandon Wood if I can't get my dates straight. Tigers are second in the league at 28%. So obviously a huge difference here between the Cubs and the Tigers. Woodruff has faced his team already 4 times, allowed just 2 runs on 10 hits with 30 strikeouts through 25 innings. He might get 30 strikeouts again just today. So keep that in mind when building your lineup. But Woodruff is the play. There's no disagreement here. This is going to be a push between this our pitcher here today.
Okay, Gary and Steve is convinced there's gonna be no disagreement. So,
I mean, I'm torn. So yesterday on the Sweat, I sung the praises of Corbin Burns, and I essentially said there are some slates where you just suck it up, you eat the chalk because some guys have 40 DraftKings point upside, and I was wrong because Corbin Burns had 50 DraftKings point upside against this Chicago Cubs team. He and Peralta in the first two games of this series have struck out 23 Cubs in 13 and a third innings. It's insane. However, last Thursday, I also said I would never push in this segment. I will always try to win the segment. So with that in mind, I will also say that Chris Bassett is a good play. He's not as good as as Brandon Woodruff, but I will stand behind Chris Bassett just so I do not have to tie in this segment. Bassett in his last 4 starts has a 28.4% strikeout rate. He's gone over 20 DraftKings points in 6 of his last 8 starts. And Cleveland really can't hit. I mean, let's not forget about that. There are other non-Cubs teams that cannot hit the baseball, and Cleveland is definitely one of them. They have a 91 WRC plus since the All-Star break. So purely in the interest of me never wanting to tie, I will stand behind Chris Bassett.
okay. I mean, Garion has his strategy here. Steve, move on to infielder. Tell me who you're going with.
I'll tell you know who would have pushed that segment? Nick Fryer, but we hauled his ass out of here, and now we have Garen. That's a man of the people right there. That's a man that we like. For the infield, this is going to be an afternoon where we're targeting against Eli Morgan. So you're going to get 2 athletics for the next picks here, but we're going with Matt Olson here against righties. Olson has a 376 WOBA, 235 isolated power, and a 146 WRC plus. He has been absolutely crushing the ball during the second half of this season. 13 extra base hits in just 22 games so far. He has been absolutely parking the ball. Eli Morgan, not afraid to let opposing hitters let the ball go out of the park. That's actually one of his specialties. So we appreciate that, Mr. Eli Morgan. But we're going with Olson tonight. Well, more this afternoon. A lot of games this afternoon. Olson is our guy in the infield. You're going to get another athletic in the outfield, so spoiler alert on that one, but Olson is the guy in the infield.
All right, Gary and Matt Olson, yay or nay?
Olson's a good play. I don't think he's as good a play as Trey Turner, though. Turner is priced higher, justifiably. He's $6,000, but as Steve knows, you sort of just blindly play Trey Turner against left-handed pitching. He has been a machine against southpaws this season. He's hitting .406 against lefties with a 194 WRC plus. I know Ranger Suarez has somehow magically been pitching really well for the Phillies so far this season, but even if Suarez pitches well, he's probably only going to be able to go 4 innings in this game. They're still stretching him out from his bullpen role. So you're probably going to get 3 Trey Turner plate appearances against a Philadelphia bullpen that's got a FIP around 5.
Yeah.
So at no point today is Trey Turner going to be in a tough matchup. So I think he definitely plays off this price point, whether it's with his bat or by stealing a couple bases.
Steve, you seem like you don't hate Garion's pick. So
I mean, it's hard to hate the guy who has the smoothest slide in all of baseball. So absolutely not going to hate on Trey Turner.
Okay, well, Steve, let's get your outfielder.
Yeah, it's going to be Starling Marte. Like I said, another athletic here. And this is where really Eli Morgan struggles, is against opposing right-handed bats. He's been tagged with a 383 WOBA, 5.55 FIP, and 8 of the 12 home runs that he's allowed. But I think the bigger story here is just how well Marte has fit in with the Athletics since being acquired at the trade deadline. It's a small sample. It's only 8 games. But since joining the team, 502 WOBA, 211 isolated power, and a 231 WRC plus. In the limited opportunities that he's gotten with the Athletics, he's made it count. He should continue that trend tonight. Again, I keep saying tonight. It's this afternoon, Steve. Get with it. Against Morgan this afternoon. It should go well for the Athletics here. I'm stacking the Athletics. Those 2 guys that I mentioned already will be the anchors of that stack. You get Marte into the outfield.
Gary and Starling Marte is Steve's guy. Do you like that?
I'm always for stacking against Eli Morgan. However, there is another sort of unknown pitching quantity on this slate that I would like to take advantage of. I don't know a lot about Mitch White. I'll be perfectly honest. I had to look up some stuff. But what I found out was that he does not like facing left-handed batters. He's faced 47 so far this season. Those 47 batters have hit 302 with a 512 slugging percentage off of White so far this season. Bryce Harper, I mean, this is great. This is how things work out. Bryce Harper, one of the best left-handed hitters in all of baseball, a guy who suddenly is a front runner for National League MVP because of what he's been able to do since the All-Star break. But for the season as a whole, he's got a 172 WRC plus against right-handed pitching, a 1.051 OPS. If you can get Bryce Harper in a matchup where essentially you're going to be seeing a team's emergency starter and a bunch of middle relievers, I think you have to take advantage of that situation.
All right, Steve, let's go to value. You're going with a guy, a talented outfielder whose hitting streak has been extended to 4 games. Who is it and why are you rostering him?
Yeah, I've mentioned him multiple times on the show. Friend of the show here, Dylan Carlson, continues to have a really good second half. 358 WOBA, 247 isolated power, and a 127 WRC plus over that span. Today, got that one right this time. I kept saying it in my head while Gary was talking. He's facing JT Brubaker, who just has struggles against lefties. Carlson is a switch hitter, so he can hit from both sides of the plate. Should be lefty against Brubaker. He has a 5.31 FIP and a 1.9 home run over 9 innings against lefties. Carlson can do a little bit of it all. He can hit for power. He can steal a bag. He can go extra bases. He can just kind of do it all, and he's hitting well, and he's still very, very cheap. There's no reason why he should still be this cheap, but nobody's going to complain about that except the haters. And you know what? We don't care about the haters. Garion might be a hater here, but I like Garion still, so he's the exception.
Garion, you're not a hater. You like Dylan Carlson for 3,100?
I mean, I can't lie. It's in writing with timestamp. This morning, I believe I called Dylan Carlson my favorite value play on the slate. So that's tough. That's a tough one to argue.
Sorry.
However, now that we're building our lineups around Brandon Woodruff and Chris Bassett, we're going to need to save a little bit more money. So here is my extreme value play of the day. Charlie Culberson, who has multi-position eligibility. He's $2,100 going up against Marco Gonzalez, who has a 6.50 expected ERA so far this season. Culberson in over 100 plate appearances against left-handed pitching. So a very big sample size for 2021. He's hitting 333 with a 146 WRC plus. That is not production you can often find for essentially the minimum. So I do think Carlson is a great value play, but dollar for dollar, Culberson might be the best value play on this slate.
All right, Gary and going extreme value. Thank you guys. Again, we're going to keep score and report back next week on our findings. All right, thanks, guys. Next up on the Sweat, we are diving into today's NBA Summer League slate. Our contributors are going to lay out the bets they're enticed by, which DFS plays they're liking. They'll do all that when the Sweat returns. Another day, another NBA Summer League slate to break down. Here to do it, our best friends and DraftKings contributors, Julian Edlow and Kenny Ducey. Gentlemen, let's get into it. Jules, look, I know your strategy for the Summer League is to stack your lineup with middle of the pack guys, but if you had to pay up for a high-priced DFS play, who would it be?
Well, there's this perception that I'm such a stubborn person, but I do admit when I am wrong. And I was wrong when we did this on Tuesday. Nick and Kenny both said that Peyton Pritchard was worth paying up for again. I said that it could be another guy for the Celtics that game. And while Aaron Nesmith did have a huge game, Peyton Pritchard had a massive game again as well. So if it is not broke, don't fix it. Peyton Pritchard, $9,300. He's averaging 49 DraftKings points. He have 44 and 54 through these two games. He doesn't need many minutes to do it. The ball's in his hands. He's going to be shooting threes. He's been racking up assists, which is just part of the Celtics' talent advantage of having all these mid to late first-round picks, even from a few years back, like guys like Romeo Langford in the Summer League. So I'm just going to keep going with Peyton Pritchard against Orlando here to continue his success.
Yeah, Kenny, Jules mentioned last game out, 54 fantasy points. How do we feel about a guy you're paying up for? Maybe it's Peyton Pritchard.
It's always a good idea to pay up for Peyton Pritchard. Look, I like Tyrese Maxey here at $8,600. It's a little cheaper than the really, really high price guys. And when you look at this guy, I mean, he is arguably, to me, one of the 10 most talented offensive players that we have in Summer League right now. A top 10 offensive talent. He's a great scorer. His first Summer League game against Dallas, 25 minutes, 21 points, almost 40 DraftKings fantasy points. This is a guy that has dropped 30 points twice already in the NBA. His career high, 39 points coming in January. So I think that he has the talent here to break through an Atlanta team that's been really, really strong, but probably doesn't have the quite the perimeter defense to contain Tyrese Maxey. I think his shot creation here is very important. He took 15 shots in his first Summer League game. You want to see that volume. You want to see a guy that's a daring shooter, going to take a lot of shots, going to be a little selfish. And I think that's what Maxey's going to do. He's going to just create. He's going to hit buckets. And I think that he's going to hit value and much more for you at $8,600. All
right, Kenny. Well, that's not like the most expensive guy on the slate, but what about some more value, like really a value play here?
Yeah, I think I said hit buckets. That's not right. Look, I've been looking down in the 5,000s to 4,000s. There's a lot of intriguing options. Sadly, no Deuce McBride on this slate. But here's a guy that I like. He went to a college by the name of UVM, the University of Vermont. Anthony Lamb, $5,500. This guy is a great, great scorer. He's a great shooter. He didn't have to do that much from a shooting perspective to hit 26 DraftKings fantasy points against Detroit because he racked up 8 rebounds along with 2 assists, a couple steals. I think that this is a very talented offensive scorer as well. And I think that the Rockets here, they've shown that they want to use him 20 and 24 minutes respectively in his first 2 games in Vegas. He's a guy that, he can get hot from the perimeter. He's a guy that is going to shoot the basketball when it's in his hands. And we just haven't really seen that yet, but we've seen him produce in all the other categories so far, especially in the rebounding department. I think that size and that ability to shoot the ball could create another good game for him. I think he could maybe hit 30 DraftKings fantasy points. And again, $5,500, all you're really looking for is, 27, 28 points, and you're pretty happy. I think he could do that and more.
Jules, where are you looking for value?
I'm going to go with another Rocket. He's a couple $100 cheaper. He's playing a couple more minutes per game so far. He is absolutely not filling it up from the outside, and that is Josh Christopher, who is 1 of 8 from downtown so far in 28 and 27 minutes in the 2 games so far for the Rockets. Maybe he drops a couple more threes, not a great three-point shooter, but maybe the upside is there. He's at least taking them. But this kid the Rockets don't have really point guards. I mean, Lamb is there, but they don't really have point guards on this roster. So Christopher's been handling the ball a lot from the pieces of Houston games that I've watched. So 11 assists so far total in those 2 games. Decent rebounder, but he's a physical guard. He's been going to the hoop. He's averaging 14 points per game through these 2 games. So, a lot of attention obviously on Jalen Green and our guy Alperen Şengün, but Christopher is having a really good rookie season so far in these Summer League games, and I don't see why that would stop. He's a guy that should get you about 30 DraftKings points in this game.
All right, put your sportsbook hat on now, Julian. Is there a Summer League game spread that you're always on that you're enticed by?
Yeah, I gave out the Celtics -5 on Tuesday. They were a landslide blowout victory. They're 2-0 in summer league. I tweeted them out at -3 this morning. I think they're at 3.5, 4 now. That's fine with me. I'll lay it with the Celtics, who are playing the Magic. They'll get Jalen Suggs, really good talent, but Wagner's been a little shaky so far. Cole Anthony has looked awful. Can't buy a bucket. I don't think that the Magic roster really has much. Whereas, like I said, the Celtics Summer League roster, Danny Ainge had taken a lot of heat in Boston for stockpiling all these draft picks and not doing anything with them. What that does mean is that they have a lot of mid to late first rounders, a lot of legitimate talent on this roster. I think that the Magic are a little bit more talented than the Nuggets team that they blew out on Tuesday. So maybe they hang around a little bit longer, but in the end, I think this is going to be a convincing victory for the Celtics.
Yeah. Celtics, -3.5 favorites now. Kenny, what do you think?
Not a bad call. I'm going to go back to that game that Julian was just alluding to, where they blew out the Denver Nuggets. I like the Denver Nuggets to win here tonight against the Phoenix Suns. They're -125 on the money line. I think I would take that. -1.5 probably works as well. This is a team with a lot of big bodies that I think will bully this Summer League Suns, who arguably have been just as bad, if not worse, of late than the Nuggets here in Vegas. You look at guys like Devontae Burton, Samaj Christian at guard, who's got some size, and Marcus Howard, who can really fill it up. They have a lot of offensive talent. Tariq Black is on this team as well, if you remember him. So, and of course, Ball has been fantastic. I think that they have enough talent here to overcome the Phoenix Suns, who just are a little underwhelming from a talent standpoint with their roster and with their performance as well. I think this is a pretty good price. This is a pretty good Summer League team. They're one of the favorites to win it all, and I think that they get back on track here.
95 degrees and Kenny's out here betting against the sun. What a time to be alive.
I've been fighting the sun all week. Really, it's been tough.
Yeah, I mean, all three of us have the complexions that definitely need sunscreen. So, Kenny, how about a Summer League game total that you're enticed by?
Look, I think that it makes sense why the Magic and Celtics are at 173.5, which is a ridiculously high total. You have a lot of talented scorers on the Boston Celtics, who I believe in. But look, even if one of them, right, even if Aaron Naismith has a bad shooting night, or Peyton Pritchard or Carson Edwards, I think that this has a very good chance of going under, considering the Magic, their guys have been really, really bad. RJ Hampton and Cole Anthony, who was a big fail on my part by recommending him yesterday. He's been shooting terribly. RJ Hampton's not looked good as well. So this is a team that has some talent, but they've really just underwhelmed so far at Vegas. I don't think they're going to be able to score enough here against a just competent Boston defense. And I think that alone probably drives this game under a very, very high number. I know it's not fun taking the under, especially in Summer League, especially with unlimited fouls or whatever, 10 fouls. But I just don't think they get there.
Jules, what do you think? A game total that you're liking here?
I am not going to lie. I can't figure out how to bet totals in Summer League. There's unlimited fouls. You don't know what you're going to get from certain teams. You don't know who's going to play for certain teams. So I can't do it. So I'm just going to give you another team that I like, and that would be the Houston Rockets, -3.5 against the Toronto Raptors. The Rockets have been pretty dominant so far in Summer League. That showdown with Cade Cunningham, they were 3.5-point dogs, I think, and closed as favorites. They covered and won that one handily. I think they just keep rolling against this Raptors squad, where Scotty Barnes took a little step back in the second game after a huge debut. And they don't have that much else on that roster, whereas Houston has 3 first-round picks. They have a guy in Lamb that Kenny talked about. Houston has a lot of talent. So this one's moving, I think, and I'll just like I'm laying the 3.5 with the Celtics, I'll lay the 3.5 with the Rockets and not have to think about all these totals and what's going to happen.
Take a total, you coward.
No.
He doesn't know what he doesn't know, Kenny. And
I play to my strengths. We've been over this.
Well, this will be, you can play to your strengths on this one. Do your thing and hit us with that slate approved pick. Jules, favorite bet or DFS play tonight in the NBA Summer League? You can go to DFS if you don't want to talk betting.
No. I like the betting side of things more than the DFS side, I would say. And it's going to be the Celtics, the first play that I gave out. I think that they are arguably the most talented team here in Las Vegas. And they're playing their guys pretty decent minutes. Guys like Pritchard and Neesmith are doing a lot with, even just 20 to 25 minutes. So I trust them to get there and going, you're going against the backcourt of Suggs and Anthony. I think that kind of scares people. But when you just go down the talent on these rosters, I don't think it's too close. I think the Celtics continue to blow teams out.
All right, slate approved, Kenny.
Sharif Cooper is only $6,300, and you can't ignore how much playing time this guy is getting. 28 and 29 minutes in his first two Summer League games. He hit the game-winning shot against Indiana. 37.25 DraftKings fantasy points in that one. He took 14 shots. Look, he might not hit 8 of his 14 again and 5 from 3, but look, he's taking a lot of shots. He's playing a lot of minutes. You can't ignore him at this price. He's definitely a guy that the Hawks are going to get the ball in his hand.
All right, fellas, thank you. Next up, we're going to get team specific with our future bets in the NFL. Stay tuned. big welcome to our NFL panel, DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich, Reed Fowler, and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Guys, the NFL season is fast approaching, so let's talk future bets, shall we? Continuing the trend this week, sticking with team specials on the DK Sportsbook, we start by taking a look at the 2021 Miami Dolphins. All eyes will be on Tua Tagovailoa under center to see if he's the guy to lead this Dolphins team. You can get plus 230 odds on Tua to go over 24.5 regular season passing touchdowns and Devontae Parker to go over 800.5 regular season receiving yards. Jeff, do you think this connection will work for Miami and this special will hit?
Yeah, I'm out on both these players. I mean, just straight up, I really don't want anything to do with this. You've got Tua, guy who threw 11 touchdowns in 9 games last season, but this is a player who threw for 6.3 yards per completion. Like he had a worse yards per completion than Andy Dalton, Alex Smith. He had a 50% completion rate in the red zone, which is basically the worst among all starting quarterbacks. Can he improve on these? Absolutely. Is he going to improve to the point where, you can trust him to throw 25 touchdowns? I want nothing to do with that. Again, I think you'll probably see some improvement because he's got nowhere to go but up. But, I don't really want to bet on this guy necessarily long-term being this good a quarterback. And then you've got the Devontae Parker issue. This guy's broken 800 yards once in his career. He's played over 12 games once in his career. I want nothing to do with Devontae Parker, so I'm completely out on this.
Reader, you completely out.
No, I'm not completely out. Let's take a look at who Tua had, right, to pass to last year. I mean, it was a bunch of nobodies, really. And look, Devontae Parker and Will Fuller, they're not going to break the bank at all. But Tua also was hurt. He didn't have a full season. He had, Ryan Fitzpatrick, future Hall of Famer, breathing down his back. I know he's not a future Hall of Famer, but I'm not going to stop trying. And so there was a lot of things working against Tua. He gets a bad rap, as he should, because he's a quarterback. But now this is the first full season. Will Fuller is there. We know that he complements number one receivers. We saw that in Houston, and it's not a correlation, right? That Houston and Miami are the same. But I do appreciate what a guy like Will Fuller can do for a guy like Devontae Parker. And Tua, we just need to see where it's at, right? I think that, yes, he's not a guy that goes downfield, but I do think it opens up this offense. And the one thing I do like, guys, is that their schedule the first 10 weeks, you got Houston, you got Jacksonville, you got teams that allow a lot of passing yards, the Bills, the Raiders. You're going to have to pass quite a bit. And so I like the beginning part of the season for the Miami Dolphins. Don't hate it as much, but if I had to lean one side, I do like Parker, if he can stay healthy, to go over these yards.
All right, AJ, where do you stand on this?
I agree with Reed here on the Parker half. I do think he'll get there. He's had over 100 targets in each of the last 2 seasons. I expect that to continue. He's got a combined 7 games of over 100 yards receiving. So I definitely think he can hit that 800 yard mark, especially as Reed said, with Will Fuller in the mix as well. For me, though, this all falls apart when you look at the touchdown total. Yeah, rookie season, only 10 games, all those factors that Reed pointed out. But if you carry over his touchdown rate last season to a full 17-game schedule, you're still just getting 19 touchdowns here. Adding 6 more, I think, is a stretch for him in this offense. And I just don't see that touchdown mark hitting.
All right, how about the Broncos, who are looking to improve on an offense that ranked 28th in points per game last season? So one of their specials includes regular season totals for some of their star offensive players. Courtland Sutton to go over 1,050.5 receiving yards, Jerry Jeudy to go over 65.5 receptions, and newly drafted Javonte Williams to have over 7 rushing touchdowns. Reed, who are you most concerned about reaching their total to hit this bet for plus 600?
Yeah, I'm going the easy route, Jesse. Javonte Williams, we just don't know, right? Melvin Gordon is still there. Even though he's not the guy that we used to see with Melvin Gordon, he's still going to be a factor. Philip Lindsay is gone. He's in Houston. But it really comes down to the rookie and how he's going to be deployed. He should take the bulk of the carries midway through the season. At least that's what we think. But that's the part that I'm most concerned with. If I had to lean with one of these guys to hit those overs, it depends on the quarterback play. I think Courtland Sutton, if Drew Lock is the guy, Courtland Sutton is a player that I do like and I'm bullish on, because we know Lock likes to lock in on one. I don't know why I did that. Lock in on one receiver. We saw at end of 2019, had 28 targets in the last 3 games with Sutton and Locke. And if it's Teddy, I think it's Jerry Jeudy. We know what he does with a lower A dot and a guy across the middle, and that's really Jerry Jeudy. And if you're bullish on these preseason and on the training camp videos, Jerry Jeudy looks like wide receiver number 1 so far.
All All right, AJ, which of these guys are you most concerned about reaching their total?
Well, I think for me, it's actually Sutton. You know, he's coming off that significant knee injury. Can he get back to being a Pro Bowl caliber wide receiver? I do think eventually here he'll be their top target in my opinion. But I also have to be concerned about the fact that he has just 2 games over that 100-yard receiving. So hitting that big total is certainly a concern. On the flip side, Judy had just 52 receptions last year on 110 targets, and that's without Sutton available in the lineup here. I expect, only one of these wide receivers for me, I think, will hit their portion of this bet. And so I think I have to avoid it from that standpoint. And I haven't even touched on everything that Reed pointed out regarding the running back situation.
All right, Jeff, what about you?
I mean, I'm concerned across the board. I'm out on this. I might need triple the odds to take this one. Javonte Williams is a rookie. He's got Melvin Gordon back there. Melvin Gordon and Philip Lindsay combined for 10 rushing touchdowns last year. Even if the Broncos improve on that number a little bit, you're basically asking Javonte Williams to come in and take the bulk of the red zone carries. If we know one thing about NFL head coaches, it's that they're going to side with the veteran, even sometimes when the rookie outshines them talent-wise. So it's really big ass just right off the bat for Javonte Williams, to be getting like over 7 touchdowns. And then you've got Cortland Sutton coming back from an ACL. Then you've got Jerry Jeudy, who, like AJ just said, was pretty terrible, especially with his catch rate. He had an under 50% catch rate in his first season. Now, look, the big thing is here, I don't want any receivers overs that are attached to Drew Lock as their quarterback, which we might get. So this one's tough. I like the Denver skill players. I really do. And I don't want to be like negative Thursday here, but this one is a real reach for me.
All right, well, let's move on. You can't talk about the Arizona Cardinals without looking at their dynamic duo of Kyler Murray and DeAndre Hopkins. Now those two connected for 6 touchdowns last season on the DK Sportsbook. You can get Kyler to go over 4,150 and a half passing yards. Hopkins catch over 7.5 touchdowns for plus 225 odds. AJ, do you think they'll both improve enough on last year's numbers to hit this bet?
This is the one I like out of everything we've talked about here. With the previous bet, I talked about the 2 wide receivers kind of working against each other and taking a share here. For this one, I think it's a clear all or nothing situation. I think either they both hit their mark or neither hits their mark. You look at Murray's numbers in terms of yards, averaged 248.2 per game last year. Add in that extra game, and he's already over that 41.50 and a half mark. On the other side, in terms of the receptions, I think Hopkins can easily get over that. He's been right at the 7-8 threshold the last 2 years. Obviously, he had those previous seasons over 10. I love this bet, especially at that 250 value.
Jeff, what do you think? Do you love this bet?
I don't love it, but look, when we're talking about it in comparison to the other bets we've spoken about, yeah, this one makes a lot more sense. I don't really like the DeAndre Hopkins part of it. The Cardinals definitely like a rushing team in the red zone. You've got a rushing QB. I'm just not convinced that they're going to throw a ton back there. I do think Kyler Murray will hit his over on this prop, assuming he stays relatively healthy. I think the Cardinals will dial back his rushes just a little bit. And again, I think they'll use him in the red zone for rushing, but I think just a few more pass attempts with the extra game. Kyler was basically on pace to hit the over on this one last season, even when he was banged up near the end of the year. So I think the Kyler over passing prop is the one I would just go out and bet personally of these 2.
All right, Reed, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I'm with AJ here. I'm pretty bullish on Arizona, especially in this division, even though it's run first. Kyler was on pace to be a guy who was going to go over 4,000 yards passing and over 1,000 yards rushing. So even if they dial it back a little bit, right, with his rushing to preserve Kyler Murray, I still think that this is pretty nice in terms of what they have to do. And you take a look at what his passer rating too was on deep passes and play action, 154.9, 436 passing yards on deep play action plays. Like that's huge, right? And that was number 1 in the NFL. So for the yards part, I do like it. And D-Hop, again, kind of goes back to the Will Fuller discussion that we've seen what he can do with a primetime wide receiver too. AJ Green, is he still that guy? Kyler Murray seems to think so. I would hope so because that's his quarterback. But yeah, I'm pretty bullish on this. I'm with AJ.
Finally, how about the Pittsburgh Steelers and their absolute stable of receiving weapons? They got Juju, Claypool, Johnson, Washington, just to name a few. I could go on. Let's specifically look at 2 of those guys. So you can get plus 175 odds on Chase Claypool and Deontay Johnson to go over 1,999.5 combined receiving yards in the regular season. Do you think they can do it, Jeff?
Yeah, this is probably my favorite one. I think plus 175 here does get pretty interesting, especially if you're a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, whatever. Chase Claypool, I mean, I just don't know how the Steelers are going to be able to keep him off the field. He's obviously is a bit of a monster just downfield in terms of yards per reception as well. 873 yards on 62 receptions. I don't see his target count going down at all. If anything, it's probably going to go up. And Deontay Johnson is a guy. His production last year off the 144 targets leaves a little bit to be wanting. He didn't crack 1,000 yards, but realistically, this guy just gets open so good, and he just is so good that I think you'll see improvement here on his catch rate. And if both those things happen with the extra game, I think these guys have a very good shot at doing it. So you're betting on the health of two players, which is always risky with these player props. But at 1 plus 175, this one easily has the most appeal for me today.
Reed, does it have the most appeal for you?
Yeah, Jeff touched on a big thing with Deontay Johnson because that's actually the part that scares me. We know he's a target monster. He's had 144 targets last year, but he just didn't have the yards. His over receptions on the DK Sportsbook right now is, I think, at 83.5. Yeah, minus 115. That he was just a reception monster. So I'd rather go with that. And that's why you're seeing plus money on this. And look, if Ben is healthy, yes, we're much more bullish on this. If he's not healthy, boy, I just do not want any part because we saw what happened to the Steelers when Ben was not there. And that's just a risk. Even though Ben is doing like 20% Tom Brady diet, I still don't know. He's still one of the guys that's pretty brittle. So all things considered, I do like it, but give me the Deontay Johnson over receptions as opposed to this one there, Jesse.
AJ, where do you stand on it?
Big Ben lost me with avocado ice cream. I'm out on that one, and I'm out on this bet. Look, as Reed said, you've got two guys that are, they're not really controlling their own fate here. They're contingent on Big Ben's health, which is questionable at best on most seasons, although he's played through a lot of stuff. This is not a mobile guy, even in his best of days. That's obviously behind him. And the fact of the matter is these guys are going to eat each other up. I mean, you talked, Jesse, at the top, the number of names that could be wide receiver targets here. I think Juju still takes too many of those targets away for me to be in on this one and to take it. So I'll stick with my Arizona prop here.
All right, good stuff, guys. Appreciate it as always. One more block to go here on the Sweat, and we're going back to baseball. Stay tuned. Final block of the show, and we're spending it with DraftKings contributors Nick Fryer, Stan Sun, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Guys, the MLB cover the bases time, getting your favorite bets in the following categories on tonight's MLB slate. So, Nick, first base is a run line or money line you're interested in, and I heard that you're going with a very special game.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Field of Dreams game. I'm going with the White Sox money line against the Yankees. They're the favorite tonight. So run line is in play, but I'll get to that in a second why I don't want to go run line. But first, you got Lance Lynn versus Andrew Heaney. Heaney's a guy you always want to target in any capacity if you can, going against him. The Yankees are fifth worst in K rate against right-handed pitching this season. So Lynn's strikeout prop is in play, but more on pitcher props later. They're one of the worst teams against right-handed pitching this season. And over the last couple weeks, they're 21st in OPS against right-handed pitching. Heaney has gotten smacked in his 2 Yankee starts so far. Last time was against the Mariners, and I know Steve wants to tell everybody the Mariners are going to win the AL West or whatever, but they have not hit left-handed pitching well this season, and they've been kind of middle of the pack of late. The reason I'm not going run line with this tonight is because the White Sox haven't been, they haven't done much against left-handed pitching of late. I still like Lance Lynn to go out and do well enough for them to win this game, especially against a guy like Andrew Heaney. And the other thing is, too, you got 2 good bullpens going. The White Sox did see Andrew Heaney early in the year. The only reason that I might consider run line would be because they kicked the tar out of him in his first start of the season. But either way, I think money line White Sox is the best bet in this one today.
Dan, what do you think? A run line or money line you like?
I'm gonna go run line. San Francisco 1.5 over Colorado plus 125. As a Dodger fan, it pains me. I think my card needs to get revoked, but it's just Logan Webb on the mound for the Giants. He's having a good year. 3.31 FIP, 11% swinging strike rate. The K per nine is respectable 9.34. He's only allowed 0.8 home runs per nine. It's more about the Colorado offense. They're just so inept on the road, last in runs scored by a significant margin. German Marquez, he's on the mound for Colorado, and I usually like to target him, especially at Coors, because the ownership is usually low, and he's actually a good pitcher. But in 2 games against the Giants this season, 1 at home, 1 on the road, he went 4 innings, allowed 4 runs, and then he got blasted for 8 runs in 2/3 of an inning. So granted, those games happened, late April, early May, or early March. But he's definitely gettable, and the Rockies do have one of the worst bullpens in all of baseball.
All right, Eric, run line or money line?
Yeah, I'm actually going to go back to that Field of Dreams game and take the other side. This is the pro Andrew Heaney corner. If you look at Heaney and Lynn, Lynn beats Heaney by almost 3.5 runs in ERA. But if you look at some of the ERA estimators, xFIP has Heaney behind by only 0.08 runs, and Sierra has them exactly tied. They're more or less almost exactly tied in both strikeout rate and walk rate on the season. Lynn doesn't get a lot of ground balls, and Heaney gets even fewer. 32% ground ball rate for Heaney is a problem in places like Yankee Stadium, making it kind of a strange acquisition for New York at the deadline. But he's really a much better pitcher than his ERA suggests, and he's not pitching in Yankee Stadium in this one. I don't know the park factors of your average cornfield, but I would guess most of them are at least a little bit more pitcher friendly than Yankee Stadium. From what I've seen of the dimensions of this stadium, it looks pretty standard, so I wouldn't expect anything too crazy there. And again, with Yankee Stadium being such an outlier, I think almost every park is better for Heaney than the one he now calls home. I would still say that White Sox probably are the favorites, but the Yankees, they have a good team, even if they haven't always played up to those standards this year. And I think being plus 140 underdogs is just too much for me.
Yeah, not a lot of cornfield stats. We don't have those. Somebody get those. No, I'm just kidding. Second base, a game total that you like, Stan. Where are you going for this one?
I'm going to go under 10.5 Tampa Bay Boston. And, I'm a little scared here because they scored 28 total runs last night. But, they had to have shot their load, right? Can they continue that toward offensive pace? But I do have some semi-logical reasons for going here. Tanner Houck for the Red Sox, he's been amazing. 25.2 innings pitched, 12.62 K per nine, 0.35 home runs per nine, 1.69 FIP, swinging strike rate 12.3%. Now, he may not go that deep into the game, but the Boston bullpen, they have been very good with the sub 4 FIP. Tampa Bay on offense, they're 4th in strikeouts against right-handed pitching. On the other side, it's a bullpen game. Drew Rasmussen will be the opener. 11.54 K per nine, 0.92 home runs per nine. FIP is 3.4. Swinging strike rate 12.2%. More importantly, though, since it is a bullpen game, the Tampa Bay bullpen, they have the lowest FIP in the league by a sizable margin, 3.37. Next lowest is 3.69. So I do think that the runs will be suppressed in this one.
All right, Eric, a game total that you like.
Yeah, I'm going to go with another under, and it's going to be with an already pretty low under of 7.5 in that Rockies Giants game. And that's because I really like both of these pitchers. Herman Marquez has a well-supported 3.42 ERA this season while calling Coors Field home. He's just a very good all-around pitcher, slightly above average strikeouts, no walk issues, and an above average ground ball rate. He's been pitching as well as I've seen him pitch of late, a 1.94 ERA in his last 9 starts, and with FIP just under 3. So on the other side, Logan Webb is actually pretty similar of a guy, just with even more ground balls. He's also up at 59.7% in ground ball rate. And if you look at the top 10 ground ball pitchers among starters who've thrown at least 70 innings, he has the highest strikeout rate among those guys. So that's a really great combination of skills to have, and they both have that skill set. The Giants have a good lineup, obviously, but the Rockies are last in the league in WRC plus. So whenever you get them away from home, I would not expect many runs. I know 7.5 is pretty low, but both of these pitchers I think are really impressive. I'm not sure Webb has fully gotten his due yet, but I'm fully in on him, and it doesn't actually take all that much to be in on anybody against these Rockies.
All right, Nick, a game total.
So I'm going to go with the team total. And it looks like Eric and I are going to continue to be at odds in this one. I'm actually going to go with the Giants scoring at least 5 runs tonight. It's 4.5 on the DK Sportsbook. The Giants have scored 5+ runs in 9 of their last 11 games. And I know Marquez has been good in his last 2 starts, but the 2 before those, he got roughed up a little bit, 4 runs apiece in those outings. And he's faced the Giants 3 times this season. Hasn't seen him since May. But I'll tell you what, he's gotten tagged by them this season. 3 runs in 5 2/3 innings the first time. That's early April. Not that bad. Next time, though, mid-April, 4 runs in 4 innings. The time after that, that was early May, 8 runs in 2/3 of an innings, 2/3 of an inning, excuse me. And then the Giants lead all of baseball in OPS and ISO against right-handed pitching. They're 3rd in WOBA. And over the last couple of weeks, they're 5th in OPS and ISO against right-handed pitching. And then Stan talked about it before, the Rockies bullpen, worst ERA in baseball, 2nd worst FIP in all of baseball. When you look at the road, of course, you got to factor in Coors Field, and they're not there. They have the 6th worst road ERA, and they're not as bad in terms of FIP, but they're still like 11th in terms of road FIP. So I have no problem backing the Giants to score at least 5 runs tonight.
Let's move on to third base and a pitcher prop, Eric.
Yeah, looking at some strikeout props, we'll try to stay away from the early games, although I will mention Brandon Woodruff over 7.5 against the Cubs. I would take me over against the Cubs at this point. But I also like the overs really in both sides of that same Field of Dreams game. Again, wish we had some park factors for the Corn. I'm sure they have set up a fine batter's eye there, but I would be somewhat suspicious of it being a lower standard than a normal quality in an MLB ballpark. So I wonder if it's going to lead to more strikeouts than we'd expect. And both these pitchers can get a fair number of strikeouts. Heaney's is a little bit lower at 6.5, so it'll be easier to hit. And he's hit that over in 3 of his last 4 starts and 6 of his last 11. Even Lance Lynn on the other side, Yankees strike out a ton. 7.5 is pretty high, but a Yankees team that already struck out a lot and then added Joey Gallo and is now playing again in the middle of a cornfield, I would expect to see quite a few strikeouts on both sides.
Nick, what do you think? Pitcher prop you're interested in?
Eric raises a good point about the batter's eye, as much as we've been arguing this entire segment. I do agree with him on the Lance Lynn portion of that. I'm still not going to join you in the Andrew Heaney camp. But my number one pitcher prop tonight is Yu Darvish getting over 6.5 Ks against the Diamondbacks. I know the Diamondbacks, on the season, they're middle of the pack in terms of K rate against right-handed pitching, but they've been striking out a ton against righties of late. The only team they've been outdone by is the Cubs, and that's in part thanks to Corbin Burns. But part of the reason that they're so high in terms of strikeout rate against right-handed pitching over the last few weeks is they faced Yu Darvish. Was it his last start? So that was August 7th, I believe. And he got 12 strikeouts again against them last time. I was stunned to see this open up at 6.5. If it was 7.5, I'd probably take it too. 8.5, I'd have to think about it a little bit more. But he got 8 strikeouts in 2 starts ago. And then when you look at the Diamondbacks too, they're one of the worst teams in the league since the All-Star game in terms of making contact on pitches they go after out of the zone. And in general, they're just bottom of the barrel in OPS, ISO, WOBA against right-handed pitching this season. So Darvish, at least 7 Ks tonight against the Diamondbacks.
Stan, what's your pitcher prop?
I do like the Darvish call by Nick. He is from the future. He's Alma Nick, so you got to listen to him. The only reason why I'll go in a different direction is just because the odds, it's minus 145. So I was looking for something with a little better odds. So I did find Marco Gonzalez under 4.5 at plus 120. It's not a great line. It's going to be very close. Gonzalez swinging strike rate 9.5%. Texas, they're 12th in strikeouts against left-handed pitching. With that said, the K per nine is only 7.3, 1 per nine, and he struck out only 5 batters in only one of the last 6 games on the season, only 7 to 15. So, give me the 120 here, under 4.5.
All right, short on time, real quick on these. Take us home with a hitter prop, Nick.
All right, I'm going to keep this sweet and short. I'm going to go with Jose Abreu over 1.5 total bases against the Yankees tonight. I know he hasn't faced Andrew Heaney a ton in his career, only 14 plate appearances. 4 of those plate appearances have turned into walks, but he has 3 hits against him. Every single one of them is a home run. So I have no problem backing him tonight to at least get 2 total bases in that game against the Yankees.
Stan, hitter prop.
I'm a sucker for the home runs. I know it's very hard, but I'm a sucker. Jake Cronenworth plus 450 against right-handed pitching, 218 ISO, 12 of the 16 that come off of them. Taylor Widener, he's allowed 2.42 home runs to lefties, and then the Arizona bullpen, they're 3rd in home runs allowed.
Eric.
Yeah, I know I've been mostly pro Heaney, but his issue is still that he does give up fly balls. So even though I think he's good enough to give Yankees a chance to win this one, I would like some home run props from the White Sox righties. So I guess that'd be Jose Abreu would be one of the best bets there, as well as any of the other righties in that line.
Yes, finally, I got him.
All right, guys, we have under a minute. The Field of Dreams game has started a big debate. There's one question that has set the internet ablaze. Houses are divided, families torn apart. Nick, is it have a catch or play catch?
It's play catch for sure.
Stan.
Yeah, play catch.
Eric.
Language exists to convey meaning between 2 people, and as long as we both understand what we're saying, it's either one. It could even be have a yeet for all I care, as long as we both know what I'm saying.
And with that, we will yeet this show out of here.
Like
Thank you, Eric. We love it. Very meta. Guys, the fun continues on the Dream Stream. 4 Madden Sims coming your way, 12, 2, 4, and 6, and we'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. for the sweat.
right, Simland Dream Streamers, we are back. It's good to see you. I've got a couple of Sims today. Adam Kaufman, Jason Rossi is here. We had a little impromptu gathering during last night's primetime Sim, which was loads of fun. And I guess, Rossi, you could say in some ways it was to, I don't know, make up for the absence of time that lies ahead. Because today, it's just 4 Sims. You got preseason football tonight. We don't have the 8 or the 10. So the people need to make the most of what we have right here.
Listen, I'm just trying to squeeze in all the Rossi time people can handle, and most probably can't. It's like stuffing, 10 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bag. But listen, it was fun to pop in last night. Always like in the chat, out of the chat, but focusing on here today, Goff. I was robbed in the nooner yesterday.
Oh, were you?
By a last-second Joey Sly field goal. I drafted the wrong kicker. I almost didn't want to enter the contest, but I went back to it. I do have a kicker, and I'm hoping today to take that number 1 spot. And everyone can bow down. But we'll see.
I had a Sim, Rossi. I don't even at this point remember who was playing or who I was working with or any of those important details. But it was a Sim last week, and my situation was actually a little bit worse than what you just outlined, because I finished in a 4-way tie for first at the time that we signed off.
Wait a second.
Manual scoring, stat adjustments. So at the time that we signed off, 4-way tie for first, I logged back in a little bit later just to bask in my glory, and I finished in second place by 0.8 points. I had first place robbed, just stripped right from me. Agonizing.
You know what? There's a nice little shot at ops in the middle of that. And
no, that's not what I'm doing. We all know it's manual scoring, not live scoring. I'm not taking any shots.
It has a burner account that calls out ops in the chat.
It's true. Tate, Cobra K, way to throw us under the bus, Frangelico. Frangeli just giving me the dots.
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys. It was probably Bert working. It wasn't you. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
We know who it was.
Kid.
With all jokes aside, though, seeing Tate in here, I always feel like I come in here and poo-poo the Chicago Bears. I know it has nothing to do with the Sim, but I did see a report today that Justin Fields slinging it in practice today. So I just want to give him some positivity. And whatever team you're a fan of, there's a lot of good stuff out there. And, there's not a lot of teams right now that has negative reports. Or you're like, I don't know, like even the Colts, all these injuries. There's a lot. I just feel like heading into this first full slate of preseason, there's a lot of optimism in the NFL for your favorite teams and maybe your least favorite teams.
No score, San Fran and Washington. Jason Rossi, Adam Kaufman. We got Jordan, our producer, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, Frangeli, and Tate. What's your lineup look like, my friend?
Sorry. I was drinking water.
My
lineup.
Okay. I should have been more acutely aware of my visual surroundings in Zoom.
No one should be acute of anything. So I got Deebo Samuel in that sweet captain spot. I went with Mostert in there, even though this dude has been as fadeable as they come in recent weeks, but hey, we'll see. I went with San Francisco D. I got Hopkins, kicker, Steven Sims Jr. because, you know. And then I went with McKissick as well as they're going to kick this field goal. Hopkins, come on, baby. Give me some points early. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. So that's my award-winning lineup. More importantly, fifth. Hold on.
Let's see if we can get the 52-yarder by your
Silence.
guy.
Quiet. Oh, it's not even close.
Not remotely. Didn't even reach the uprights.
Okay, keeps the defense with the points. But yeah, Kaufman, Adam, variety.
Sure, yeah. I would have been very excited by that because I did roster. Let's go with roster. That's the word. Dustin Hopkins. He's 17% owned in our smaller contest. The Madden Matinee, the Koff Rossi, and maybe Moose will drop by free roll. Because obviously
I would love that.
And I don't know. I don't know if he will. Jeremy Sprinkle in the captain spot for me. Took a little bit of a flyer there. 2.5% owned, 45% of lineups overall. But obviously 2.5 in the captain. Raheem Mostert, super chalky as we know, 89% overall ownership, and a third of your lineups in the captain slot also have J.D. McKissick, George Kittle, Terry McLaurin, run TMC there, and as mentioned, Hopkins. There's Mostert, 2 for 14, first and 10 on the way. From the 45, 3 minutes gone, scoreless opening quarter.
Liked it. first of all, Blue Apples, I was rooting for you to win money, as you said in the chat. Then a little bit later, starting the kicker with question marks. Good luck with that, with those kickers.
What are you, new?
Blue. OG, stack them kickers. Kickers, well, until Dustin Hopkins decided to stink there. Used to be like, I'm telling you, when I started that theory, there was like 10 points sometimes out of kickers. Because, scoring can...
Sometimes, look, it happens from time to time. You look at the game logs, they're there.
Yep, Joey Sly yesterday put up double digits and beat me again, and I hate him. Not as much I hate Blake Jarwin, but not hate. I don't have hate in my heart, but like dislike, and I don't want to see Blake Jarwin have success. Whatever that.
Make the move into the dark chat, the live chat.
Oh, I'm in there. That's how I saw Blue Apples. Blue Apples was not in the live. Once I was in the top, I hit live, and I've been disrespected.
Kendrick Bourne, new Patriot. Patriots preseason opener tonight. That should be fun. Interested to, legitimately, I have not cared about the preseason for the Patriots anyway in many years, 2 decades pretty much.
Honestly, I thought about this earlier. I was driving in the Oldsmobile with the wood paneling. And,
yeah, of course.
With the temperature gauge doesn't work, the gas, you don't know how much you have in it, and you don't know how fast you're going.
Throwing candy out your windows.
Yep. And I was thinking about it. I forget what I was listening to. It could have been national, but it was basically saying, like, with preseason, like, what are you most looking forward to? And like in the past, like 10 years, I think they said 5 years, like what has been like the thing you thought was going to be important in the preseason that like now looking at it, you don't even like think twice. And as a Patriots fan or having Patriots fandom, I can't even remember the last time you're like, I think it was when Tim Tebow was on this team, just to see like, will they find a spot for him?
Right.
I can't think of the last time there was a major storyline aside from like a rookie. You just wanted to see that they drafted first, like in the preseason, just to see what they look like. But a legit storyline that was huge, like that.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. But that's not tonight, man. That's not this preseason. Kendrick Bourne, touchdown, San Fran. I'm very excited to see the Cam Newton, Mac Jones dynamic. See what comes to pass. Take a look at the Rook, the kid, in game action.
Yeah, and just so we're not going to be biased and we don't get absolutely slaughtered for being Pats fans, there's also a game with the Eagles and Steelers. I'm not equally, because there's a legitimate quarterback battle between Cam Newton and Mac Jones, and going against Washington's pretty stout defense. Now, you're not going to see, I doubt Chase Young's going to take many snaps. I don't think you're going to get the starters for both teams very much. I think the Patriots going to be more interesting to see how long they keep like their offensive line in there. But with all this being said, you also have Jalen Hurts who's going to be getting a start for the Eagles. Or I believe I saw he was going to be starting tonight for the Eagles. So it's like there's a lot of little storylines because they haven't named him the quarterback either. Like we don't know what that's going to look like. But
congrats to all those, by the way, who rostered the Bourne identity with that first touchdown of this game here. A few minutes to go opening quarter. Bourne is owned in 32% of your lineups in our smaller contest. 5% captained, already approaching 20 points.
Hot start. And I just must say,
yes, please.
Everyone bust out those fantasy apps. Look at the contests and just go for it. Everyone's the same cost. You have 2 games. You can win 50 G's tonight. I'm just saying. Like, don't be foolish. Put a lineup in. I think it's a $10 entry. Come on. I'm in on this. Last week I was 6 points off. I won nothing, but 6 points, Cuff. Make a world of difference. Could be sitting pretty right now.
We will talk some preseason DFS strategy coming up on the slate, the all sports show that Reed T. Fowler and I will do coming up after the 4 o'clock sim. So I've got you for this sim here, not doing the 4. Glash will be here for that one. And then I will be back after that with Reed, 5:15 Eastern time, something like that. Then the 6 o'clock sim, and then we all go away as you get ready to watch preseason football. I want to mention, I hope everybody is listening. This is important. Sometimes I'd say it's important. It's not that important. This is actually important. I have some news to share regarding the Dream Stream, Madden simulations, Madden 22, all of it. And I will do that just after halftime, start of the 3rd quarter. So if you are stepping away for any reason, do try and come back for that. We will have an announcement that we want to share with you. I see you. YouTube, Twitch. Got you both open. Yeah, that's right, Twitch. I got you open.
Is that the news?
There's some details with you coming up. That's the news. I've opened Twitch. I'm part of the Twitch fam today. McKissick, 4-yard pickup. So we'll do that again coming up start of the third quarter.
Ooh.
Thank you all for being with us here on the Dream Stream. Smash that like, hit the subscribe button. Good to have, as Rossi knows, the thousands stateside, millions worldwide that are watching us here as we got a first down pickup. Run TMC doing just that. 3 for 4 for 54. Now for Dwayne Haskins, you mentioned the Steelers playing tonight. Haskins will get some run in that game as the backup quarterback.
Yeah, he was part of the big disappointment for me last week with that Dallas Cowboys Pittsburgh Steelers game. But hey, run it back tonight. You don't know what's going to happen. Like Chase Claypool, what was that? That dude with like 3 grabs. I'm like, what? He wasn't supposed to be in there. Also, good insight from that preseason game. If you watch any of Hard Knocks, it was fascinating to basically see how they like talk to the players about like not playing. Are you a Hard Knocks guy?
I'm really not, and it's not specific to the Cowboys. Like, I haven't really ever spent a lot of time watching Hard Knocks, and I don't have a good reason for that. Like, I'm sure I'd love it. I mean, I enjoy those types of shows, and it's not, yes, it's reality TV, but not in the same sense that, those like The Bachelor's reality TV. It's not a game show. It's just it's a great peek behind the curtain. It's kind of a documentary feel, and I wish I did. Not that I say that like I don't have control over it.
I was just going to say.
Yeah, I should watch it because I bet I'd really enjoy it. I just I've really never gone down that road.
And I will just say for those that, if you're wondering, hey, I just think there's moments in these hour programs. I'm infatuated with behind the scenes and anything like TV show documentaries years later. I'm a big wrestling fan. There's a lot of stories that come out, many podcasts about the history, anything behind the scenes. Like I'm a huge, I'm a huge horror movie guy, and there's a lot of stories about like the Poltergeist, what was going on set. And like you have documentaries about that stuff. This is kind of like a lifetime documentary because the crew is amazing. They film this stuff and produce it in like 5 days. And some of the turnarounds even shorter. Like I think Dallas plays on Saturday this week, and you're going to see that on Tuesday night. Like that's going to be part of this week. So it's pretty wild, but it was cool to see like how Micah Parsons, their first round pick for Dallas, like he didn't want to come out of that preseason game. And Dan Quinn, the new defensive coordinator, basically told him like, you're done. And he's asking,
you're done.
He's like, can I please go back in? I'm just getting warmed up. He's like, we got a long season, brother. Like, this is it.
Yeah.
No, I want to keep playing. It's like, it's funny how we think of athletes as lazy and all this stuff. But once the game is being played, I don't think an athlete ever wants to not be in the spotlight or on the field or on the court, ice, pitch, whatever sport.
7-0 San Fran early second quarter. It's true. It really is true. And those are the kinds of things that you love to see. Absolutely. I just, especially in this age, of 2021 and years prior, it's not new now, but there's a stigma, an unfair reputation for a lot of athletes. You look at the NBA culture of load management and that sort of thing, of like guys just don't want to be out there. They don't care enough. It's a business. It's a paycheck. It's not for love of the game anymore as it might be for rookies coming into the league, like in the case of Michael Parsons, like you're talking about, that type of thing. But it's a lot of, I don't know. You like to see that stuff. It's sort of rejuvenating as a sports fan that yes, he cares as much as I do.
Yeah.
Here at home watching this, he wants to be out there just as much. And it's nice. I mean, for lack of a better word, it is nice. As Inman with the long catch, 1st and goal from the 3.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, especially when I'm sitting on my couch eating pizza rolls. I'm like, this guy better care. He's in my fantasy lineup.
So here we go. Let's see if Washington can even this thing up. McKissick, maybe? So far, lost yards. 4-yard loss.
It's tough to score down here in the red zone at times. You see this happen time and time again. They don't go right up the gut. They try to do anything to the outside. Those outside linebackers usually make a play, or at the end will just push off of the tackle like they're not even there. Bob M in the chat. What's up, Bob M?
See you, Bob M.
Good luck with Jordan Love. We'll see what he looks like in the preseason. That's another one that's kind of exciting.
McKissick again, going to get there. He does this time. Touchdown, JD. First of the day, that evens things up. Kendrick Bourne on the other side. JD McKissick now, if you're just joining us. About to be 7-7 after the Hopkins extra point.
Give me all your points. Love it. JD, get it.
When was the last time you think you actually stacked them kickers?
Last week, probably. Whenever I'm stumped, or if it's like this, I should have done it in this game, to be honest, because I'm not infatuated by many players here. I'm glad I went with McKissick because I was going to fade McKissick and Mostert, and I'm still regretting the Mostert one right now. Plenty of game left, but it would have been a good spot here, I think, because I wasn't expecting even 7-7 here at this point. Like when there's a Broncos game, like what are we doing there? Like I'm putting in there. Like the Broncos stink out loud. Washington right up there with them. The Jets, even though there's times that they have that nice offensive output, but usually it depends on the team. Or if it's like a stacked game, like the Chiefs or something where it's higher, like salary wise, or the Buccaneers, sometimes I'll just throw a couple kickers and then I'll set my lineup around them. Gives you flexibility on the cost.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a good way to pay down so you can pay up elsewhere, especially captain. I imagine a lot of you who, the 30 some odd % of you that captain Raheem Mostert paid way the heck up to do that.
He sure did.
Some of you guys probably went at least one kicker, if not multiple.
Yeah. Let's get my guy Deebo Samuel involved here. Gotta get his bite back.
Sims on the way today. Bills Chargers coming up in just under a couple hours, 4 o'clock Eastern time at 6. Seahawks and Cardinals. Just 3 Sims tomorrow. So for anyone that doesn't know, now that we're getting into football again, folks, there's not going to be a whole lot going on in Simland these next few days. You got, again, preseason action tonight, so just the 4 Sims today. Tomorrow, between an NFL Sim and, of course, American Ultimate Disc League, you will only have 3 Sims, those at 12, 2, and 4. Saturday, there are no Sims. NFL preseason action all day. And Sunday, no Sims for the first 2. You will have them for the next 4. 4, 6, 8, and 10. So, and I'm not sure if there's a sim on, or a real life game on Monday, but your next opportunity for a full 6er won't come until Monday.
Yeah.
Next week.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Enjoy the time away for a little bit. And watch that NFL football. Get your strategies ready for your fantasy drafts, your DFS, and just to be honest, run some lineups. Throw them out there. This is the best time. I'm telling you, the preseason's the best. Everybody's salary is the same. Nobody knows what's going on. The coaching staff barely knows. Throw some players out there. You never know. This is because we're going to overthink throughout the season. We're going to listen to the big brains like Moose, Lamarca, Reed. Handsome man he is. You're going to listen to those guys. And right now is the time it's just like, hey, let's wing it. See what we get out there. And I know you and Reed are going to talk later. I'm sure Reed has good strategies for this evening.
He better.
Well, yeah, he better be. What is he doing right now? He better be looking.
If he's not mining all of the preseason salary options and coming up with a way to craft a lineup, showdown and classic, mind you, then, we're just wasting our time for the slate today.
You could imagine him in the lab right now, pen and pencil. He's got the Eagles depth chart that's been updated this morning, seeing who's getting a number change and okay, this guy's actually going to have a number. Okay, let me do this. Okay, all right. I want him throwing out some names we've never heard. Well,
you know what I picture? You remember that? I guess it still exists. It's just not as prevalent, but old school photography. If you took a photography class in college and you develop film and you go into the dark room and you're hanging the pictures up with the clothespins all around the room, and that it's with no light anywhere because you don't want to wreck your image, and that's what I picture Reed in the lab. Just everything around the room is just dummy lineups for preseason games in a dark room trying to figure. All right, so if
let's see, Cam Newton plays a couple of series, and Mac Jones is out there for maybe about half the game because Belichick has to get a look at him. That opens up an opportunity for Hoyer. But at the same time, you don't want Mac Jones to potentially get hurt. Maybe you play him like a quarter or half. Hoyer ends up being the safest play because he plays the entire second half. This is what I picture Reed doing in the lab. This is what I want. This is what I'm looking for.
I never took those classes in college, but I was always one to sign up as to be the nude model, but I never got calls back.
Scary and kind of inspiring at the same time.
You got to feel good about your body no matter what you are, because I'll tell you right now, whenever they paid pretty good. Look at them. It was like $500, and like when I was in college, it's a little while back now. That's a good chunk of change. Oh, so
yeah,
much.
Absolutely.
And I don't think you were full. Like I think you were no clothes. You're in the old birthday suit, as they say. Even though my birthday suit is clothes. I guess it should be called the birth suit. But anywho, but you do like sometimes they cover you with certain objects, and that's part of like there's like a picture.
You
like
saying you don't look like that on your birthday every year? It's not your birthday suit?
Well, if I'm showering, maybe, but I'm not like in the buff, like just walking around. It's my birthday,
hey, honey.
Yeah. But hey, you never know.
But Bob.
Yeah. Hey, Peter. Oh, Jason, it's your birthday, isn't it? How could you tell?
Hey, Mike.
My birthday's also in January, so it's awfully cold.
3rd and goal from the 2. A pass. Garoppolo. That's why Trey Lance is going to get the job, because of moments like that in Simland. All right, we're a few minutes away, folks. Now we're going to get a Robbie Gould field goal. A few minutes away from a rather substantial announcement. So we hope you are with us. Going to provide that to you at the beginning of the 3rd quarter. So don't go anywhere at the half. Don't disappear on us. We have a Dream Stream announcement as I sit here rocking my Dream Stream t-shirt. Coming your way at the start of the 3rd quarter.
I'm waiting for that in the mail, by the way. I have to make another phone call. Not that specific shirt, but a shirt.
A shirt.
I have a shirt on. It's just on DraftKings.
Next time I'm in the office, I'm just going to grab one for you.
I'm just going to show up to the office. Like, I've talked to Babysitter Billy. I'm like, dude, I'm just showing up. I'm going to work on some projects there. I feel like I could just stand on my way in there.
Safety territory. Yeah, so close.
Come on. Let's get one here. I got that.
We deserve it. We've earned it.
We have. We all have. Safeties make you smile, even if it does nothing for your lineup. It's fun. It's a fun play.
Second and 9 from the 1. 20-plus seconds left to your opening half. 7-7 game.
Ooh.
He'll try again. He picks up 2 yards. Timeout.
Son of my gun. I thought we were going to get it. Oh, excuse me. A little belch there. I didn't feel it coming until the last minute. Don't know if it was picked up.
Sometimes those things just sneak up on you.
Just like your cough. The cough.
It.
It's the cough curse. That's really what it is. I'll say it's hilarious when you announce yourself and you cough while saying cough. Jason Rossi, Adam Kaufman. It's like, it's almost like it's on purpose. It's almost like it could be a thing.
It could be a thing. Like it's like, Gardner Minshew. Yeah. That kind of thing. Same deal. Or Max Williams.
Speaking about Minshew, and I know we're going to the half here in a moment. I love what he is talking. Like he is like no one's talking about him. Obviously, Trevor Lawrence. I feel like there's not enough stories being told about Jacksonville. But every time he's asked or he talks to reporters that there's a quote unquote open competition there for open quarterbacks, and he says he hasn't had a bowel movement. The competition started because nothing about him likes the number 2. That's a quote, or it's something to that degree. I love it. Give me that guy.
Versus Baby Gap shirt. Kaufman, your announcement better not be about the new VHS tapes you pick up at some garage sale.
Well, spoiler, everybody.
All right, no announcement.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to show you my latest, Fantasia and Aladdin and Lion King tapes, but Emerson's Baby Gap shirt ruined it. So
there it goes.
There goes that. 7-7 game, 3rd quarter on the way, an announcement coming your way in a matter of moments as well. Haskins, 96 passing, 87 for Garoppolo and a touchdown. We'll give you the rushing and receiving numbers as well. Hit the like button. We're just a few away from 100. We'd love to get there. Yeah, the thumbs up, like Rossi showed you.
Yeah, just
Mostert, 45, not quite pacing toward a bonus, but not far away. McKissick, 35. He has a score. Terry McLaurin, the other 4 for 73. Kendrick Bourne, the other touchdown, 2 for 37. 2 for 10 for McKissick in the air, 1 for 21. George Kittle, where are you sitting currently in this thing?
Oh, please. Let's see. Maybe it's not 95th. I'm embarrassed. Debo Samuel, my captain. Good. No, Debo Samuel's my captain. He's got 1 snag for 7 yards. So that kind of paints the picture of what's going on over here. I also got Steven Sims Jr. He's got a goose egg. Hopkins with 1. I'm not having it. It's you know what? I'm glad my lineup's not doing well so that 94 people could be doing better than me.
I am 51st. So like my announcing today, mediocre. Just not high up. A. Edwards, Ashley in front. About a 5-point lead. Keep it up. Bourne, Mostert, McKissick, McLaurin, Pettis, and the Niners DST in that slot. Stats are updated, folks. So thank you, Coco K, Tate in Ops, Frangelico as well. Many of these Ops folks have developed multiple names along the way. Bert, Bobo as well.
Yep.
Jared's just Jared.
Thanks. That way to go from one that has 2 names to one that doesn't.
Yeah, right.
Bert, Bobo, Jared is, Jared.
Ashley, Yakov, say my name. All going all Heisenberg on us.
I was just gonna say, whoa.
Say my name. Ben, you're right. That's why I don't read that username ever, because I just can't handle it. Oh, T Pike says I still love Jim. Jim.
Oh, we gotta give it up for our guy Jim.
Jim. Flash will be on the next sim. He likes to break that one down.
So I think like he goes with Jim, and then you have Christian with his Frangelico.
LT the Great says can't listen today because I'm at work, but good to see Rossi and Koff, 2 of my favorite top 5.
Hey, cool. Well, I shouldn't really say anything because he's not listening.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame, LT, that you're not able to listen because we do have an announcement. So I'll be perfectly honest with everybody, and you're going to have questions. It's not an easy announcement to share. Over the last year and a half, going back to March 28th, 2020, as we all know, it has been an absolute blast sharing these Madden games with all of you. 6 a day, in large part, 7 days a week. We're up over 2,000 of these things since they began. I want to make it very clear, these Madden simulations, because this is inevitably your first question, they're not going anywhere. They are not going anywhere. Madden 22 is on the way. We are going to continue to run simulated games on all the DraftKings platforms, YouTube, Twitch, Playbook, DK Nation. However, as we get ready for the start of the NFL season, we are going to be pausing the play-by-play as of August 31st. Later this month, the end of this month, which means come September 1st, these sims will still exist. You will still be able to make your lineups paid, free. The DK Sim Fan Friends League is not going anywhere. Contests will still be created, I'm sure, by many of you. But there will not be play-by-play for these sims come September 1st. We encourage, though, the Dream Stream is not going anywhere, that you continue to check out the Sweat, 11 a.m., Monday through Friday, the slate after the 4 p.m. sim on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for NFL updates, insights all season long. We are not, many of us anyway, are not going anywhere. You'll continue to hear from us, see us here on the Dream Stream and some of those other shows, but within the Madden simulations specifically, unfortunately, you will not be hearing from us. And like I said, it's not easy. I can promise you, and I say this incredibly sincerely, for any of you out there that, I don't want to presume it's everybody, but for anyone out there that is going to miss us, we are going to miss you just as much, if not more. There were a lot of people along the way that have told us in the last like I said, 18 months or whatever exactly it's been. A lot of people that have said that, you know, especially when sports were gone for that 4+ month period of time, that, you know, you were isolated, you were alone, you didn't have anything to do. Maybe you were just bored, maybe whatever it was. And we were your distraction along the way. I can promise you, you have provided us with that exact same distraction. We may have been the front-facing people that you've heard from, but it has been such an incredible pleasure. Believe me, on behalf of all the commentators, all of them, those that have come and gone, those that are still with us today, the production crew and ops teams that do the actual hard work and make this possible. I mean, we've often joked along the way, you don't need us, the play-by-play people, for these sims to be a thing. Turns out we're about to prove it. Because, like I said, the sims are not going anywhere. You will still be able to see them just as you are right now. You'll still be able to get in the chat and do what you're doing right now. Unfortunately, we just won't be here along the way with you. We're going to miss you. I guess it gives us kind of a couple weeks send-off to spend some time with you, catch up on our favorite memories and moments. Maybe Glash will start to dress up again and stop being so lazy. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope he's out there listening. That was a shot just for him. August 31st is when the play-by-play goes away, but the Sims are not. So, Rossi, I know you were saying prior to us even coming on the air, you know, we can handle this a bunch of different ways.
Sure.
But I think a lot, you know, the best way, the most positive way, and if anyone oozes positivity, as I was saying last night, it is you. I'm just happy it happened. I'm happy it happened.
Yeah, like, for real, like, and first of all, very well done. Thank you for handling that, because they asked me to do it, actually, and I just I said, wait, I don't know how to speak. But all jokes aside, all laughs, all fun, which we're going to have a ton of it. We still got a few weeks. Let's not, again, react to whoever you want to react. Be whoever you are, because that's the one thing that this family has always been. And it is a family, because Koff has spent way too much time, but we've all spent a lot of time here in front of our computers, chatting, quote unquote, arguing, having fun with all of you and you with us. Every dig, every joke, everything. And again, this isn't goodbye. This is like a see you later, and I get all that. But just when you hear this, when I heard this, from my standpoint, the first thing I said was, thank you. Thank you to DraftKings for the opportunities that we've all been afforded. Thank you to all of you guys, gals, family, people that have had children and gone through crazy things through this whole, like you said, everything that's gone on in sports and in the world and that we talk about and we don't talk about. You know, this has been such a great escape. And don't let that go in any vein. Like, don't let it you think that we don't care about you. And I personally care so much. Like, I've given up Saturday evenings. I've given up time with my family. Again, jokes on Koff here, because he did too. Like, this was our escape just as much as you. So not only are we going to miss you as much as if those that do miss us, but like, we really, like, if someone told me, hey, I'm just gonna be real, I don't know how authentic and transparent I can be, but I'm gonna do it anyways because time's ticking. We get paid to do this, but literally it's the last thing I think about when I get a text message from former producer Madison or Drew or one of this DK SimFam members saying, hey man, I need some help on this day. Like, Koff picked up for me on Monday because I had something going on personally. And I didn't think twice. I didn't have to worry because I knew Drew was helping me out and the great staff. We got Jordan here. We got TP. Like, these guys work their tails off, so we don't have to. And we just show up, chat, flap our gums, and have some fun with all of you. So just like, I know I'm kind of rambling here, but it's moral of the story is this. You guys have been amazing. Don't let this in any way, like, let's keep it going. Like, we're all going to be here with you for the next 19 days. So let's rock these 19 days. Let's let it all out. You got a grievance with me? Tell me about it. You think Koff stinks? We all do. Tell him. It doesn't have, we're all been very, very excited. We've been very happy to be doing this. And especially someone like myself who came into this while the wheels were turning, and I was just, another spoke on said wheel. So thank you guys. Like, again, this is not goodbye. I'm on tomorrow. Don't worry. Me and Christian, I'll let him talk for like 4 hours. But it has been a blast.
It's funny and completely unintentional and unplanned, and I wish I could do something about it, but I can't. But you saying, well, we still have 19 days. As it turns out, I'm taking a week off starting tomorrow. so my time in Simland is actually that much more limited, which is definitely disappointing. And look, we like the good and the bad, and I'm going to read a lot of the comments that you guys have sent in. I like the good and the bad is fun, like executive sessions. Well, who are the bozos going to talk all the crap to? Damon says not having to listen to BK and Ducey make it worth it. See, I'm gonna miss those shots. Alana, who of course you talked about before, people bringing children into the world. Young Madden Sim, young Madden Sim Samantha there, or Madden Sim Samantha is what it was. As we go all the way back, Alana says just popped in to say hello from vacation. This bombshell, it's time to record Koff's voice to play in a loop in our household. I'll make an audio tape for you. You can just put it on at all times.
Hi, I'm Adam Kaufman. How are you? Good morning.
It'll be like Tom Carroll when he doesn't want to do the buzzword, just records the word once into his phone, just plays it back 60 times or whatever. Congrats. Anthony has no last name. I only watch these because you guys, not the Madden play. Thanks for all the great play-by-play over the last 18 months, guys, says Martin. Let's see. Will we see you after the Sims? You guys back after the season, JP? So I don't have long-term answers for you other than to tell you again that the Sims are not going anywhere. We are, come September 1st. But you never know. I'm certainly not going to, tell you one thing will or won't happen. I can just tell you to continue watching and playing and being involved as Washington, take that fumble back for a touchdown.
How dare you, Washington, make a play? This game has been literally since you made that announcement to now, it's been like dull. So it was like kind of perfect.
Yeah, and it's a deep drive to left field. What else? Bad Boys of Pop. It's not going to be the same without you guys. Imagine that we're probably going to see a major, decline in viewership. Who knows? Don't know, Bad Boys of Pop, what the future holds. I certainly hope not.
Yeah.
I hope not. I want all you guys to obviously, be here, continue to enjoy these. I know that I'm periodically going to still pop in the chat and see what you guys are up to, talking with the people.
Yeah, I want to clear one thing. I just saw this one. I was looking for another. There was a great comment somewhere, and I'm going to kind of read it. But first, I just see Joshua. Did you guys just get fired on air? No.
No, that's
just to make this clear. I think that's one thing that no one is being fired. Like
Correct.
This isn't like Adam Kaufman or Jason Rossi, the human beings, not the Simland people, did anything wrong, or all the hosts up and down. Like Kaufman said, don't worry, there's still going to be plenty of Koff in your world. Some of us that came in as more contributors, there might be some opportunities. Like there's definitely conversations, but no one has been fired. We're not all fired as like DraftKings contributors. It's not like, good night, turn the lights out on the way out and lock the door and relieve your key.
Let's see. Dean says, to be quite honest, it's kind of sad. You guys have really become like family. And Rossi hit on this before, excuse me. You all, I can't express enough how much the like family sentiment is true. I mean, I have spent, again, I've been largely home for the last year and a half, as many people out there have. Some I know have gotten back to reality, back to work, physically leaving their homes. A lot of my work happens from home. I have not left, the house professionally speaking in quite some time for the most part. And I have done roughly 800 Sims, Rossi, since these things began. Not an exaggeration. That is a rough number. I could tell you the exact number. I could look it up. I've done roughly 800 Sims. And
I've done 801.
See, you're number one. And no, but to I don't say that as like, oh, look at me, look at that number. I say it in this sense. That means I have spent at least, because not every sim is an hour flat. Some have gone an hour and a half, some have gone almost 2. I've spent at least 800, more than 1,000 probably, hours with all of you in Simland. So to say that you all feel like family, I mean, absolutely. I mean, yes, it's weird that I wouldn't recognize many of you if I passed you on the street, but the vast majority of you.
That's just common in general. Even when he knows somebody,
I'm just a jerk. But one of those. But my God, do I feel like I know a lot about a lot of you.
Yeah.
And it's and I promise you, when these things started again back in late March 2020, when we thought these were going to be much more play-by-play focused than some of the nonsense that we've gotten used to spouting here over the last year and a half. I mean, never in a million years would I have thought we'd spend so much time talking about movies, my terrible food takes, ripping on each other, doing impressions of one another, glass and all the dressing up, at every, there are so many examples of all this stuff. I couldn't have wrapped my mind around it then. I can barely wrap my mind around it now. So Dean, what you said, what others have said about the family element of this, I mean, it should almost go without saying, if not for the fact, Rossi, it feels so good to say.
Yeah, got to get it out. And I want to say this too. And just in case people, 2 other things. I'm thinking like a SimFam member here for a second.
Mm-hmm.
We want to do this. It's not a lack of want. It's not a lack of screw that. We're not filling the shifts, all that. That does happen. And the world has opened up a little bit more. But
sure.
The one thing I just want to make sure, and you can get into the game. You don't have to look at me. But DP's like, no problem. No problem.
Game. Back.
My voice ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
But the thing I want to say.
Bye, Felicia.
Yeah, somebody said this, that, listen, I think it was somewhere, and I'm sorry, the chat, you guys are going wild right now, and I appreciate the good, the bad, the ugly. I see Christian in there. I think I saw Tara Lynn in there, or it could have been her tow truck. I can't remember. She might have made a comment.
Could have been her phone charger.
Could have been one of them. Emerson's too busy. But somebody said, hey, you guys got us through the worst of COVID. And for that, I'm forever thankful. And I am so sorry. I can't remember. And I had it highlighted, but literally my chat's flying. But somebody said that, and that hits me. That's, of all the jokes, the people we've connected, I connect with a lot of you. I'm sure Koff, you too, off the Sims, whether it be on Twitter, Instagram, OnlyFans. Koff does have one. We can finally announce it. But whatever the platform, but when people say that, you're like, you don't realize it, because we're just sitting in our rooms of, Koff's estate, or my downstairs, or Glash's living room, and Christian at his dinner table. We all the jokes out, this is what our life has been. And to see, hey, yeah, you guys have helped us through that. That's huge. That's why this could never be in vain. And any people that have any, the news always is striking, but this has been awesome. This has been a blast. I got to meet people and talk to people that there's no way I would have ever crossed paths with. And even Kaufman, we've known each other. Maybe we've been 2 ships passing in the night, but now we've had a legitimate relationship. I'm sure I'm going to call you one day and we're going to have a long conversation about something because of this spark. Even just the commentators, everything. So this is, again, just to start where I went though, this isn't about us. This is about the momentum and things that this is a decision that DraftKings made. And I support it because I'm thankful. They could have told me you're out day 2. They didn't have to bring somebody like me, and they didn't have to run all these things all the time either, especially over the last year that sports have returned.
Well, and I'd just like to add to that too, and it may not feel this way in the time for a lot of you out there listening. This is ultimately a good thing, and here's why. We're not just not doing this, as Rossi said. It's because with the NFL season coming up, the DraftKings content department is devoting its attention elsewhere to prioritize a lot of really great, exciting things that are coming your way that we just can't tell you about yet. There's a lot of really cool stuff coming down the pike with regard to our group, A lot of the same voices and faces that you've heard from here in the Dream Stream surrounding real life football, if you can imagine that, in other sports, and great just content that is coming your way that will be available, as part of the Dream Stream, YouTube, Twitch, other platforms, mediums, and so on and so forth. So ultimately, I'm very excited about that. I hope you guys out there will be as well. A lot of the people saying, they'll miss us, and we appreciate that. We feel the same. Some of our crew, like you said in the chat, Christian DeAndrea. Hey guys, just got back from getting my SimFam for Life tattoo. What'd I miss? Which is about as Christian as it comes right there. That's what I want. It's what I'm looking for.
Moose. I see Moose in the chat. It says Moose.
Yes, there's not enough Moose, huh?
He goes, Moose Airlines is grounded. Yeah, we did have to. I'm sorry. Now we can start really spilling the beans. Yeah.
Are we going to have to shut down the Krusty Cough? Because I can't handle that.
I was told that it's really the amount of people coming in. They built a new Wahlburgers down the street. So
this is a new Good Burger.
Yeah, exactly.
Welcome to Good Burger. Solomon says, we'll miss all the commentators. Hope they're still at DraftKings, safe in their jobs. And we appreciate that, Solomon. You will continue to see and hear from many of us for certain. DeMac Line, DraftKings killed Kenny.
Oh, well. No, you know what? You can't keep a good
Kenny. You can't kill Kenny.
Unfortunately, you
can't shut him up either.
Yeah, he'll find a way to annoy you one way or the other.
Jason says, thank you guys for everything. It's been an awesome way to spend time during the off season to bridge the gap between real NFL season. Thanks to DK for the opportunity to win some free money. Lindenbaum, who was watching on mute before, I don't know if he's turned on the sound, says today the final day. No, the Sims again are not going anywhere, so these will continue to exist. But as far as the play-by-play goes, August 31st, so another couple weeks. Tara Lynn, hey Sim fam, hope the tow truck driver tows me away because I'm sad. We will miss you. A lot of good stuff from Bad Boys of Pop in here as well. We appreciate that. Bob M, of course. JP, we shouted out. Dante, we see you, man. Executive Sessions.
I want to make
thank you. Says Executive Sessions says the management picked the perfect host to break the news with a whole bunch of crying tears emojis. I actually do think they picked the right tandem because I can just read and deliver it, and then you, like I said, are just the beacon of positivity that can just get up off the mat. What's Alfred say to Bruce Wayne? What do we do when we fall off the horse? Master Bruce.
Get back up, baby.
Get back up.
Get back up. And let's be real. Like, this is also I do agree with that. And I said this to TP, Jordan before, and Frangelico and Tay. We were all chatting before. We knew this was going to happen. But I did say, I think this is a good call. And I don't mean that, I know Christian Emerson just did a sim, so it's Christian Emerson couldn't handle this. Of course they could. But I just think, dynamics and different things. And I actually feel for both of those guys. I'm sure that was a really hard sim to do, knowing that this was eventually, I didn't know when this announcement was coming. For everyone, transparency, we found out recently, we'll say, or I found out. So it's I didn't know. I'm do I have to not talk about this for 2 weeks? Are we gonna do one of those quick goodbye? So quick thing for me about this, you guys should be very thankful. Adam Coffin makes his living in media. He is a perfect example and has lived that life for a long time and knows a lot of time in media, they don't let you say goodbye. Mm-hmm. It is, you're retiring on Friday if you're an aging veteran in the industry, or, we're cutting that show as of the last show actually just ended at 10 a.m. That morning show is no longer on the air. We're flipping that radio station. I've always said, and this is the one thing I really believe, and I did say this, I am so thankful that we get these few weeks to have fun, engaging conversations. You can call it goodbye, you can call it see you later, whatever. There will be times we're all connecting again here, probably in this stream, because it's going to keep going. Like Kaufman said, again, to make it clear, the Sims are going. They ain't going anywhere. But we actually get to say goodbye, or we'll see you, or thank you. Where most people, and I've worked with a lot of them, literally get done with the show, whistling down the hallway, and then, hey, guess what? Come in my office. Goodbye. And it's not all firings. It's financial things, contracts. And it's just and you don't get that next show. And I think it's so important that not only do we get that next show, we get weeks. Even though Kaufman tried to ask for an extension for a week because he's going away. But
Yeah, can we do mid-September? No, August 31st. Okay.
All right.
Cobain, there's so many of these comments. I'd like to read as many as we can in the final couple minutes we have. Cobain, I've worked from home with these in the background all this time. What will replace you guys? Is there a support group available?
Call me.
Lamarck is just going to start just Twitch streaming while he's working during the day, and we'll just see if we can all pop into that.
All jokes aside, I actually have 2 ideas. I'm not going to share them now, but there'll be messages in that. We have like a little Twitter thing.
Well, I like that.
Oh, it's happening.
Joseph says, I like these, love these Sims. You guys are awesome. Jared says, you two are my favorites. The only 2 hosts that ever read my comments out loud. So thank you so much for your service. We salute you. Let's see. Let's see. You could tell Kaufman's gotten married by this speech alone. Beautiful. Jared Kilgore, Koff, say it ain't so. On Madden Samantha's birthday, there's not going to be any Koff. Shoot me a DM. We'll call her. We'll FaceTime.
Koff's cameo will be available for a whopping $4.99.
In truth, though, and this is going to sound like a shameless plug, it's not. It's just honestly a way to stay in touch. You know, like Rossi has talked about, like, truly, I mean, all of us, not me, Rossi specifically, like all of us. Follow us on Twitter, Instagram, whatever, because it is a way that we can stay in touch with you guys, and we hope to. You know, you can get me at Adam M. Kaufman, and the DMs are open. Like to talk to all you guys, obviously, and you know, Rossi, was it Jason D. Rossi?
Pretend like you don't know.
Yeah, so there you go. Get him there. Matt says, love what TK's done with these. Koff, Rossi, all the commentators. Thank you for the fun. You guys will be missed. David will miss all the nonsense from the UK. Fun times, guys. Thanks for all the effort you put in. Appreciate it. Moose Airlines grounded, as you said, from Moose. You can tell how far back I am. Because I really don't want to miss any of these. Executive sessions, I'm also going to miss experiencing the Jets season with Ducey and Simland.
Oh, that's the one thing.
Want to see where that was going to go.
Oh, one thing for sure. I am absolutely smashing that guy's DMs every week they lose.
Christian, correct. Glash cannot be trusted on August 31st. Who knows what he may read or say out loud.
Yeah, I'm going to miss Glash repeating exactly what I say all the Sims I do with him. That's going to be, that one's going to hurt.
It is going to be different. Let's see. What else do we have here in the interest of time? Damon says 18 months of entertainment. A woman could have had 2 babies in that time.
Oh, I'm going to make a prediction. Ready for this?
Uh-oh.
The very last sim, August 31st, whatever it is, whoever's on there, we're all probably going to be in, throughout the whole thing. But it's just, it's going to be it's going to be like 5 overtimes. And it's going to get to the point where we've all said goodbye.
Won't end.
Yeah, we've said goodbye so many times that there's literally nothing left to say. And people are just like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, good. Leave, guys. You're done here.
Get out of here.
Look, I have no clue what that final sim on August 31st is going to look like, who will play, what time it'll be. I just hope that we are all part of it and everybody's in that Zoom window and it's just a big, massive chat. That would be great. Congo Cab, man, I'm seriously about to shed a tear when I think back to where I was last year, how much you guys have helped me make it through whatever happens. Thank you. We greatly appreciate that. When will the last game be, says Dave. Who will call it? Again, I hope we all call it, and it's going to be August 31st at some point. I don't know if it will be a full slate, if it's specifically Madden After Dark, but we will be here throughout that day. I can promise you that. Let's see. Tate, Cobra K, and Ops. Reject commentators. Embrace Ops. I obviously, I said this before, and I could not mean it more. We may be like the faces and voices of this thing.
Yeah.
The hard part is ops and production. They're the ones that make this thing go, which is why it will continue to go without us. They are the ones that make this possible. And so I'm hesitant, Rossi, to name them all because I feel like I'd forget someone. I'd feel terrible about it.
You got time.
But yeah, what I will do when we're not live on air is make a list and we'll have some big send off and thank everybody for their time because, yeah, invaluable contributions along the way.
Literally, you said it. I say it every time. I'm a jamoke that flaps his gum for 54 minutes, and these guys do work. They're here working. When this is over, I click, I hit leave Zoom room, and I go on with my day, go back to work and do what I do for the day. And Same thing, Kaufman. You get to go off and do what you need to do. These guys are working. Like, they are working hard. No jokes. And so, yeah, be very kind to the ops. Like, that's the one ask I have. All the time, we just want to blame ops for everything, and like production, everybody, you just want to blame them because your lineup isn't scoring. Let's do away with that until September 1st. Then whatever you got to do, you do.
I mean, it's low hanging fruit to tell you this is all Samir's fault. I can't do that. I'd like to, but I can't. It would just be typical of what we typically do. Oscar says, hands down, these Sims were a quarantine lifesaver. We'll miss people shaving off eyebrows. Reed Tees, did you know you're like my dad, cough? Dean Murray, cough, always consider you the godfather of the Madden Sims. Thank you, my friend. Bob M. Well, I just want to say thank you, Cough, Rossi, DK Ops crew. Never thought I'd be watching and betting on simulated football. And without the great commentators, I probably wouldn't have.
Yeah.
Jared says, devastating news, but knew it was too good to last. Can't wait until the SimFam documentary. T Pike is just sending us gifts of Paul Walker and Vin Diesel splitting road in Fast 7, which feels a little morbid, T Pike, to be perfectly honest with you, but that's okay. Dude. We love you anyway. While I continue to scroll through some in the chat, would you like to give out awards from a
No. All right, here's the player of the game. The player of the game is the DK Sim fam.
Okay,
don't care.
fair.
Write it down. Write it. I don't even know who writes it down. I don't even know what this is. But whatever this spreadsheet is, DK Sim fam, player of the game.
Yeah.
And there is no not my kid. Because you're all my kids. You're all my family. You're all my children's. And, you know, we'll have a lot of time to talk about it. If I have to give a player, if you guys just need it for whatever, I'll give it to Kendrick Bourne, will be the player of the game, and Mostert, not my kid, if you need to do it. But I believe the DK Sim fam gets it from Twitch, which I absolutely love some of the comments they're throwing out over there. Real quick, Germ just says, was this all an elaborate plot to get Glash more TikTok followers? Because yesterday he was pushing to get, I talked about last night with you guys.
Yeah.
He wants to get to 1,000 before
if Glash gets to 1,000, we won't leave.
Yeah. Or we'll leave faster. Who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, this is, will you cry, Kaufman, on the 31st?
Without a doubt.
Yeah, I think we're all
live on air for the people.
I don't
Matt Nelson, Cough, how am I supposed to get away with research for fantasy football when my wife wants to watch Virgin River? Don't do this to me.
Just lie. Hey, everybody, say we're still here if that needs to be done. But the Sims aren't going anywhere. Just our gum flapping and beautiful face that sometimes shower and sometimes don't will not be there. So everything's still going to go on.
All right. We're going to go where the music is playing us off.
I'm not going anywhere.
I'm going to pull the Zoom window, but T Pike is going to turn us off.
Oh, nope. I'm telling you right now, I'm pulling a Ray Lewis. I will mention every person in the chat in history right now. No, just kidding.
He's about to Kanye us off the stage. Glash and Jeff, with the news out in the open, we'll be able to talk more about this. For Bills Chargers at 4 o'clock, 1 hour from now, I will be back with LaMarca. I don't know if anyone's told Matt yet, so I look forward to breaking this news.
I think he's up.
Seahawks and Cardinals. He hasn't responded to any of. I'm just kidding. Yeah, this will be fun. All right. Thanks to our crew. Thanks to obviously Jordan and Tom and Tate and Frangelico, Rossi, of course, who will be back tomorrow with Christian for the Chiefs and Bengals at 2 o'clock. Ross Tucker Football Podcast on the way here in the Dream Stream.
Drink up.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a teaching tutorial Thursday with Professor Greg Cosell from NFL Films University. It's also a game day. I will be on your television, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Steelers, Eagles, and then they replay on NFL Network a bunch of times, including 11 o'clock tonight. So I am excited. The first of 40-plus game broadcasts I will be a part of this season. Wow. Get fired up. It is time to do this thing. We're presented, of course, by DraftKings. Love those dudes. Love the college football offer they've got going right now. Bet $1 on a college football game, and they'll give you $200 in free bets. Insane. Do the math, please. Spread the word, winner. Listen, it's the last show of the week. You can always listen to Even Money, and you should, because they give out great preseason betting tips. You should always listen to Fantasy Feast podcast, because Joe Dolan talked about his wide receiver tiered rankings. I thought he made some really interesting points. And then, of course, the college draft with Emory is always fantastic. Talking about this week was his Pac-12 studs. So there's plenty for you to listen to or watch Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But this is the last episode of the week that we're doing live. So it's time to give out some winners.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
I want people like Danny Underhill. Danny liked one of the posts on Facebook, facebook.com/Ross Tucker NFL, one of the Mina Kimes posts I put up on my Facebook page. If you have a Facebook page, please follow me and be like Danny and get a signed picture. I got that Steelers-Eagles press pass I'll get tonight. Danny, if you want that, lots of things for you to get if you want. Just email me, ross@rosstucker.com. The sponsor confirmation email winner, Billy Moyer Jr. Billy Moyer Jr., Raycon earbuds. Billy, you're with it, man. Raycon earbuds. They are where it's at. And if you ever forget my code or whatever, just go to rosstucker.com, click on the sponsor tab. I got codes coming out the gazoo. I don't even know what a gazoo is, but I've got codes coming out of them. Just go to rosstucker.com, sponsors page. We love them all or we don't take them. We use them all or we don't advertise them. And then you got the codes. YouTube shout out Steve Bender. He's been awesome. I don't know if he's won before or not, but Steve's been awesome with the YouTube comments, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Greg Cosell is always awesome. That's why he joins us each and every week. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, as always, this time of year, and really, Greg, this is the last time we'll do this in this manner because starting next week, I'm going to want to hear what you thought of some of the young guys that you've watched on preseason tape. And let me just say this to start, Greg. I know you don't love preseason because the older you get, the more you appreciate scheme.
Yep.
And the preseason schemes are vanilla. Although, they say that, and like I'm doing the Steelers-Eagles game tonight, I can pretty much guarantee the Steelers are going to blitz. Like that's what they do.
Look,
So
the bottom line is teams do in the games what they practice. Obviously, they don't go through the entire playbook, but they still want to do what they practice and what they are. Coaches have beliefs and methods and approaches, and they still do what they do. They just don't do it to the degree and complexity that you see in the regular season when they go deeper in the playbook and are matching up to specific opponents.
That is a great way to describe it. They might not be game planning for the Philadelphia Eagles and how to beat the Philadelphia Eagles. There might be certain things they want to see, certain guys in certain positions they want to see. But that doesn't mean they're running cover 2 every play and not blitzing. Like they're going to blitz.
I mean, if a team's foundation is cover 3, and that's what they've been teaching since going back to OTAs, you know what? They're going to play cover 3. They might not do it in a way that matches up to a specific receiver or a specific formation of the opponent, but they're going to play cover 3 because they have to practice what they're going to be.
Right. And the thing Emory and I were talking about on the College Draft podcast this week, the preseason games, as much as anything else, I just like seeing the young guys for the first time. I mean, we talk about these guys, Greg, some of them for a year. I'm going to ask you about the college quarterbacks you've noticed, that you've watched so far in a little bit. We'll be talking about that kid for a year until he plays in a preseason game next year. And that's our first time. And by the way, guys can get better, guys can get worse, but man, I go back to like Russell Wilson in the preseason. I mean, there are certain guys that you watch, you're like, wait a minute, they might have something here. And other guys, I remember a couple of years ago for the Eagles, Clayton Thorson, I was like, I don't know about this one. I don't know about this guy.
Well, I mean, look, Russell Wilson's a good example. Again, you and I are not there, but you're hearing a lot about Trey Lance in San Francisco. So we'll see how that plays out.
So speaking of quarterbacks that we talked about for a while and young quarterbacks, because really I'm excited to see all the rookies because I'm just curious how they do at this level, but in particular the quarterbacks. And what I find interesting, and I don't remember if we talked about him before the draft, Greg. I don't know if we got to him, but Sam Ehlinger, who played at Texas for 27 years, I think, as their starting quarterback. He was there forever. He's evidently getting some reps with the ones. They like what they've seen from him. They're trying to say it's not a knock on Eason, but I don't know how you could look at it any other way. And you see enough reports from people saying that Eason just isn't seeing things quick enough, etc. So what I want to go to, Greg, is I don't remember if you ever gave me a scouting report on Ehlinger.
Well, you're right. He started 43 games, and he came out of high school in Texas as a classic dual threat quarterback. He's physical and competitive as a runner. He can execute the design quarterback run game. He can make second reaction runs and throws. He's very unrefined and inconsistent as a passer, especially from the pocket. I saw him much more as a developmental prospect who has throwing limitations. I think that, to me, he made some throws within structure of an offense, but he's got a lengthy delivery, a longer, elongated delivery. He doesn't have a real good arm. I think he's a work in progress. Now, preseason or training camp, I never know exactly what to take away. We're not there. You know how it is now with social media. Everybody jumps on every single play as if that play in and of itself has some greater importance. So I don't know how to respond to what you hear out of Indianapolis, but he would strike me as a quarterback that's not quite ready to start in the NFL, which doesn't mean he couldn't down the road. And again, we don't know about Jacob Eason either. But again, the report came out yesterday that Carson Wentz might be ready to go week 1. We'll see about that.
Yeah, by the way, I would tend to doubt that. The Colts have a long history of being very optimistic with player injuries and then pushing them back. We've seen that with Andrew Luck. We've seen that with other guys. Here's a theory, Greg. Ehlinger can run. I mean, he's like a power runner.
He's a power runner. He's not twitchy and sudden. It's funny. It's funny you say that because I finished watching him, and there's a lot that needs work, but I did come away thinking there was something there about the kid. And I've met the kid a number of years ago. There's something there. Now, whether it develops, that's hard to answer. That there's a lot of factors, as you know, Ross, that go into that. But I did feel like there's something there that potentially could work down the road.
So here's my theory, okay? And tell me if you think it's possible. Let's say they think Wentz might only miss a game or 2 or maybe 3. Do they have a better chance to win those games with Eason purely as a pocket passer?
Right.
Or for those couple games, can they run Ehlinger 5 to 10 times, incorporate that into the offense, some design quarterback runs? He reminds me of he's like a better Tebow in terms of how he throws the ball, but his physique, he's really put together. His physique, I guess I just wonder if they didn't think, you know what, for a couple games, first game of the year, they're not going to be ready. They're not going to have done a lot of design quarterback stuff. Let's maybe put him in, maybe put him in, or maybe start him, or maybe just give him a package of plays and see if they can steal a game or 2 while Wentz is out.
Well, then what you're saying is this, basically, is if let's say he's the guy, let's just for the sake of this discussion, then you have to play a certain way, which they may be very capable of playing, because then what you're trying to do is this. You're trying to run the ball, and of course he is part of that run game because he can do the design quarterback run game. You're trying to shorten the game. They have a good enough defense, as we know, and keep the games close and try to win, those 17-13, 2017 kind of games and play a specific kind of football, which is possible to play short term. I know I don't have their schedule right in front of me. I think they open with Seattle, but I think their first 3-4 games are tough opponents. And no matter who plays quarterback, if it's not Wentz, they're going to have to try to keep those games together, whether it's Ehlinger or Jacob Eason. But your point's a good one. Eason is a pocket quarterback. Ehlinger gives you a little bit more in terms of the run game, and they obviously have good backs. They still have Taylor. They still have Hines. I think I don't know if Jordan Wilkins is still there, but they have a bevy of backs, Ross.
Yeah, and they got a good O-line, and they got a good defense. And I just think that they think that Ellinger might give them the best chance to win those first couple of games. That's my theory.
You could be right. You could well be right.
Let's get to a couple of veterans that are in the news for different reasons. And so Michael Thomas, he's got something going on with the Saints. I've talked about that. Whatever's going on there. He recently had surgery, so they're going to miss him for a while. I think sometimes, Greg, when there's an issue with a guy like this or when he was injured the year before, we almost lose sight of what he is. So Thomas is going to be out for a while.
Yep.
We know that. And not good, Greg, when you've got a new quarterback, because I got to think whether it's Jameis or Taysom Hill, man, it would benefit them to have that big-bodied, sure-handed receiver. Thomas is a good route runner. But what specifically are they going to miss? Because didn't he have, he had like 2 or 3 years in a row where he had like 150 catches.
Yeah,
he was highly productive.
Well, it's not just the player. He's obviously a very good player, but it's what they can do with him in the context of the offense. One of the things that they are really, really good at, and it's very difficult to defend, is they would line up Thomas as the boundary X, the single receiver to the short side of the field, and they'd have Alvin Kamara also line up to the short side of the field, whether he was offset in the backfield or split at times. So you'd get 2 receivers to the boundary, Kamara and Thomas, and that posed a lot of problems for defenses because keep in mind, then you have 3 receivers to the wide side of the field. So it's trips to one side, and then you have Kamara and Thomas to the other side, and that poses a lot of problems for defenses. That was a major foundational formation for the Saints over these last number of years. Now, obviously, Drew Brees was the quarterback, but still, just the 2 of those guys to the boundary side of the field running those 2-man route concepts was a tough deal for defenses. So if Thomas is not there, they kind of lose that a little bit, and we'll see who becomes that guy. Now, they have one player who I believe was a free agent, and I liked him coming out of Tennessee, named Marquez Callaway, excuse me, and he's a guy to watch, in my view, particularly with Thomas being out, and we don't know how long Thomas will be out. But I think Callaway is a very intriguing player, good size, athletic, physical, competitive, just someone to keep in mind, Ross.
Yeah, I've been hearing some stuff about him. You mentioned, by the way, what they can do with Thomas. Just as a player, quick refresher of Thomas as a player that they're going to be missing as well, Greg?
Well, he's big, he's physical, he's competitive, he's got really good route quickness. He's not vertically explosive, but that's okay. But he can separate and catch. And if you really break down the wide receiver position, you have to be able to separate and catch. And there's a competitiveness that really stood out. This goes back to Ohio State. He was a 2nd-round pick because people were concerned about the fact that he wasn't explosive vertically. But he was in an offense with obviously one of the best quarterbacks ever, where that didn't matter because it was really more of a short to intermediate pass game, and he's good run after catch. There's just a physical competitiveness to him that really stands out.
Saquon Barkley is back practicing, and with these injuries the last couple of years, Greg, I think we all know he's good. We all know he's a physical phenom, but I guess take us back to what he really is and whether or not, you talk about run the offense through guys, foundational piece, because it feels like that's part of what's been missing for the Giants is, when you take a running back number 2 overall, you really are trying to run the offense through him.
Oh, for sure. And I think the feeling was that he was that kind of player. Obviously he's a big play back. There was always that question of whether he was a sustainer. His size and just his physical appearance suggests that he is. And I think he would become that. I think they want their offense to essentially work through him. Now, that could mean a lot of things. That's just a statement, obviously, that I made. Whether they want him to carry the ball 20-plus times every week, no one can answer that. Obviously, they addressed the wide receiver position with Kenny Golladay, who's a classic boundary X. They drafted Kadarius Toney, who's a movement piece. So I don't know what they want their offense to look like. Keep in mind, Barkley's an excellent receiver too, and he can detach from the formation and be a factor in the pass game. But a healthy Barkley, he's a big play guy. And assuming that he still has that ability, he's a guy that can take any carry and take it to the house. So he just gives you an element that you would really like to have with your back. He's can have sustaining traits, but he's a big play guy. So, the Giants offense to me is one of the more intriguing as we look to this season because of his return and because of the new players they have with Galladay and Tony.
Yeah, really. I mean, it's like they got that's to get all three of those guys in the same year, that just doesn't happen.
It's
One
three
from
new
injury.
pieces. Yeah, it seems like three new pieces.
Right. That never happens, that you get a first-round pick, a high-price free agent, and you're getting the running back coming back off of injury. I know you mentioned a couple weeks ago, Greg, that you checked out the college quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And, after the Super Bowl, before the draft, we'll talk about these guys. But starting next week, we're going to really get your thoughts on what you saw from some of the rookies in preseason action. So I did want to take a couple minutes and just ask, was there any one guy that stood out to you? Was there a couple guys that stood out to you? Were you blown away or overly impressed with anybody, or the opposite? Were you not that impressed?
Well, I'd answer that this way. I think that when I watch these guys, I'm usually not one who's blown away, because I do it very analytically, but there are certain guys clearly that were interesting. And then you try to think of where the NFL is going and how teams might use certain players. And I think, one guy that will be very intriguing to me as we kind of look ahead is the quarterback from Liberty, Malik Willis. And I don't know if you know much about him. I mean, he's a guy that he showed his 2020 tape, and that's what I watched, obviously, showed an explosive dual threat quarterback. He's got a live, strong arm. He's got high level athleticism. And I think that a lot of teams now look at this and say, okay, this is the kind of guy that fits our league as we go forward. Because he can give you the design run game. He can give you that second reaction dimension to an offense. He's a strong arm kid. He's got a whip-like delivery. So just someone to keep in mind, obviously playing at Liberty. Liberty did very well last year. So he's one guy that I noticed. And then there's another guy who it seems like he's been playing in college forever, but he's back this year because he gets the extra year with the COVID situation. And that's a kid from Pitt, Kenny Pickett, who's, like I said, it seems like he's been playing, for 10 years at Pitt. And he's the kind of guy that when people watch him, they're probably not going to go, oh my God, this guy is just great. They're not going to say that. But he ran a lot of pro concepts because the offensive coordinator at Pitt is Mark Whipple, who's been in the NFL. You know the name, I'm sure. And there's just something about Pickett. He knows how to play the quarterback position. There's probably no absolutely special traits, but I just look at guys like that and I think, okay, can he just run an NFL offense and be efficient? And, again, he has another year. I can't speak to where guys get drafted. I don't do that, as you know. But he just struck me as a guy. I'm real curious to see how he does this year with a full college season.
Awesome. Well, I'm curious to see how week one of the preseason unfolds. Can't wait to get your thoughts on what you saw a week from now. Thank you so much, Greg, as always, for the time.
Appreciate it, Ross. Thanks.
Greg Cosell has an uncommon ability to break down the tape and explain it in a way that we can all understand. Speaking of uncommon goods is, honestly, you just have to check it out. It's an online shop filled with unique, totally unexpected gifts. And when I say unexpected, I mean truly original things you won't find anywhere else. I mean, this is what I've been telling you. I know a lot of people, you're probably like me. Like I get to the point, whether it's from my mom or wife or whoever, it's like, oh my, what do I get them now? Another gift card to take them out to dinner? No. Uncommon Goods is also introducing uncommon experiences. Online classes in mixology, cooking, those two are for me. Flower arranging, probably not my bag, but maybe it's yours. To get 15% off your next gift, go to uncommongoods.com/Tucker. That's uncommongoods.com/Tucker for 15% off. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Uncommon goods. We're all out of the ordinary.
Tux Takes.
Morning, Ross. Well, you talked about Sam Ehlinger in Houston. Let's talk about the Colts giving contract extensions through 2026 to head coach Frank Reich and general manager Chris Ballard.
Well, I think it's good timing for those guys because with the Wentz injury and the Nelson injury, depending on how long those guys are out, they might not get off to the best start. And who knows? I mean, if Wentz comes back and doesn't play well, they might not have a great year. But now it's like they're Wentz proof. I mean, even if Wentz plays like he did last year in Philly and Wentz isn't the long-term answer, Jim Irsay clearly believes in those guys enough that it doesn't matter. You know, a lot of times you make a big move for a quarterback. If that doesn't work out, then you end up being gone. Irsay is basically saying, in my mind, whether Wentz is a success or not, I believe in Ballard and Reich.
Tux Takes.
Let's keep it in the AFC South. Texans reprimanded by the league after they tried to switch media access to regular season rules 2 weeks before they were allowed to.
So the media is allowed to go to every practice until August 26th, at which point they're not, the teams can elect to not allow them access to practice. The Texans tried to start that today, and the NFL said, no, you can't do that. These are things that you guys probably don't care about. And frankly, I don't really either, other than the fact that it sort of shows the inexperience of a first-time GM, first-time head coach, that they didn't know that. I mean, clearly, Caserio is trying to do the Belichickian way because he was in New England. But, know the rules, dude. Make sure you understand the rules.
Tux Takes.
Time for a little media news. Former quarterback Alex Smith has signed with ESPN, and former wide receiver Nate Burleson, now a co-host on CBS This Morning.
Happy for both these guys. I know both these guys. I like both of these guys. Alex, obviously, with everything he's overcome, ESPN did that phenomenal documentary on him. So I think, they had a leg up, pun intended, on signing him. And then for Nate Burleson, that's just amazing, man. I mean, CBS This Morning, that is a big, big gig. And I've known Nate for a long time. I guess he'll still do Football Today on Sundays. I think he's going to do some Good Morning Football somehow, but I don't know how much Good Morning Football. I don't know how they're doing that, but I'm thrilled for Nate. He's obviously on that show with my college roommate, Kyle Brandt, on Good Morning Football, and those guys have done great work.
Tux Takes.
Other news includes injuries to Ravens wide receiver Rashad Bateman and Chiefs guard Laurent Duvernay-Tardif. Seahawks cutting defensive end Aldon Smith and Rams quarterback John Walford likely out for the preseason after undergoing an appendectomy.
Bateman will be out weeks, not months, but again, it's not good. Any rookie receiver to miss time with the quarterback, he didn't get any time because Lamar Jackson was on the COVID list. It's bad. The Chiefs, the good news is they've got depth. The bad news is, Kyle Long got hurt. Now Duvernay-Tardif broke his hand. He's out 4 to 6 weeks. So it's a good thing they got that depth because it looks like they might have to use it. Seahawks cut Aldon Smith. He's got another off-the-field issue. Troubled young man. Seemingly always has been. And then as for Walford, I know they like him as the backup. And I don't know how long you're out after an appendectomy. It's interesting that those things can happen at any age. I don't know what prompts it or whatever. But, yeah, Walford's the guy that they essentially benched Goff for last year.
Tux Takes.
And last but certainly not least, there is a game tonight. You will be there. Steelers, Eagles. How you feeling?
Pretty awesome, man. I'm excited. We didn't have preseason games last year. Where I grew up is all Eagles fans. Where I live now, it's Eagles and Steelers, and the Eagles play the Steelers tonight. So it's always cool to have a lot of your friends and family watching you, right? I obviously, you guys know I do a lot of games on radio, or I do a lot of games CBS on college. But, you know, a lot of people from my hometown, they're not watching the MAC game of the week. They're not watching MACtion, or they're not watching Nevada against Fresno State. They watch the Eagles and they watch the Steelers. So it'll just be cool to get a bunch of text messages and stuff tonight. By the way, if you guys, if you're watching tonight, or even on the NFL Network replay, if you take a screenshot of you watching or just of me on the screen, I'll try to retweet it. You just got to tag me at Ross Tucker NFL. I love when you guys do that. Speaking of tagging, by the way, you've heard me talk about Fantrax the past 2 weeks. You know how much I love it, because I like the idea that you can customize your own league your way. Look, this is the way the world is now. Get what you want when you want it, all for free. For me, that's no defense, no kickers, all offense, all day. Love it. Can't wait to be in the season-long league that you guys can get in with me and Joe. Just for signing up at fantrax.com/Ross. You can get in the league with me and Joe, and you'll be eligible to win a Devontae Adams signed jersey. And even better, if you bring your friends and your other leagues from some not-to-be-named platforms, your entire squad will be eligible to win a weekend getaway to your favorite stadium to watch your favorite team play. I'm sure that will come with some arguing as you guys figure out which game you're going to go to, which team, but that's your problem, not mine. You'll get over it, because as part of the package, the winning group gets $6,000 in spending money. Guys, it's totally free, totally customizable, and only at fantrax.com/Ross. Fantrax.com/Ross. I specifically did that read at the end of the show because I wanted that to be the last thing you heard from me before the weekend. Fantrax.com/Ross. 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 Because I want you to take action right now. Now that the show's over, I want you to get on your phone, Fantrax.com/Ross. Shout outs Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com, and SteakhouseSports.com. Have an awesome weekend. It's football time. It's Daddy Soda time. It's Tuck Spreads time. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Well, how's everything going today? I haven't heard much on the news front.
Yeah. No.
I guess, well, there was some quarterback news today in the NFL. I'm breathing, Jeff. By the way, I feel great. No damage anymore. I don't feel anything. Feel good.
I was worried about you. I was worried about you on whatever day, Monday. You know, I'm like, geez.
Yeah.
This kid needs a break. This kid needs like a 12 hours here. You know.
Yeah, man.
All right. I got your back, buddy.
Hey.
I knew it was serious. Never seen you that down.
We do have a sim to call. We have jobs.
We do.
For now. Buffalo and Los Angeles.
Yeah.
What's your lineup? Let's just get that out of the way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Still got jobs, still here. Okay, I threw a lineup in so quick, like more rush than usual. Who did I put in? I put Eckler in the captain. I got Josh Allen, Mike Williams, Singletary, Hunter Henry, and I guess I punted with Tyler Kroft.
Ooh.
So that's like an ultra mega punt right there, Tyler Kroft. So.
Sure is. Did this free roll fill? I'd be disappointed if it didn't.
I think it did because I tried to get in a free roll and I couldn't get in one. So.
Oh, you didn't get in? I'm sorry. I made it for 50 slots. I made this contest a half hour ago.
Oh, hey, I mean, look, we only have so many free rolls left, apparently. I mean, I don't think the robots are going to be creating free rolls, so.
Mike Bauer says, might as well start eating. Well, it is my yogurt. Got to get my fix in. Whoa! Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, now that we have like an official end date, I mean, I guess we can just. Oh, these are sharp uniforms. I like these navy. We can just start doing whatever, you know.
Yeah, I guess.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Professional all the way here. It's all good. Unfortunate news today. Unfortunate, but mainly just a change in direction. You know,
I will be at tonight's Patriots Washington football team preseason game, so I'm just fueling up. I'm getting right in the car right when this is over. It's been brought to my attention, Jeff's attention. We found out yesterday, so this is still sudden for us as well. Don't think we knew about this for weeks. We didn't. This is news to us. This is fresh, hot off the press. If you are not aware, as you know, we've been here in Simland for the last year and a half. We've had a blast doing these Madden simulations. At one point, we were doing like one of these a day. Then it went to 3 per day. Then very soon after, it was 6 a day. The Sims will continue. YouTube, Twitch, DraftKings Playbook, DK Nation, the Game Center. They're not going anywhere. But as we get ready for the start of the NFL season, it pains me to say this, but we are going to pause play-by-play, at least what play-by-play you get, and analysis that you get on these Sims as of August 31st. I think that is a Tuesday, right before what would be Wild Weather Wednesday, for those of you that need help following the days of the week. As Uncle Verge reminds us that he is still very great when he has an opportunity. So it's a long way of saying we're not going to be here anymore. This microphone will no longer be useful. As much as I joke, I tell all of you to go start your own podcast, to go buy your own microphone. Now I actually might have to go start my own podcast and buy my own microphone, because now I'm getting kicked off the play-by-play for Madden Sims. So now I have to go to Amazon, buy my own microphone, and start my own podcast and moan that I don't get to talk. We will have the sweat at 11 a.m. Monday through Friday, the slate after the 4 p.m. Sims on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, NFL updates. The Dream Stream is not going anywhere. But, Jeff, that is what I have to say. I now have to eat my words. I now have to go start my own podcast and buy my own microphone off Amazon.
Yeah. Like Glash said, I mean, we're not like play-by-play aficionados here. We'll throw in a bit, but you know, the discussion with the Sims obviously going to be taking at least a hiatus, potentially forever. But the Sims will continue, man. I mean, Sims are going to be here, so that's cool. The Dream Stream's not going anywhere. And look, I mean, I'm sure you'll see us all pop up on the Dream Stream. I wish we had more news to share, like, you know, what this is going to be happening, this is going to be happening. I'm sure at some point we will, but there's Herbert just going to waltz in as I'm talking. Make it easy for me. Waltz right in. Step right down. But yeah, end of an era. Obviously, these have become routine for us since the pandemic. It's been over a year. I don't know. It's going to be weird not doing it. I mean, I'm looking forward to the more opportunities and doing more content and being able to do more like sports shows. Hopefully, whatever they got in mind. I think there will be cool stuff coming down for people who are interested. More kind of like that kind of content. I know, the good advice you get in like the baseball shows to get the green we do and stuff. I mean, I assume probably you'll see more of us there. But yeah, kind of an end of the era. So.
It's been a long day without you, my friend. I hope one day we can sim you again. We've come a long way from March 2020. Now it's time for us to find new jobs. And for you to find... Who's the other guy? Brandon Gaudin, and who's the other announcer on Madden? I think Brandon Gaudin's back from Madden 22. Charles Davis. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, look, all growing up, you know what I heard, gosh, when I was growing up? One day you're going to be replaced by robots. Well,
crap, you're right. It's happening.
Guess what? The Madden robot announcers, I know they're not actually robots, but they're robotics. In the game is a robot. We've been replaced. So my whatever grade 10 teacher, he's right. He was right. Mr. Lane.
I'll tell you right now, as much as I'm joking and grinning right now, this will hit in a couple weeks. I'll be like, oh, this is a real bummer. Like, it's happening. Like, it hasn't sunk in yet. It really hasn't. This is so therapeutic, sitting in this chair, or if it's in the other room, in the dressing up, that freaking closet that oftentimes would be a mess just to get an outfit together at like 15 minutes prior to the stim. It is not registered yet. So this is what happens when things get melancholy. I like to try and be happy and, make a joke of it. And maybe that's not for all of you, but I don't know. I'm just, I think that was a good line by Jeff. Look, we're getting replaced by robots. Great. The announcers are the only ones leaving. The Sims will stay.
It's it's just a weird feeling. Like, we're all going to be still, I think most of us will be still working for the company in some capacity, and probably maybe even in, the same amount of work that we were doing. It's just, there was a certain level of like, we got to hang out for an hour, right? Like, I mean, when we do other stuff, we don't necessarily get to do that. So it is going to be different. It's a little bit, I think for us personally, like, that's going to be the biggest issue. I mean, I'm like, I can't just, we can still text people and stuff, but like, you probably don't have time in the day to just sit down for an hour and watch a sim with someone. So it's, I don't know, man. Like I said, it just became so routine. Like, oh yeah, okay, we're gonna work the Sims. We're gonna, spend some time with this person. And I know that's probably how a lot of you guys felt too. So, gonna be a change, but change is, as my parents always told me, it's good. It's good, Jeff. It's good.
Hey,
it will be good. There'll still be lots of stuff coming up on the Dream Stream. I mean, look, we just started this thing like a year ago, so they're gonna be innovating, doing more stuff. I'm sure that you'll see our smiling, beautiful, handsome faces.
Stay here. Don't leave. It's true, though. I mean, The Sims started in March of 2020. It's really been a lot of fun getting to know all of you, getting to know someone like Jeff, who I would only talk to, like, when you add it all up, maybe like 5 minutes a week for recorded hits, you know?
Yep.
Oh.
Singletary.
Now, when we say as of August 31st, does that mean August 31st is the last day, meaning September 1 is a new era? Is that what we're doing here?
That's right, yeah. Okay. September, we go dark September.
Wake me up when August ends, not September. Seeing your
T.S. Eliot? What's the T.S. Eliot poem? September is the cruelest month. I don't think it's actually September. I think it's like November.
Kaufman, get out of here. Guys, who should I play in the Pats preseason game tonight? So you're gonna break the news to everybody at 2:00 and then act all sad with Rossi for an hour and a half. And then you're gonna share all these freaking messages on Twitter with all of us. Now you're gonna come in here and ask about your freaking Patriots lineup? Get lost. You're gross. Not the time. That is insensitive. You're gross. Touchdown, Devin Singletary. Oh, Kaufman, that is so rude. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But you know what? Kind of believable. Wow. Devin Singletary, you deserve the attention right now. And the Sim fam. Not Kaufman's stupid lineup for tonight. We do encourage you to make lineups on DraftKings. Really, what a move by him. The nerve. The nerve.
This happened 2 hours ago. Like, we're not allowed to talk about it now.
Nope. Oh, Koff got the message out there, so time to move on.
Pats preseason talk only, guys. Sorry.
Yep. Gotta scroll back on the feed to find the announcement. Everyone up. I brought it up at 2. So everyone else, you can just go back and find me bringing it up. Oh, unbelievable, really.
Kyle, what's up, buddy? Hope school's going good.
This will make me sad. It really will. Kyle, talk about a guy that'll make you smile and just remember this is fun.
Tom Cruise showing up, busy from his movie sets.
Hey, Tom.
Man. Oh boy. Anyways, yeah. Hey, we got 3 weeks. 3 weeks to go. Enjoy, soak in every last word, moment, mishap, whatever, man. Soak it all in, DK Simfam. I expect, you know what? Hit the like. You want to show some love? Do it for me. Do it for dare I say Adam Kaufman. Smash the like. Hit that like button. Let's get over, I don't know, 1 million likes. 1 million likes and we'll stay on. Flash can't even talk. He legitimately cannot even.
I'm floored. You're gonna come on here and ask about your freaking preseason lineup. Get lost. Go dust off your DVD shelf. No longer needed as of August 31st. Sell that thing. Go get your nickels.
That's what we should end the Sims with. Just Glash taking an axe to Kaufman's DVD shelf. Just that should be the way we send off the Sims. The live announcing portion of it.
Mark Underwood, I like where your mind's at. We need to find out. We need to come to a decision. Maybe we'll do a buzzword bracket leading up to August 31st. A buzzword bracket. And we'll land on one word, one final buzzword for August 31st.
Congo Cab, that makes sense, buddy. I gotcha. Maybe if we get 1 million dislikes, they'll reverse the decision. I don't know.
You have a meeting? Well, guess what? I lost my job. So you want to tell them that? Just for dramatic effect. I didn't lose my job, but just to scare Sarah and her awful corporate people.
Hey, you're just like me, Glash. We're just going to go back to what we're doing best, and that's leeching off our partners. I mean, who have like really good jobs. So, I mean,
so true.
I put in my year of work here, on the Sims. I'll take a couple years off. It's okay.
Now, producer Jordan has informed me that Kaufman is messaging us, and by us, I think he means Jordan himself and Tom, our technical director, about me in the other chat. What are you doing? What are you doing? You had your time at 2. You didn't get it all out? Really, it's unbelievable. He can't share the floor. He really can't. It's amazing. What's the score? 7-7. Singletary and Herbert rushing touchdowns. If anyone cares. I care. I'm in 10th in the 50-person free roll. How about you?
I don't know.
You don't know? You didn't get a lineup in. That's right.
I got a lineup in. I did. I just don't know where I'm at. There's too much going on. This is killing me. I'm emotional. I didn't get in the free roll. That's right. I got in the big one. Yeah, never mind. I don't even know. I got 17 points. Eckler's got 0 points.
Robe says first the free rolls, now the announcers. What's next? No, the free rolls are staying. The free rolls
will probably go up.
We're the only ones leaving. That's all. But again, in all seriousness, the primary reason why we are no longer calling the games is because the content/production side has told us that we're shifting direction for more content on the actual NFL, and they need us to be involved on that front.
So yeah, they're shifting focus for our group is basically. So again, like I mentioned off the top, we don't have specific details, and I'm sure once they're shared with us, they'll be shared with you. But probably see us on more shows. And like we said, the Dream Stream's not going anywhere. The Sims aren't going anywhere, guys. You're still getting the Sims. It's just not going to be with the discussion and us and the announce crew with every sim. So like I said, we're getting replaced by robots. It'll probably happen to everyone at some point in their lives. So this is our turn. We got to find something robots can't do. They can't tout Nick Foles. So there, I'm safe.
Steve Buchanan listened to the beginning of the broadcast and he messaged me, don't make a podcast. Yeah, no one will listen to it. No one will listen to it. It's true.
Oh, man.
Kyle wants to know if you're on Instagram.
I am.
What's your Instagram name?
I think it's at GD Ulrich. I'm not like a huge Insta guy. I'll post some pics. Go ahead and follow me there. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'll let you in. I don't even set my account at private. I don't care.
So, as a way to move the conversation and try to have some fun with this news instead of being all sad and depressed, help Jeff and I find jobs. What should we go do now?
Yeah, what should we do?
What should we do with our time?
Delivery driver, I was thinking. What else could I do? Could work at a comic store. I like comics.
Yeah, I can do the Bane voice.
Oh, perfect. We should open our own comic store.
Yeah.
Bane's Comics. Time to go mobile for your comics.
Like gravity. All you need is a little push. Herbert.
Hey, Rossi.
Keenan. Hey, Rossi, hi. Rossi, can I come over soon? I'm not going to talk to you ever again on one of these.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good run, Rossi. Have a good life. Oh, man.
At least Tommy Freeze Pops is moving east. He is moving to Rhode Island.
That's true. You guys will actually get to see him.
Yeah. Actually, I will actually have to say to him, Tom, good to see you, because I literally won't see him anymore in these Zoom calls. It won't happen. Nope. Not happening. Matt on Twitter says, really poor decision. The guys are the main reason why streams are watched and enjoyed. That's your opinion.
Hey, look.
Touchdown. Who the hell is this? Justin. Oh, it's Eckler. It's Eckler. Okay.
Who the hell is this guy?
But I saw a 2 instead of a 3-0.
I mean, look, it's like I said, it is a weird feeling. I mean, like, we were a little bit blindsided by this, but again, I really enjoy working for DraftKings, and if they're focusing more on different content, it's probably going to be good in the long run. You know what I mean? So I don't want to emphasize. I know Kaufman gave you the whole dad spiel, Kaufman and Rossi already, but I am looking forward to what's coming as well. I think it'll be cool. But yeah, I've really gotten a routine with these. I admit, man. Like I when we first started doing these, I was like, okay, yeah, we'll do these for a couple months, and then sports will come back, and that'll be the end of the Sims, and I can say I did them for a couple months. But obviously they were way more popular than I think people realized, and then we started doing them. They became just a thing on DraftKings where it was just like part of the site and became part of my life. I think everyone's life who worked on these. So yeah, it's always weird when you get like that big a change in it. But like I said, I think in the long run, you guys will it'll be cool. You'll still see us, hopefully. Hopefully I'm right. I don't have to open a comic store with Flash.
Yeah. Queenie says all the hosts will be showing their true colors over the next few weeks.
True colors?
Yeah, really. I mean, I think
we're showing our fake colors before. I
would like to think I've left most of it out there for all of you to witness. There's not much left of me.
I don't tend to hold much back from the personal side either on these, so I think most people will feel pretty genuine, just like I said about missing this. I mean, change is tough, but it's often good.
Rossi is asking me to take the cat home when I come. Rossi, you really don't like your cat. Once again, if you're just tuning in, I won't read all the stuff before this, but as of August 31st, we will no longer have play-by-play and analyst on our Madden Sims. The Sims exist. The contests will exist. But no more commentators. I do not know for sure. I'm messaging with the production team right now. I'm assuming it will be Charles Davis and Brandon Godden, the game announcers, like from the actual video game. I think those guys are back from Madden 22. But we are done at the end of August 31st. At midnight, August 31st, we will turn into pixie dust and disappear.
Yeah.
Oh, Queenie means the host will be more ruthless. Oh, yeah,
Ruthless?
we can definitely...
Like how? I mean...
Well, I don't know about... I won't speak for you, Jeff, but, maybe we leave a little more out there, like, on August 31st, because what do we have to lose? I mean...
Our jobs.
Well, I mean... I'm not saying I would, but... We've made up suspensions before. I mean... Can't really be suspended after August 31st. It's over. It's like a Major League Baseball player on game 162 just getting in a freaking brawl.
That's true.
Got nothing to lose.
But Russ, oftentimes they do suspend those person for the following season. So again, like life isn't going to stop after August, Flash. Just to just to let you know.
That's true. But I try to live in the now.
Hey, it'll still be a good football season. It'll be fun. Lots of stuff coming up on DraftKings.
I know. I'm really.
We're going to be hyper-focused on the real season.
I'm being dramatic. We're not going...
Well, no, I mean, we're not being dramatic. We're being real.
I am, for effect.
Okay, fair. Maybe you are, but...
I am.
I think we're just being real about it. I mean, it's a shock, but, when the real season starts and there's other stuff going on, obviously we'll probably be deep in it, so... Herbert, back to pass. There's Hunter Henry with a catch. I think that's Hunter Henry. It is Hunter Henry. I haven't seen these Chargers uniforms in a while. They're sharp.
So, T-Pike, Tom, our technical director, I'm going to put him on the spot right here. So, Tom, will you still be streaming games? Do you know that yet? You can say, I don't know. Or don't even bring that. You will be. Okay. So that's good to know. CEH, no. No leaderboard live this year. Not happening. Keenan Allen in the slot. We have about 3 minutes to go. In this second quarter, Eckler stumbles for a gain of 8.
Boo man foo. Appreciate that. Commentators got me through the dark days of 2020. Yeah, these Sims got us through those days too. So appreciate it, man.
Gary says, you all never called the game anyways, though. I'll miss you too. Hey, first down. really any feedback you have on this, it is much appreciated. We are registering what you all have to say. Boo Man says, Moose Air is grounded. Krusty Cough closing its doors. Sad, sad day. Yeah. All the landmarks are going to go out of business. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, no, I mean, and like, I just want to make people aware of this. There's no refunds, you know, like on your Moose Air vacations. I mean, sorry, but, you know, there's no credits. That's non-refundable. It's in the fine print, so.
Yeah. All of your wooden nickels you've collected.
Right.
Those are just souvenirs now. All of your Krusty Kaufman coupons. They're just nice and crusty. Go buy yourself a wooden shelf like the man himself and just decorate your shelf with all your Krusty Kaufman coupons. And then take an axe and destroy it. Joseph says, love the way you guys call the Sims, bring positive vibes. That in itself is cool. Yes, everybody, Kenny Ducey will have a job. Kenny does a lot of other stuff besides this. He's going to be fine. Kenny is great.
Yeah, Kenny does a lot of stuff.
Yeah, Kenny's going to be just fine.
It's Flash and I you should be worried about. I mean, like I said, we're the loafers here. I mean,
Tom Cruise, Sarah's wardrobe is already on eBay. K-Nut, you clowns make way too much money. Now they can raise the free roll cash.
Yeah. Well, that, but you keep thinking. You keep thinking positive.
I think Emerson's the only one who's come on here and mentioned that he just makes the most. He's never actually given a dollar figure. all he has said is, I am the highest paid employee.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we should be blaming this on Emerson. I mean,
yeah, I like that call. Eckler touchdown, his second, so he's got a receiving touchdown and a rushing touchdown.
Oh, I did captain him, so that's good.
Congo Cab Glash, who can we complain about this? I have a problem with this. You want to contact Samir. I think he has a Twitter. Go find Samir. Producer Jordan, where is this coming from? Oh, it's in the chat. I haven't even had lunch. I had a slice of bread from Kaufman. Very good. Thanks for the update, Koff. Ken, fun fact, babysitter Billy not out of work. Billy is actually an editor at DraftKings. That's what he's been doing all this time, really, since he called his last game. He's kept very busy. He's done some Bryson DeChambeau content, particularly at the match when Rodgers and DeChambeau partnered against Mickelson and Brady. So babysitter Billy's kept very busy. I liked having him on the air, though. He was a lot of fun. I remember when Billy did his first sim. We knew of Billy behind the scenes, as Kaufman explained his backstory and the babysitter Billy title. And then Billy was used quite a bit as a commentator, but then things got busy as of last year when football started up.
Yeah. And his true talents, well, his true talents are maybe just being a Madden whiz, but his real talents that are useful to DraftKings are more useful. You know, whereas his editing and production, he's a wizard. He's a wizard. That guy's a wizard too, Josh Allen, zipping it over the middle to Steph Diggs.
I think Steph Diggs was in my lineup. And by the way, I apologize again. Only 50 people in this free roll. I made it at like 325. I was a little tied up today. I did play Diggs. All right. Is that his first catch?
If it wasn't his first catch, he doesn't have many other ones. So.
Throwback Bills uniforms, throwback Chargers uniforms on this Thursday. We have Jordan and Tom from our production team, Zach and Patrick from the game ops team. Hit the like for the ops team. They're sticking around. The ops team ain't going anywhere. So You know who comes to mind is Tate. Tate is one of the ops team members that is always in the chat. I am sure Tate will pop into that chat and hang. And really, as long as I don't know this for sure, that's why I don't want to promise anything. But make no mistake about it. If you're still playing these simulations, even when we go away after the 31st, and there's a live YouTube feature as far as chatting, which I think will still exist, I'll hop in and say what's up, and we have social media as well to get in touch with us.
We do. It's true. Yeah, we're still going to be on the waves, on the internet, in the tubes of the internet.
It really is not that hard to find us. Like, it's easier than ever.
Definitely not. Yeah. Yep. And I mean, again, I can't give you guys a concrete idea of how or what time or when, but sure that in some capacity we will be on here a lot. I mean, look, I'm on the sweat every morning at 11 a.m., so you know where to see me. I'll try and jump in the chat a little bit as well, but end of an era, man. Either way.
Dallas God, I'm not sure. I think this is for good. I think this is for good. I'm not sure after the NFL season if we're coming back.
Yeah. I mean, never say never. Who knows what they'll dream up.
The official statement we received says pause. So read into that what you will.
Who knows, man?
Yep.
Who knows?
Who knows? B-Dom walk, the Sims suck with you guys. I can watch Twitch. Well, wait, it's going to happen on Twitch too.
Yeah.
No announcers on Twitch either.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Germ says, is this just for TikTok follows? It seems very plausible. Believe what you want.
We wish.
Gordon, thank you. Thank you, Gordon. Oh
boy.
Maybe we should leave more often. Everyone's so nice to us.
I know. This is true. I mean, I'm not used to getting sympathy and we're going to miss you. You got me through this time. It's and look, in all seriousness, we really appreciate the outpouring of thanks and stuff like that. I at least I do. It's cool to hear people who have been here for a while. And like I said, it works both ways. You guys were cool to us too. I mean, helping us build this and get through a transitional period. I mean, none of us, when these started, none of us was like, oh yeah, DK Sims. Yeah, it's totally what we're going to do, So it was new to us, and you guys obviously helped with that. So yeah, kind of sad to have it end, obviously. Like I said, they'd become a complete routine for me. So
yeah. Eckler's got 2 of the Chargers' touchdowns. Herbert has rushed one in. Devin Singletary has rushed one in as well. There is one more sim on the schedule tonight, if I have that right, as far as what we have coming up later on tonight. We do have one more, right? Is that right? One more sim? At 6. Kaufman will be here, and I forget who he's with. Koff will be here for the slate with Reed at 5, right when this sim is over. That makes sense why he's hanging out in the chat, because he's got to be back here. And I should be saying thank you to Kaufman because he is covering the 6 o'clock for me. We switched. Sorry. But it doesn't suit my agenda. Seahawks and Cardinals at 6. Kaufman and Lamarca will be here at 6 for the sim. Last sim of the day.
The last sim of the day.
Must be says, I feel like putting on donkey ears, me, and growing a soul patch.
Do it.
Do it. You know what? Show your commitment back. Do it, must be.
Right. Shave your eyebrows tonight.
You know, it must be. I feel like we've kind of earned to come right back at you and say, you know what? Do it. Because if you don't, you're kind of a coward for all the crap you give us. It would really come full circle if you did do it. I'd give you a way more respect. I respect you already because I think you're pretty funny and we have a good back and forth and it's all in good fun. Oh, geez, Brian, you're going to make me cry. You two are the best. In a time where I felt like... Oh, here it is. Try again, Brendan. You two are the best. In a time where I felt and continue to feel lost, you two brought me through. These next few weeks will be difficult. Know that you mean a lot to us.
Appreciate that, man. Really appreciate it. Appreciate all the messages from all you guys, honestly. Hey, you can still do the buzzword. We'll all go out. 10 p.m. Eastern. Just walk outside your front door. You know, we'll get a group text going.
God, that kind of hit me, honestly. Like that's really nice.
It's super nice, man. Like, honestly, jokes aside.
Yeah. I mean, the window that stands out, and that's no disrespect to the people that joined us after this window I'm about to mention, but really the window of end of March through, right, really before football started, when we didn't really know if we were going to have a season, if we were going to have a training camp, or have a regulars, have a preseason slate, all that kind of murkiness, that window in August where we just had, like, think of the amount of laughs we've had and just some of the absurd things. Like, I know I can come on here and mention all the stuff I dressed up as and whatnot. Like, that was just all a way. My whole thinking behind that was, like, I have nothing else going on, really, in my life right now. Like, I have nothing else better to do. Why not try to put some smiles on people's faces and have a good time? And what it turned into is we all got to know each other pretty well. Then we actually all got to watch real football together. And then we had takes, then we had opinions, then we made lineups. There was a league created. It really was a great, genuine getting to know process the last year and a half. So it is really cool. It is really cool.
Yeah, and I mean, the stream is there, man. I mean, like the stream is will still be here. So I think as long as the stream is here, we'll probably still be kicking around in some capacity. So it's not goodbye. It's just.
See you later.
See you later.
Like I said. And I'll see you again. You know something, though? Like, what's going through my mind, I'm spitballing here. I'm thinking out loud.
Yeah.
Folks want Skip Perkins to come back. I might have to make a schedule now to do, like, a best of countdown. So today's August 12th. That means we have 19 days. 19 days. So there should be a theme if I make free rolls of, like, all right, we're going to do one more Skip Perkins night. We will do one more Andy Reid night. We'll do one more fill in the blank with whatever you want. And we leave it all out there. We give that character their
one more dress up as a cat night for the Bengals.
Dress up as a cat night.
Do you remember when you used to dress up for every Wild Weather Wednesday game?
Yeah, I feel like we have to bring weather back one more time.
Oh, we got to have at least one Weathergate day. I don't care what anyone says.
Weather. One more day.
Take away my Sims. You can never take away my weather. Just like Braveheart.
Yeah, a Romo night. Freeze Pops and I, we would do, and even Rossi, we would do Aikman and Buck. Marv Albert. 4-3, yes! Madden Sims are going away for the commentators. No!
Again, though, if you're just joining us, the Sims
not calling the game.
The Sims will continue. They'll still be here to play all the good jazz and, contests and stuff. We just won't be calling them as they're happening. So,
Congo Cab, yeah, Glash. That's what I think DK doesn't realize. You guys are with us in some challenging times, man. That's what made a connection with us. You were there when we needed something, anything. No, please understand. I think folks that do call the shots do understand what you're saying. Trust me, when we found out, it was not an easy message to deliver. This wasn't easy for them. And I don't want to speak for everybody, but like at the end of the day, we gotta listen and do what we're told. So,
well, yeah.
No, I know, but folks that think like we can just challenge back, I just it's not how it works in this industry, unless you're like the buzzword king or something.
Buzzword. That should be your Twitter handle, Buzzword King. You'd probably be verified if that was your Twitter handle.
I might make a Twitter called Buzzword, and then every night at 10:59,
it'll just throw it out.
We'll just go off. Flash's Buzzword, and every night at 10:59, I'll just put a word, and then everyone responds in that chain to that word, and we just go off. See, then when it's over, when it's 11, all right, see you tomorrow night. We'll do it again.
Oh my God, that's actually a really good idea.
You know those Twitter accounts that are like, did the Mariners win, or like did the Blue Jays win last night, and then they just say no, yes, each night. We'll do a buzzword night.
Yeah, buzzword account. I think you're onto something there, friend. Ever since Peloton. That's not true, I think.
Koff has feelings. Koff cares about this a lot.
I know he does.
Oh, 1,000% between now and the 31st, I am going to the Kaufman house, and I am wreaking havoc on that house. I will sit on that porch, and I will bark till the wee hours of the morning. Singletary, another touchdown, and he will sit there and take it. He will accept it. Kaufman's going to have to make signs for his neighborhood. There will be loud noises at my home.
Bring some chocolate for his kids, too. Get them hyped up.
A bunch of chocolate, a bunch of nerd rope, and a big box of pizza. All right. Oh, God. Retease, did you know? Just clipped this up. Let's see what we got. I think this is appropriate. Oh, yeah, this was just said a minute ago. What do we got? Retease. What did we got?
Marvin Albert. 4-3, yes. Madden Sims are going away for the commentators. No.
Nicely done, Retease. Germ, good question. Is Sarah more sad you'll be around more, or happier that you won't have to yell during her meetings? A little bit of both. Kaufman, no, not a daytime sim. The buzzword has to be in effect on your porch. In my opinion. Yes, we do have some content coming after this sim. Reed and Koff will be here talking all sports. I gotta say, and this isn't a criticism, this is more like I don't know how they're gonna do it. Like, how is Reed gonna come on here at 5 and accept the fact that these are going away and that he hasn't done a sim in ages? Feels like we got to bring Reed back. Koff, I think that's what the slate should be tonight. Guilt Reed into doing another sim.
Oh, yeah. Reed's got to do at least one. I mean, come on.
P-Don Walk. Stream the Sims on the TikTok, Lash. Got to get to 1,000 followers on TikTok in order to go live. I'm at 821. At Brendan Glass Gene on TikTok. If you want to hit me up there, get to 1,000 followers, we can stream live, can go live. I'll run a sim through TikTok, if that's allowed.
I'm mainly, you know what I just realized? We're not going to get to commentate on the new Madden sim. I was actually really looking forward to that.
Yeah, that is kind of a bummer, no question. Oh, Eckler!
Look at this guy go. Look at this guy. Third touchdown.
Third touchdown for Eckler.
Lineup's killing it now. We get over 79 points. Eckler and the captain. I just need Tyler Kroft to come through.
Koff says Reed won't even notice. Koff, you're gonna mention, he's gonna find out about it. He did contribute.
Don't shame Reed.
I mean, he doesn't do them anymore, but he still did a lot of them. He was part of the buildup. Eckler, man, what a sim. Looking at the highest owned players, most highly owned players. Eckler's second highest, 64.1%. Josh Allen's been okay in the sim. The touchdowns for Buffalo, courtesy of Devin Singletary. Yeah, Steelers YT is thanking you for some golf help. Like, yeah, Jeff's going to be here giving golf tips still.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm pretty sure the golf shows are going to, survive, go in and stuff. Yeah, Steeler, Henley start off well for once. I know it's a miracle. That dude is overdue for a win. But, yeah, I mean, I think you're going to see the content like the golf show enhanced. So we'll be here, just probably in a different capacity. Again, I wish I had more. I wish I had more info too, but we probably will soon. Obviously, football is a really big time for DraftKings for numerous reasons. And they want to try and build around that, which makes a ton of sense, quite frankly. So in a way, it's an exciting time, man. I mean, the football season is really big around here, and it's we'll all be used. We'll all be out there. Look, I mean, ultimately, during hockey season, you're definitely going to see me because I'm like the only guy at DraftKings who does hockey now. So, they're stuck with me. Hey, you get in on that sweet WNBA action. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You got to know your role, man.
One thing I will do, I promise this to you, the Sim fam. The Connecticut Sun resumes the WNBA season next week. So if you're interested, I will make some contests on that DK Sim Fam Friends League for a couple bucks or whatever. $1 to enter and 25, 30 people. We'll play some WNBA contests. If you want to follow along with the Connecticut Sun. It feels weird because it feels like the season's over, but it's not. They took a break for the Olympics. Now they're back. They play Sunday in New York, and they're back home on Tuesday. I'll be with Rebecca Lobo on Tuesday and Thursday of next week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
WNBA royalty.
Yeah,
Rebecca Lobo.
great. Yeah. Those are the only 2 games we're doing together this year, so we'll have a lot of fun.
That's cool. Yeah. It's awesome, man. So proud of you. I know the DK Sim fam is proud of you, too. Spreading your wings. Fly like an eagle in the sea, fly like an eagle. Where were you when you got the news, Glass? Did you find out this morning or last night? You're a late guy, so you probably last night, right?
No, so that email that you got, I was not on that. I found out yesterday, right before the noon sim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you got the early note. I was like the late.
I felt bad because I was about to go live. I'm like, oh crap! I'm working with Rossi. He has no idea. Oh, look, and now I'm working with Kenny. He's got no clue. So, and I have a big mouth, as most of you have figured out by this point. So having to keep that quiet and maintain a positive energy and exciting energy was difficult to do yesterday as well.
Yeah, no doubt. So,
yeah,
just thought I'd ask. Figure, since we're on topic there, since that's really the only thing to talk about today. Has there been any NFL news, like massive NFL news? I haven't really followed it today.
So the first round receiver, I'm blanking on his name right now. The Ravens first round receiver.
Bateman. Yeah.
Yeah, he's out. Yeah, he's out till September. He's having surgery on his groin.
I saw that. I didn't know he's out till September. That's big news. Yeah.
How does Emerson Latzia feel? He probably talked about this at noon, but how does he feel about Urban Meyer saying to the Jaguars media today, open competition between Gardner Minshew and Trevor Lawrence?
I love it. Yeah, it's that's Urban Meyer's kind of thing. It's like the college coach thing. We just got a competition in here. The best man's gonna win. Yeah, I think that'll straighten itself out. There's like zero chance. I shouldn't say zero chance because maybe Urban Meyer is that stubborn, but it'd be pretty shocking if he actually didn't start Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is part of Urban Meyer's transition to coaching a pro team as opposed to a college team.
Look, I don't really have a problem with saying it's a competition. Like, I think that's fine. I think what's dumb is Matt Nagy being like, oh yeah, Andy Dalton's our starter. Like, again, what has Andy Dalton done over the last 3 years to earn that much respect? That you're just going to automatically start him over a first-round quarterback. If you say, oh, there's going to be a competition, I want to see Dalton and I want to see Fields. We signed Dalton, I want to see him too. That's perfectly fine. That's essentially what Urban Meyer is doing. Now, it's still a little bit silly in Urban Meyer's case because you have the first overall pick. You don't have like the 10th overall pick. You got the first overall pick, a guy who everyone has been building up. It's going to be absolute anarchy if you don't start Trevor Lawrence. So Urban Meyer, regardless of whether he wants to make it a competition, he's going to be starting Trevor Lawrence because I think that'll delve into anarchy there very quickly if he doesn't. But the other competitions, that's where it would have made sense. So the guys who are truly insane, it's mainly Matt Nagy, but to an extent, Kyle Shanahan, because he also said, like, oh, Jimmy Garoppolo's our starter. Jimmy Garoppolo's our starter, right? So I think that Kyle Shanahan and Trey Lance, it looks like it's kind of delving back into, maybe it's a little bit more open-ended. But to me, the real goofball in this has been Matt Nagy. Like, you don't declare starters when you have a veteran who hasn't really done anything for 3 years. I mean, how do you just placate to him all of a sudden? It's ridiculous.
Well, I'm with you. Even if he went that far with Fields, I would have had a problem with it too, because he has to be really careful with his messaging to his locker room. Because at the end of the day, Matt Nagy has to keep that locker room intact, because if he loses it at any point in the first half of the year, there's no way he's coming back. And I don't necessarily think that's fair, right? Because he's kind of on the hot seat because of the 8-8 records. There's been pressure from the front office. He has to be really careful no matter who he goes with as the starter, because say he picks Fields, well, the locker room is going to take the coach's word and try and buy in. And if it doesn't go well, what I'm trying to say is, and I think you're saying the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Bide yourself time to make sure you know exactly who it's going to be, because the minute you anoint someone, you run the risk of tearing your locker room apart if that guy you pick so early in the competition doesn't do well.
Yep. I mean, you're just going to create a rift. There's going to be veteran guys. There's going to be young guys. There's going to be part of the team is going to see Justin Fields and be like, you kidding me? We're not starting this guy. Like, what the heck are we doing here? And vice versa. If they had just anointed Fields, there'd probably be some veterans who'd be like, we got Andy Dalton here. Why is this kid just walking in, right? So, to me, I just you got to make it. I think in those, especially in the Bears situation, should have been a competition, or at least the aura of a competition should have been had, right? So, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm actually fine with what Urban Meyer is doing. I know it's probably making most Jacksonville Jaguars fans' heads explode, because it's is this guy seriously going to start Gardner Minshew? Are we seriously going to do this? But as long as they actually side with Trevor Lawrence and they don't try and create anarchy, then it'll be fine. I'm not even the biggest Trevor Lawrence fan, but I recognize you have to start him. You just he's the first overall pick. You're basically admitting defeat if you don't start him over Gardner Minshew. You're like, this guy maybe wasn't ready. Maybe we should have taken Justin Fields, trade her back. You know, like you just don't want to do that. So
yeah, I hear you. I do. First time playing Fortnite. So does the end of the commentators mean that DraftKings said no to the sim bus?
yeah, a lot of stuff off the table. The sim marathon idea we had, you know.
Yeah, right.
24 hours of Sims.
My favorite, and this relates to the sim bus, was I would have loved if we ever got it approved, was to do Sims like at a Super Bowl for like the week during on like Media Row.
During Media Week.
Oh,
that would have been a great idea, man.
Have a booth set up on Radio Row, the DraftKings Madden Sim booth. Have special guests come on and commentate.
Yeah.
Oh,
God damn, that's a good idea.
You haven't heard that? I've definitely brought this up, not recently, but in the past. I'm like, oh yeah, you go on Radio Row, and
I don't think you ever brought it up with me. Probably.
Well, yeah, and then you promote the hell out of them at Radio Row. Hey, this is what we do. We do these 6 a day, 7 days a week, and you get more people interested. You do some giveaways at the event. That'd be the one thing I would vouch for.
I mean, you can still do that.
Yeah.
You know, could bring him back for a week.
Oh,
could send me and you to the Super Bowl. Just me and you. You know, no one else. Just you and I. Oh, maybe we'll get Rossi too. Maybe like 2 other people. No, I'm just kidding. Well, it's a great idea, regardless. It's a great idea. Was that a touchdown?
Yeah, it was. I'm surprised they gave it to him.
Yeah, Singletary. It's a pretty good game. I don't really care right now. Normally, I'm the guy who was like, yeah, this is a good game, and try and bring it back. I'm not bringing it back today.
Bad Boys of Pop at Brendan Glasheen. Does DK not have sympathy for us?
Oh, boy.
J-Man on Twitch. DraftKings food trucks? You could just go buy a food truck, and then we could do the Sims out of the food truck.
I mean, I might be working at a food truck.
Man. Well,
it's all good. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Hopefully.
Hopefully. Questions coming in, and I'm only bringing these up because I don't want it to come off like we're ignoring you. I'm pretty sure the Sims, you will still be able to chat as a family outside of us being here with microphones. You can chat in the YouTube chat like you're doing right now. And I'm not positive on what they're going to do with what game audio you'll hear, if it's going to be any. So those are things that we've yet to find out as well. Oh, no. Jeff, guess who's in the chat? No. The Tater Hater's here. And the Tater Hater knows nothing. Oh, no.
You just finding out? Oh, man.
Tater Hater has no idea what's happening. Oh. Tater Hater, I hate to break it to you, but the play-by-play and analyst roles, the commentary roles on the Sim are going away as of August 31st. I'm not joking. Not making this up. This is not a fake announcement.
It's all real, man.
Yeah. Makes me sad to have to inform someone like Tater Hater, who puts himself out there with their hate for taters. Ken says, how many wooden nickels do I need for that food truck? Several. Steven,
More than you have.
In England. Nice. How many do I have? None. Then again,
no, I said, never mind.
Oh. 2-minute warning. Demac Lion, Glash and Moose, love your point on Fields, Lawrence, and Lance. Pete Carroll had a new quarterback in Matt Flynn. They paid millions. Then he saw Russell Wilson play and said, this is the guy. Great example. Think about that for a second. Imagine they stuck with Flynn, and we never, maybe at one point Russell Wilson, we discovered he was really great, but they're probably happy they did it sooner rather than later, right?
Yep. Absolutely, man.
It's a good call there by DeMac Lyon.
I think the Bears are in a very similar situation with Justin Fields there. And San Francisco, quite frankly. Trey Lance has looked really good, apparently, so. Get some preseason. I keep forgetting who's playing tonight. I know the Patriots are playing in the
New England, Washington, and then Philadelphia, Pittsburgh.
Okay, there you go.
I did sports updates all day, so I've.
Oh, that's right. How'd that go?
It was good. Good time. Yeah, back there tomorrow. Should be good. Reacting to tonight's game. Should be good.
Oh, that's right. And we got a Friday slate too with Tennessee, Atlanta, Buffalo, Detroit. So, oh yeah, we don't need that. We don't need the talking over me. Jeez, how rude, NFL people. Unbelievable.
The New England-Washington game is the NFL Network game, for those wondering. Buffalo ball, 1 timeout left, 1:44 to go. Tom Cruise, I can't say that on the air, but enjoy yourself. Be responsible. Tater Hater says, I will quit my job and call 6 Sims a day for $30,000 a year. You have to cut back on the tater purchases as well. Oh, well, actually, no, you don't buy tater tots. You might have to start eating tater tots to save money, Tater Hater.
Justin S3, I've never actually run into anyone who's watched The Sims. I do think about that sometimes, though. Like the one day someone's going to be like, hey, you, Sim guy. Have you run into anyone? Like in real life? No.
No.
I'm convinced that like one day that'll happen to me. But well, no, I was convinced, I should say. Obviously. And only 3 weeks left, so.
What do you think you'd have to be wearing, though, for someone to recognize you?
Just one of my dopey big brain hats, which I often wear to the house, probably.
I don't think there's anything I could wear that would make me more recognizable than something else.
You change your appearance a lot. You get like haircuts and stuff. Like,
Terrace says, you guys need a farewell song on August 31st. There's nothing more I would love than Lamarca like bringing out the saxophone and like doing we do a concert, like a halftime concert,
like a We Are the World.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
With the DK Sim announcers.
Yeah,
we have to buy back Lamarca's saxophone, like from the pawn shop, whoever got rid of it.
Oh, Buffalo finally uses the timeout, so that's it. 20 seconds. They're at the 44. Koff and Reed coming up next. They have the slate, which will take you up till 6 o'clock. The final Madden sim of the night. And the reason why there's only 4 is because of preseason football. They'll dive into everything. I'm sure Wyndham is on the topic of conversation. And of course, the football, too.
Yep. Russell Henley, big day. Like Reed's thoughts on that. I'd also like a commitment to Reed about just giving me the thumbs down. You know, Russ hater. Get out of here, Reed. We'll also need Reed to commit to what day he's doing a sim before these end. So, before the announcers end, the sims are done.
Reed, no.
A double thumbs down from Reed.
Come on, Reed.
You get roasted in the chat, Reed.
Family.
Chat is coming for you if you don't do one.
This guy. All about the money now.
This guy.
Unbelievable.
How many Hail Marys are we getting here? 3rd and 16. 14 seconds. Oh, I got no timeouts. This is it. Here we go. Through the air. Bouncing ball.
That actually helped them when you think about it.
Yeah, it did. Incomplete pass, so they do have one more.
So what are they thinking there? Like, they threw to the end zone on 2nd down, but on 3rd down, let's throw it to the 15-yard line.
The sim gonna do what the sim gonna do. You know, we know that.
I will not miss the AI. Sorry.
I love
Come on.
AI.
To the end zone, Josh.
Here we go, Joshy. Going for the,
They might
the
tie
corner.
it. They might tie it. Oh, he caught
No.
it.
That was in. Show the replay. Review.
Wow.
Oh, man.
He caught that.
I kind of wanted OT this time.
Yeah, I will not complain about overtime for the next 19 days.
That's true. Give me all the overtime. Just kidding. I'll still complain about overtime.
Oh, I thought he was in. That was Steph Diggs, too.
That was close. Like, in all seriousness, he probably got like 1 foot in or something. Looks like he did get pushed out. Dag nammit. All right. Should we do players of the... Oh, it's Eckler. He had like 54 points in the captain spot. Oh,
Yeah.
Devin Singletary had a monster game too. Jeez. I mean, we're not paying attention, obviously. Let's give the not player of the sim, the Ulrich's ugly performance of the day to Mike Williams. 1.8 points. These scores aren't finalized.
Sounds good. I am not here tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. I think I'm back Sunday night. Only 3 sims tomorrow, no sims Saturday because of the NFL preseason, a full day of games on Saturday, which is weird to think because we didn't have a preseason last year. Without further ado, Kaufman needs to figure out if Brian Hoyer is the right player to play in his lineup. He asked earlier. I don't think he got many answers. So, Kauf, why don't you spend the next 45 minutes asking Reed how to make your Patriots Washington lineup? The floor is yours.
Thank you. I will. At least 5 minutes anyway. I don't know about 45 minutes because as Reed noted in our little pre-Slack channel thingy, we got into some of the DFS preseason strategy last week. But what the heck? We'll do a little bit more. Reed T. Fowler, Adam Kaufman. It's the slate. Sports. How are you, buddy?
Good. Kaufman was also saying in our Slack channel thingy, which is called a Slack channel.
Yeah. I wanted the technical term, but fine. I mean, you want to
that he doesn't know what we did, what we talked about last week.
Yeah, who can remember?
Most people, Kaufman.
We work together so often, and I enjoy it every single time, might I add. But you think that all of them leave a lasting impression on me? I mean, I'm supposed to remember week to week when we do these things, all the wonderful array of topics that we hit on.
Well, here's a prime example. Like last time I lambasted you about screen sharing and how you're incorrect. I amend my apology of saying that you were correct and stand by you being incorrect because you're not supposed to share your entire desktop. You're just supposed to share the Google Chrome. So now we can see everything.
What are you talking about?
Well, I digress. That is neither here nor there. We'll talk about it in the Slack channel thingy and how
I'm gonna go right
and how
back.
you fix this.
I'm gonna fix it as soon as I can.
Can't do it. You can't do it.
Wait, hang on. No, wait. I'm gonna hang on.
You're gonna screw everything up.
Nope. I stopped my share. Hang on. I think I'm okay. Boom.
There you
I
go.
think I did it.
There you go.
There we
He's all
go.
grown up now.
Rockstar. He's all grown up. Oh, sweet T and I. Yeah, obviously as Glash and Moose continued on from what Rossi and I were talking about during the previous sim, a lot happening in Simland today with the future of these things. And Lamarca and I have the next sim for you after this coming up at 6 Eastern. So we will get into more of that, more of the nostalgia and look ahead and what it all means and all of that. But here for this show, Reed, other than just kind of casually needling at you to get you to do a sim before the play-by-play goes away, because we do want that. The people want that. We are actually going to talk sports and some things that are happening. So to pick up, I guess, in part from last week, I don't want to spend forever on it, but there are 2 preseason NFL games tonight. Of course, my beloved Patriots taking on the Washington football team in Foxborough. You have Pittsburgh in Philadelphia. Both, pardon me, if those games are 7:30 tonight, you could, if you want to jump into the DraftKings lobby, you could play a classic for both games. You could play showdowns for both games. Here's something I was thinking about. You tell me what you think, because I defer to you. You are the expert. I need the analysis from you. When it comes to preseason football And I didn't play last week, so I don't know. I haven't put this out into the world here as a strategy. I'm not claiming to be the first to think of it. I'm just wondering if it works, if it's a good strategy. With all the prices being the same, every player, as we've talked about, is priced the same way. Why not just build a lineup that's basically all quarterbacks?
Well, because quarterbacks don't get a ton of production. I see where your thinking is going, where they're theoretically and for the most part in the regular season, the like quickest path to points, right? They're like pitchers in baseball. They're involved in every single play. But historically, quarterbacks don't get a lot of production in preseason because they don't have any continuity. And if you saw from last week, they don't really score. It's usually the running backs. It's especially the players, the second and third string quarterbacks, mostly the third and fourth string quarterbacks, because backup quarterbacks are extremely valuable in the NFL. As we see when one guy goes down, like Ben Roethlisberger, you see what a dumpster fire Pittsburgh is after that. Apologies, Pittsburgh Steelers fans, but it's true. But again, historically, we haven't seen a lot of these guys, a lot of the quarterbacks get a ton of production in preseason. It's the running backs. It's these wide receiver 3-4s that get a lot of run. It's even guys like, I forget who it was last week, James Washington, that we think, hey, look, we've seen him produce in the regular season as a wide receiver 3, but he's now on the verge, and now we know that he's requesting a trade from Pittsburgh, that he was on the bubble for that team of making the team. So, right, as one of your boys, Julian Felix Edlow, mentioned, James White, and we were talking about James White in the sweat and how he likes Sony Michel's over on rushing prop for the regular season. I think it's set close to 900 yards rushing. And Julian was talking about how he likes that. He was alluding to, he was saying that James White, might not even make the team. Now, why? I think that's blasphemy.
That's nonsense. There's zero. James White's going to be a captain, let alone not the team.
I'm just saying, I agree with you. But because of that, right, that's why you want to get some of these other guys in there as opposed to 6 quarterbacks, because they just don't get a ton of production. And you don't know how that distribution of time and amount of plays are going to go. And then of those snaps, right, because they probably allocated snaps, say, hey, we want you to run or back series. You just don't know, right? They could be out there for 3 downs, and then the next one maybe 5 or 6 downs. That's 9 plays, and how many of those 9 plays for the quarterback from these backup quarterbacks now are going to be beneficial, as opposed to a running back who who could? It's an easier path to success in that way. So yeah, I get what you're saying, but just historically, it hasn't worked out.
Terrellin's phone charger in the YouTube chat says, I had all quarterbacks last week and it didn't work. And then Amen says that's a lie. I had both defenses too. So both defenses and a bunch of QBs. And look, I'd be, conceptually, I get it. I totally understand that strategy, especially because defense, we talked about this last week. This I do remember, Reed. Defenses are, at least fundamentally in preseason reliable points, because as a unit there has to be defense. Now, whether or not it's a good defense and has a fumble recovery or an interception or a touchdown, who the heck knows? I don't know. I'm sure there are stats because there are stats for everything. I don't know them. I don't know if you know them, but do we have a general average offensive production in preseason games the last, say, 5 years? A game typically will produce, 25 total points versus, say, 38 points or, 42 points. You know what I mean? Because that would at least maybe give you some sort of feel about how you should approach defenses in preseason versus some of those skill positions that, like you said, are unreliable. Unreliable only in the sense that you just don't know how many reps a guy is going to get.
Yeah, I mean, if you and I knew that, and maybe there's a stat out there somewhere, Koff, but I don't, I wouldn't worry too much about what the average points scored because it's arbitrary.
Yeah.
Preseason is not something that we can predict, other than we know the starters aren't going to play. We know the JJ Watts, and he's injured. The Hunter Henrys clearly aren't going to play. Because also he's injured, right? Jonas Smith, Cam Newton, all of these guys, Ryan Fitzpatrick, they might be out there for, a down, 2 downs, but you just don't know, right? And so from that, and then we haven't seen a lot of these guys. We haven't seen a lot of these guys play. So, could you say historically, okay, when we look at these teams that are going to play tonight, how does Josh McDaniels set up a preseason game? How does he attack a preseason game? I would I would look at it this way, Koff.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not a rhetorical question. This is a question I want your answer to is what are the Patriots think to improve on offensively from last year? Because I would say defense, they had a lot of guys opt out. So I think it's completely different, right? That's night and day. But what do the Patriots need to improve on this year?
Yeah, on the offense, like you said, on the offense, red zone for sure. And they've spent a lot of time, I know, in training camp and practices working on that because they just couldn't get in the end zone last year. Cam threw for 3 touchdowns or 4 or 5 touchdowns, something like that. He ran for a dozen, but he was very unreliable when it came to passing for touchdowns. The passing offense was a joke last year. But I think what you're going to see from this team, hopefully in preseason, is the biggest story, obviously, for the Pats offensively is the quarterback competition, which is something that people will be watching for tonight. Cam Newton's going to start. How much is he going to play? Then Mac Jones comes on. How much is he going to play? Then Brian Hoyer just plays the rest. There is no Jarrett Stidham. He's hurt. So it's going to be those 3 guys. I'm curious, and nobody knows at this stage, but I'm curious to see what the divide in reps is going to be. Because Cam, it depends how you want to look at it. If you want to trust Bill Belichick, trust the words that have come out of his mouth since the time that Mac Jones was drafted. Cam is our quarterback. Cam is our starter. There's no mystery here. He has seemed to leave open the door a little bit to, if maybe he is outplayed, he could lose the job. Now, Mac Jones has had a good training camp. I think relative to Cam, he's had maybe a little bit better training camp. And I say that from afar, from, people, boots on the ground, what you read, what you hear, that sort of thing. I am not there in person watching these guys rep to rep, snap to snap. But it seems like Mac Jones has had a comparable, if not maybe even a little bit better training camp than Cam Newton. But again, a little bit. He's not blowing him out of the water. Cam Newton is still, in my mind, this is how I've classified it, Reed. It's Cam Newton's job to lose. It's Mac Jones' job to win. That's how I viewed this competition. But it is a competition. I think Newton is understandably the favorite. But I do wonder when it comes to preseason, especially having 3 games, is he going to play 2 series? Is he going to play, a quarter and a half? Is Mac Jones going to come in halfway through the first quarter and play to the half, and then Brian Hoyer plays the entire second half? He's obviously the kid, Hoyer, Jones, that is the one that is the biggest question mark, because we've never seen him, even in preseason, we've never seen him in an NFL game setting. You know what Brian Hoyer is. He may not even be on the roster. You know what Cam Newton was last year, but a lot of people believe that he is going to be better this year, especially with a better offense and group of weapons around him. So I don't know. I don't have a clue how Belichick is going to approach it. I really don't. I would think just common sense would tell me Mac Jones is going to play more than him tonight, but how much more, I don't know.
So and I think you bring up good points, right? I think that goes back to it. It's a full circle of we don't know. What I will say is, okay, historically, how has Bill Belichick and Josh McDaniels treated preseason? I would argue that they treat it exactly how it is. There's no smoke screens. There's no reason to say Cam Newton's our starter and then come out and fool everybody and Mac Jones is playing 3 quarters in preseason. That's just not going to happen. And if it does, it's not because of what Bill Belichick is saying. So I don't in preseason, I actually trust what the coaches are saying because there's no reason to hide anything unless
Urban Meyer.
Yeah, you're a Meyer, or unless you have guys like Jalen Waddle, unless you have guys like Jamar Chase, unless you have guys like Kyle Pitts that you maybe don't want to give everything away, and obviously you don't want to hurt your investment. And I would argue that Mac Jones and the Patriots specifically, right, because each team is different, but I would argue that the Patriots specifically know what they have in Mac Jones. They already know what they have in Mac Jones from scouts, from preseason, from training camp. And yes, you want to see him in, get, actual football speed. You want to get him up to speed. But I mean, you're telling me that Bill Belichick and Nick Saban weren't talking about Mac Jones throughout the entirety of last year?
Sure.
He knows what he has at Mac Jones. Now, can he apply it? Right. So in this one, if you wanted to go, and N'Keal Harry, what's his status? he wanted to trade before the season, before training camp even started. Mm-hmm. Does he play a lot because Bill Belichick, hey, he wants to polish, he wants to put lipstick on a proverbial, bovine and a proverbial pig, but
yeah.
Like, does he do that and say, hey, look how good N'Keal Harry is, first round talent, didn't really shape up for us, try to get 75 cents on the dollar in the market?
No.
Like, who knows, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just tell you, and I made, who knows, I may adjust it, but I just for giggles, I made my preseason showdown lineup for the Pats in Washington, and I have N'Keal Harry in there. I have N'Keal Harry in there for, in part, that reason. I think he's going to get opportunity, and I think if, like you said, who knows if he'll be traded, but obviously he made through his agent that request. Seems like he and Bill Belichick have gotten on the same page, so I don't know if it'll come to fruition, but there's no doubt he has guys to climb over on the depth chart. So he does have to prove himself. So seemingly in preseason, there will be an opportunity to do that. But on top of that, this is a guy who has had, again, by all accounts, arguably the best training camp of at least any of the offensive players that have been there for New England this year. He has had a lights out, electric, almost gymnastic-like training camp with some of the catches that he's making out there on the field, wowing people, fans and teammates and coaches alike every single day. But cool, you did it in practice. Can he do it in a game setting? And that really means a real game setting, like come week one. But it starts in preseason. Can he do it tonight? How's that chemistry with Cam, with Mac? In some ways, some of the new guys, like is a Kendrick Bourne or a Nelson Aguilar a good play tonight, because they're going to get at least a little bit of time, and it's all about, like, these guys are trying to build chemistry with guys that they didn't work with prior to at least these mini camps and OTAs and training camp. So those are always the things when it comes to DFS usage in preseason. Those are the things I'm most interested in. Like, I mean, maybe Jacoby Myers or James White go out and they're elite tonight, who the heck knows? But guys like that are not as enticing to me, because I feel like everyone already knows who they are and what they are. It's the new guys, guys like Cam Newton and Mac Jones. I mean, Mac is new, so he's not the best example, but Newton is saying, all right, this is my chance to build chemistry with this guy against a defense that is not our own.
Yeah. And if you go to, and look, we won't do a Patriot show. I know Coffin wants us to do a Patriot show, but
no, I mean, I feel like
I
a lot
get
of
it.
the stuff that I'm saying is, I'm presenting it in general rules of preseason, in terms of like the types of guys. Yes, I'm using the Pats as an example for a lot of the stuff because
right.
But I'm just talking about newness of relationships. I feel like tends to get exploited a lot in preseason.
Well, that, and most of it is happening in training camp. Right. Like, you want to preserve, even if you have Cam for a year, having Cam for a year is preserving him up until Mac Jones is ready.
Yeah.
Forcing Mac Jones out early could be detrimental to his career, even with McDaniels and Belichick, just because he's not ready yet. The speed is completely different in the NFL than it is even at Alabama, even when you're going up against guys that on the other side of the ball are going in the top 10, top 15 drafts.
Speaking of Alabama, look at Tua last year.
Yeah. And that's a good point too, right? That Tua last year, there's so many extenuating circumstances and variables that go into this too, right? So to try to predict anything, going back to the initial question, again, trying to predict anything with these teams is a little tight. It does matter, right? Preseason does matter. Clearly there's lines, right? There's money to be had on DFS and in sport and on the DraftKings Sportsbook. But look, we saw, like, the other game, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. We saw Pittsburgh and how they deployed their offense and their strategy. Najee Harris had 17 of 18, he was out there for 17 of 18, I think, plays in the first three series. And, he got, I think it was like 22 yards. So it wasn't great. I think 7 carries, but hey, what if that now at that first game, he got those jitters out and he goes up against Philadelphia. They're not putting out their stars. They're not putting out any of their starters on that defense. Their defense is not great. Najee Harris could go out for 2 or 3 series, and Tomlin has come out and said he's not capping his playing time. So Najee Harris could come out and get you 60, 70 yards on 10 carries and a touchdown. And in preseason, that's gold. So this is the kind of stuff that you want to take a look at when building your lineups. You don't want, like, the DSTs. I still think that's a good call. But at the same time, right, if we're first taking a look at the lines, right? It's really a pick 'em. That's what it is. It's a pick 'em for both of these games, essentially. And it really matters on preference. Honestly, I would argue, and this is no quantitative analysis here. I would argue that the Patriots and Belichick, in the back of his mind, wants to lose, right? Because he's going to learn more
points to be proven.
Exactly,
going into his guys.
Exactly, and so maybe he throttles back. Maybe he doesn't put out all of the stars. I'm not saying that that's true, but that's what it feels like. That's the kind of stuff and the narratives that we're playing in preseason. And look, the Steelers and the Eagles, I think both teams have a lot to prove this year. And we've seen the Steelers before. I feel a bit more confident Steelers getting a point because I don't know what Philadelphia is doing. I don't know. Like, we can look at some of the reports, but at the same time, getting a point with the Steelers who already have one under their belt ain't a bad bet.
We can get into Philadelphia in a second too, and the QB situation there. But I had asked you before, just about the how many points should we expect in a preseason game? Well, I mean, why not go to the odds makers, right? Look for consistency there. If we're able to, I think people are looking at this right now. NFL preseason. I mean, look at the common threads. All these games, the two tonight games, there are tomorrow, all day Saturday. I'm just scrolling. The over under ranges for all of these between, let's see, 34 and a half and 38, 39.
Yeah, 33 and a half, 34. Yeah,
all of them. So, I mean, that's what we're expecting. That's got to be the historical note without looking it up. Mid 30s. That's what you should expect. And for
2 touchdowns team. Yeah.
Yeah. And for the most part, at least, the first handful of games, it changes a little bit when you get into Saturday's action, a little more lopsided, actually. It's interesting. But the matchups that we've got here, both tonight, tomorrow, these are all pick'ems effectively.
Yeah.
Both tonight's are 1 point spreads. Both tomorrow's are pick'ems. And then tomorrow night, Dallas and Arizona, 1.5. So just a bunch of evenly matched teams that also have plenty of question marks.
Yeah, it says everyone's training ground. Even DK Sportsbook, even the bookmakers are looking.
I'm honestly
right.
Surprised to even see like Tampa Bay and Cincinnati have a 6 point spread on Saturday.
Yeah, well, I mean those are Cincinnati's does not have depth, and Tampa Bay does. So
is he actually going to play in that game? Did they say he's playing in that?
I can't imagine he does.
Series, but is he?
If that. I don't even know. Like, why? Why would he even make the trip? Even if it's down the street, even if it's out of like the training facility, why even make the trip? But look, they got a lot of guys there at Tampa Bay. Like, everybody wants to come and play Tampa Bay, play with Tampa Bay because they can win a Super Bowl. Yeah. Right. Gio Bernard, all of these guys are like, I want to play with Tampa Bay. So their depth is there. Adrian Peterson. So they have depth, and that's what you want to look for, right? Quarterback competitions, quarterback depth. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, like those are the things that you want to take a look at, because that's what you can kind of predict in the preseason, is that that quarterback competitions from a team and from a player standpoint, they're going to just open up the playbook and say, we want to see everything. We want to see play action. We want to see deep ball passing. We want to see rushing. We want to see everything. So when you have quarterback depth, that's something that, a team like the Colts are battling with right now, especially with what came out about Carson Wentz just recently from The Athletic and Zach Kiefer. It's tough, man. If you don't have depth, and that can be a broader discussion in the NFL, like in the regular season, but at the same time, like you're going to see in the preseason now too, all of these quarterbacks are going to be an audition, right? For teams like the Colts or other teams that are need quarterbacks because of injuries. So just because we see one guy playing in the preseason on one team, if his contract and if the team allows, he could be on another team.
On that Philly QB situation, as you were talking about Kiefer's report there for The Athletic, obviously Carson Wentz is not ready. The Colts have told him that until he is 100%, he's not playing, which I agree with. And I can understand after his history there with Philadelphia, why he's maybe a little paranoid of getting Wally pipped here. Losing the job, some guy coming in playing hot, and all of a sudden, yeah, Carson, we're good here. No wonder he wants to be ready and pushing himself for week 1, but he's not gonna be. So, at this point, you get the E team here, Eason, Ellinger, and can either of these guys do the job? Can they be a stopgap? Because it seems like, again, based on that reported trade, is not imminent.
Yeah, like it's not, but I can't imagine that the Colts go into the beginning of the year with one of these guys. I just can't, especially with what they've tried to do to make this team at least competitive. And I think Kwity Paye too on the defensive side. I think he went down with an injury. Maybe it was yesterday or the day before, their rookie D end. So they've got the the Los Angeles Charger sort of curse right now, so to speak. Guys are going down in the preseason. So I can't imagine that this is the case. Again, maybe this is playing a little bit 40 chess, Koff, where it's like trade seems very unlikely, but like I can't see. I just can't see how they roll out in the beginning of the year without at least talks with other teams and players where we see more momentum come up with maybe some other players. Maybe, halfway through the preseason, we see some guys show up in second or third string quarterbacks that, prove that they can be starters. I don't know. I would not dispute and besmirch Kiefer's tweet there. And he's much more of a, in the know than I am with this whole situation. But I find it surprising that a trade seems unlikely.
What wouldn't surprise me, especially familiarity, and to, kind of bring it back to what we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to think of the right way to put it. With regard to the Patriots, because it always comes back to the Patriots, people, with regard to the Patriots quarterback situation, I'm not even sure it matters. I was going to say, well, if Mac Jones beats out Cam Newton for the starting job, maybe this doesn't apply. I'm not even sure that matters. I think a lot of people I believe, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe the Patriots won't carry 3 quarterbacks. I really do.
No.
So if we're assuming that Cam Newton plays well enough to either A, keep his job as the starter, or B, be there to back up Mac Jones, and they don't need the institutional knowledge of Brian Hoyer anymore, what are the odds that Hoyer gets cut, re-signs with Indianapolis? He was just there.
Yeah.
That's a veteran stopgap to get you through the first couple of weeks or whatever it is.
Yeah. Right. Jacoby Brissett. But I don't think it's that. I could see that, but the 12-week time frame is what scares me a little bit. If I were the Colts. Right. Because I think a week ago, or no, not even a week ago. What am I saying? A couple of days ago, the report came out and said Wentz was trending towards playing. He and Nelson were trending towards playing week 1. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, now you kind of backtrack that and say, we're not going to send you out there until you're 100%.
Right.
Which leads me to believe that someone leaked out something and Irsay has got to say, hey, this is an investment that we've made in the long term. We know the injury history with this guy. I'm squashing this right now. So with that being said, that if that's the case, right, you could take this 2 ways, because there's always left, right, up, down. There's always 2 ways to go.
Yeah.
That one, Irsay is saying, yeah, he's going to be back close to week 1, week 2, or early in the season. We just don't want to rush him back. He's an investment. Okay. The other one is hey, we don't want to show our hand that we really need a quarterback. We really need a quarterback right now because our number 1 is down, and he's down potentially halfway through the season. And yes, this division is not strong at all. So you could kind of pick it up halfway through the season. Potentially, if Tennessee doesn't completely run away with it. But I don't think that they're showing their hand right now and saying hey, we don't need anybody. We're okay. We're fine. Let's throw out a name just for giggles, just for S and giggles here, Koff. What about Drew Lock?
What about Drew Lock?
Well, right, that's in the mindset where you think, okay, maybe someone like a Drew Lock can be the Colts quarterback if there's a trade to be set up there. You have Teddy Bridgewater in Denver. You already have that, type
But are
of
you going to
quarterback.
require a guy that you're setting up a situation where you effectively have two starting caliber quarterbacks, even if you want to argue that neither one really is?
Well, and that's the thing, right? Like, what is the value of Drew Lock over Eason and Ellinger? Right, Ellinger is a rookie. Yeah. I think he's got a lot of heart, right? A lot of gumption.
Yeah,
plays with speed, but he's not a professional quarterback yet, right? Yeah. And Jacob Eason, neither is he. Neither is he. And so Drew Lock, as bad as he was last year, he is going to be a lot better. And this is theoretical. I'm not saying this is happening. He's going to be a lot better than any of those two, those two players. And it's going to allow the offense and the organization and the fans to be like, okay, the Colts, we're trying to fix this as much as we can. And Drew Lock is a player that has been on the hot seat for the last, season. Mm-hmm. That he's not been a good quarterback, and a change of scenery can always help, like Ryan Tannehill. And I'm not saying Tannehill and Drew Lock are the same, but look at what he did with a change of scenery and getting away from Adam Gase. Maybe Lock has to get away from Vic Fangio.
What about, and I'm hesitant to encourage teams to trade their top backup because, injury, that type of thing. Like, that's obviously a risk Denver takes if you move Drew Lock and because you decide to go with Bridgewater, but all of a sudden Bridgewater goes down again and it's, oh my goodness, who do we go with? We don't have anyone. But Jacksonville, I mean, I just don't personally like seeing Gardner Minshew having to back up Trevor Lawrence, not because he shouldn't. Obviously Trevor Lawrence is the guy you go with. I just happen to like Minshew. I would like to see him have an opportunity. This is a logical one. Plenty of people have brought up his name, but I guess independent of not believing that Urban Meyer's got himself a quarterback competition there, we all know it's Trevor Lawrence week one. But can you even move a Gardner Minshew for fear of, man, what if Trevor Lawrence gets hurt? What if he blows out his knee week two? That type of thing. I guess, if you've got a guy that you think that highly of, if they do, or any organization for that matter, can you move them?
No, I think backup quarterbacks are vastly important. But there's always a price.
New Orleans last year.
Sure. But there's always a price, Koff, like anything. Right. So if they're given, a price that is worth the security of having a backup quarterback. And we know even the best of backup quarterbacks, it's not an easy road. I think Teddy Bridgewater and some of these guys who came in and filled the position nicely was less about what they did and more about the system that gives credence to the system that they were in.
Still got to play the system.
Right. So exactly. They still have to. Right. So Teddy is an above average backup quarterback. I think that goes without saying. Marcus Mariota is an above average backup quarterback because of what he can do. So there's always a price for the Raiders. If the Colts come calling and they say, hey, we'll give you what, a bounties version of a backup quarterback would be, then the Raiders would take it. Right. So there's always going to be a price.
So we do know the situation in San Francisco to some degree, at least entering the preseason, and that is that Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance are battling it out for the QB1 job, as we know. And to your point about coaches not feeling the need to hide things, Kyle Shanahan not hiding things. The plan for the first exhibition is Garoppolo playing a series and then Lance leading the team the rest of the half. So who do you think emerges from this competition here?
Well, I mean, excuse me, I got a little something in my throat here talking about San Francisco. I feel like cough right now. Look, I don't think, like, if you're San Francisco, you had so much to deal with last year in terms of injuries, in terms of variables that were outside of your control. I think what Jimmy G gives you is a sense of control, right? Like, you can predict kind of what he can do. There's a cap to it. There's an upside to it. But at the same time, Trey Lance is so raw. Like, even in college, he didn't have a ton of run, a ton of play. So when you take a look at that, I think he is the future of this team. And I do think at some point, Koff, he does become the starting quarterback if he gives them a better chance to win moving forward. Like, this is a strong division. Sure. I think the Cardinals, I think their game total is 8.5. And then The Seahawks, the 49ers, and the Rams are all 10.5. That's their regular season winning total line. So that's a strong division. So does Trey Lance give you that? And then the defenses, right, that he's going to play. And what can he do? Can he, even if he reads the defense, maybe he can get out of it a la Lamar Jackson with his legs and athleticism, then he could be a really, really fun and integral part of this this offense. Absolutely. But I would argue that Shanahan right now and this team, they need some continuity. They need for the proverbial dust to settle from last year and say, we need to get off on a good foot. And if Jimmy G isn't playing well in the first couple of games, then you're going to start to hear the chants, get Lance out there. And he's wowing in camp, right? He and Justin Fields wowing. Zach Wilson, apparently he's not. He's Sam Darnold 2.0 to some officials.
Who would have seen that coming?
Weird, right? But look, as much as I did not like the Zach Wilson pick, you got to give this guy a chance. It is training camp
based on what he's done to this point.
And both sides, you can't say that Lance and Fields are these all-star quarterbacks because they're wowing in training camp. And you can't say that Zach Wilson is not great. And I would argue that Zach Wilson is doing a better job now in training camp because he's making those mistakes. He's saying, okay, I'm trying to push the envelope to the nth degree. And this is exactly what training camp is for. It's to do that, right? There is no QB competition with the Jets. He is a starting quarterback. He doesn't have to worry about that. So he's playing in training camp like that. So I would argue that Lance, I would take a beat. I think he does become a starting quarterback, but not yet. I think he needs some continuity first.
So we've hit on all of them pretty much, other than Justin Fields. So why not talk about the other first-round quarterback here in Fields? And Bears coach Mike Nagy confirmed on Thursday that the second-string QB will be Fields. He will see plenty of action. The team's preseason debut against Miami could even play into the fourth quarter, according to the Bears head coach. For sure, he will play past halftime. Do we believe still, as I do, that Andy Dalton is QB1 at least to enter the year? Or is preseason really going to determine that?
This is an interesting one, Koff. I would argue that Fields, he's just a better quarterback, even if he doesn't have experience. Andy Dalton he's one of those guys that I would put in the one tier below Teddy Bridgewater in terms of really valuable backup quarterbacks. But look at what he did last year in Dallas. Dalton was not great. And you had pretty much one of the best offenses in terms of individual pieces with Zeke.
With line, but
no skill players. Right. Exactly. And Dalton's right. That is him getting out of those situations, not his cup of tea and not his advantage. Justin Fields, on the other hand, he has that ability. He has that in his repertoire. He has that, right? Part of his game is his mobility and is his legs. So I think what they're doing here, Matt Nagy needs to save his job. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. He needs to save his job. Andy Dalton doesn't do that for him. Even if they go, 11-6, 10-7, I don't think, and with Andy Dalton, I don't think that saves Matt Nagy's job if they eventually lose in the playoffs. Because, why wait? Why spend all of this draft capital to get Justin Fields and to not put him on the field and put him in the spots to win? And then also get fans seats in the, or butts in the seats and watch Justin Fields. No one is going to Soldier Field to watch Andy Dalton, but they'll watch Justin Fields. And so there's a business side of this too, right? That they want to see how Justin Fields, from a continuity standpoint, there's that word again, how he's going to play from series to series and from, first quarter to second quarter. You're getting everything. Here it is, the keys to the castle right now, Justin Fields. What can you do with it? And if you can't perform, then I think they default to Andy Dalton. But if he does well, I would argue that he becomes much closer to the week one starter, and Andy Dalton is backing him up.
We'll get going here in just a few minutes, but I can't talk to Reed T. Fowler and not talk at least a little bit of golf. Ooh. Now, this is the final week of golf's regular season, the Wyndham Championship. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. FedEx Cup playoffs began back in 2007. So a little ways back at this point. Only 9 players have qualified for the playoffs the entire time. Those are Charlie Hoffman, Phil Mickelson, Bubba Watson, Brant Snedeker, Adam Scott, Matt Kuchar, Charles Howell III, Justin Rose, and Ryan Moore. I know you're impressed that I said all those names correctly. Hoffman, Mickelson, Watson, and Snedeker, they are safe. They will be part of the postseason. The others have a little bit of work to do. Howell is not entered in the Wyndham, so he will not make it for the first time. But how about some of those others that I mentioned? What are we looking for in terms of the bigger names this week at the Wyndham?
Yeah. So play has stopped because I think inclement weather has like happened upon them. But yeah, I think, look, Justin Rose is outside the bubble. Ricky Fowler is outside the bubble right now. Fleetwood, Ryan Moore, like you mentioned, is outside the bubble. So there's guys right now that, are playing decent. I think Fleetwood played fairly well today. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he shot, he's 5 under right now through 16. And this is an easy course. We've seen like Russell Henley shoot 8 under. Guys are making a ton of eagles on these par 5s. So this can catapult them into the playoffs. I think Brad Snedeker right now, like you mentioned, a guy that I liked this week. I didn't tout him or write him up or anything. He's at 1 under par. But this is a course that you can really score at. Russell Henley, if he keeps on playing like this, so shooting 8 under, no bogeys, eagle, and 6 birdies, it's going to be tough to beat. He was someone that a lot of people liked coming in, so there's no surprise that he's doing well. But yeah, I think when you see him, Ted Potter Jr., Michael Thompson, Sung Kang, Tyler McCumber, not your marquee names, right? These are blue chippers, guys that want to do one. That's what this course can provide. So a lot of golf left. We saw Jim Herman last year shoot 5 under through Thursday and Friday, and then go 16 under on the weekend. So it is far, far, far from over.
Do you have a favorite to win this thing? Not based on what you've seen so far. It's so early. Obviously, it's round 1. But coming in, who was your pick?
Coming in, I think, Jim Herman, or not Jim Herman, not Jim Herman. Brian Stewart was one guy that I did like coming in. He's doing well. He shot 5 under, so he's T5. Sanjay is someone else that I did like. He's at 2 under par right now. He did not even birdie either par 5, which is not going to, it's probably losing a stroke on the field because these guys are tearing those par 5s up. He's still got a lot to go. But again, look, you're talking about day 1. And like I mentioned, this could change come the weekend. These guys just make the cut. And then the guys on the weekend go 61, 63, and they win. If you want to look at guys and bet them now to potentially win, look at the guys. We always say this. Look at the guys who could not putt today, but ball striking was great, right? Lucas Glover lost 4 strokes putting, but gained, throw around 2.5 strokes ball striking. Luke Donald, same thing. I don't think Luke Donald can win, but you want to look at these guys too. Like Cameron Percy shot 3 under today, but he lost 2 strokes putting. Francesco Molinari shot 3 under. He lost 2 strokes putting. Ball striking, he's someone else that's outside the bubble. So someone like Molinari is someone you could take a look at. I don't necessarily think he's someone that I would personally bet, but even Brant Snedeker, guy who's won here before, gained ball striking, lost almost 2 strokes putting. So those are the guys that you want to take a look at, because if they figure out their ball striking was great and they figure it out and they maybe play less break, a little bit more break, whatever have you tomorrow, they can come out and shoot 8, 9 under par and be right in this tournament.
Reed, before we let you go, we do, of course, have one more sim today. Seahawks Cardinals coming up in about 12 minutes. I will be with Matt LaMarca for that one. Then there are no sims tonight because, of course, NFL preseason talk and, the games. We talked about it, but the games are on the way tonight. There will be 3 sims tomorrow. People just to make you aware, and then no sims and American Ultimate Disc League going on in the evening with NFL preseason as well. It's a sad day in Simland, Reed. We talked about it earlier. We'll talk more about it with LaMarca coming up. These things, not the sims themselves, but the play-by-play, our relationships with the people, and all the nonsense that we have been spouting here for the last year and a half. That's going to be coming to an end come August 31st. At least put on pause anyway. September 1st, there will be no play-by-play. You and I have spent hours together in Simland. Yep. Now, granted, it's been a while. It's been a while since we spent those hours together. Any chance we can get you for another sim sometime in the next 2.5 weeks?
Right now, Koff, I'm taking it day by day. I got to get fined. I got to reevaluate. I got to take some time with my family.
Sure.
Rest a little bit, and
You're
then
a married man now. Yes.
Yeah. When I have some time, I'll talk with Kolu. He doesn't talk back, so he's perfect. That's my dog.
It's a good thing. Just for clarity.
Clarity. No, like in all seriousness, Emerson and I did the very first Simcoff way back. Seems like it was, eons ago. And we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. Absolutely none. It's been an absolute blast. I've had so much fun. And I've always said this about, like, in college, I used to play Call of Duty with all my friends back home. And we talk for hours, right? Because we wouldn't call each other. But when we were playing Call of Duty, we would talk in between games. And, we talked about a lot. Same thing with all of us, right? We've talked about so much, from, stupid stuff to really, really engaging stuff. We've all had, little spouts here and there, but at the same time, it's been such a pleasure. And even even the chat, even you guys out there have, given us some attitude. We've given you guys some attitude, and that's what family does, right? We all love each other. It's been so much fun, but we'll see. I'll reevaluate. I'll look at my schedule.
Good.
Cough, and I don't know if anybody has said this, but next week I'm actually going to be at the Northern Trust for the Fantasy World Golf Championship. So might be a little tough next week to call a game from the hallowed grounds of Liberty National, but we'll see. We'll see what we can muster up here, Cough.
Good. All right. Well, thanks to Jordan, Undercover Boss Tom, everybody else involved. We come your way Thursdays, Reed and I together for sports, the slate reviewing a little bit of everything today, primarily football and golf, and deservedly so. Thanks for being with us. Next sim comes your way in about 10 minutes. We look forward to it. Reed, safe travels, my friend.
Oh, thanks, bud.
We are back, folks. Here for now for the final sim of the day. Just so you're aware, the final sim of the day. And there's preseason football tonight. We're not going to go opposite that. We want to watch it too. Matt Lamarck, Adam Kaufman. How are you, big guy?
Yeah, doing good. Just had the power flicker in my house.
Saw that.
Lost the internet for
you briefly left the Zoom.
A squiggly bit. So who knows? Maybe I'll disappear at some point in this sim too. It's definitely lightning out there. But I'm here as long as the internet allows me to be here.
It's kind of funny in a way, for obviously people at this point may know what's going on. I mentioned it back in the 2:00 sim, and it was discussed first by me and Rossi, and last sim by Glash and Moose, and we'll get into it too. The fact that these sims are not going anywhere, they're continuing on, but after August, come September 1st, without play-by-play, pardon me, we won't be here with you. And it's, you talked about disappearing. It's like all the, like production and ops is sticking around, but the commentators are getting like Thanos out of here. You know what I mean? the world cutting in half, but won't be the same for sure. And we'll break down all that for you. But it's good to be able to continue to share these moments with you.
All we are is dust in the Sims.
I did see somebody.
You're my boy, Blue.
Oh. I did see somebody in the chat last sim say that felt like there needed to be a DK Sim Fam or commentator or something, just Sim Fam experience song that, who better than you to sing us off come August 31st?
I would be honored.
Would love it. Would absolutely
love it. I do think that this is partially our fault. We created the DK Sim. We created the Sim Broadcaster League, and it just felt like karma. Now that league is. What are we going to change the name of that league to?
Yeah, that was. Moose suggested the X Sim Fam Commentator League, but the thing is, it's not like we've all been replaced. We're just obviously, continuing on. Again, for anyone that doesn't know, Must Be says R.I.P. Best show ever, guys. Much love. Also, Matt's a man. He's almost 40. It's a man. So over the last year and a half, folks, and I talked about this earlier. I'll talk about it again. I'll probably talk about it multiple times. But over the last 18 months or so, it has been, and I say this with the utmost sincerity as we get ready for Arizona and Seattle to kick off here in virtual Arizona. How fitting. I am kind of the voice of the Cardinals around here. We've been sharing these Madden Sims with you. It has been an absolute blast to do so. Handful of us, maybe 10, I don't even know, across all of our groups. And by that, I mean production, game ops, and the commentators have been with you from the very, very beginning, back on March 28th, 2020. Now, we will continue to run simulated games on DraftKings platforms, YouTube, Twitch, Playbook, DraftKings Nation. Madden 22, as we know, is launching very, very soon. But as we get ready for the NFL and the season, of course, we're into preseason. As we get ready for the real season, we're going to pause the play-by-play. Pause being the key word. We're going to pause the play-by-play as of August 31st. Dream Stream, not going anywhere. Want you to continue to check out the Sweat, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday. The slate after the 4:00 sim, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for NFL updates, insights, all season long. I know I'm getting choked up just thinking about it, Lamarca. There are a lot of different ways, obviously, that we could, look at this and think about it and talk about it. Executive session says, Maddie, you got to sing Boys to Men, End of the Road.
Boys to Men.
ABC, BBD. As Rossi and I were talking earlier, it's just gratitude above all else to all of you for being here with us for as long as you have. The hashtag Team Always Here. Those that just pop in occasionally, it is, just an incredible treat to have. Gotten to know all of you. You're like family.
We still got 21 days of this, bro. I can't handle it if you're going to do this every time you're on the sim.
Today's day one. I can't do it every single day, but we'll do it a little bit now because today's the first day. We'll do it more, last couple of days, and I won't do anything the next week because I'm not working. So I
right.
get it out of my system. This right here. That's why I call this thing the. Let me open it up here. The happy hour, the Koff's last sim before vacation free roll. Yeah, I mean, what lousy timing to go away for a week. They're like, oh yeah, we're not doing any more sims, broadcasting them after August 31st. But I can't work for the next week, so I'll see when I get back. It's a bummer. It's ill-timed vacation, obviously, on my part. But here's the thing. There is excitement. We're excited. At DraftKings, many of us continuing on, most of us continuing on in a variety of capacities. Like Lamarca's not going anywhere. He's going to continue to write and do what he does. And you'll continue to see him on the Sweat, other programs. He will continue to be on camera. He'll be part of the slate and all of that. And I'll be doing what I'll be doing as well. And, we're excited about a lot of the great content that we have coming your way throughout the NFL season and beyond. So these things, these sims, this DK Sim fam, it's been unbelievable, unforgettable experience. And obviously I don't think any of us are going anywhere completely, meaning, the chat, you guys, YouTube still going to exist. Which reminds me, Lamarca, got to make the move into the live chat, the dark chat.
The dark chat.
I'll still be with you. I'll still pop into the chat from time to time. There will still be contests made by many of you in the DK Sim Fan Friends League. Always check out that. I can promise you, when basketball's starting up again, I'll be making those contests. Those contests aren't going anywhere. You
gotta pay rent somehow.
That's right. Those contests are still going to be there. Neville Cleanup Hitter says, no, don't go. We promised to get our sim grades up and smash that like just how you like it. Well, it would be great if you smash that like. We'd love to get us to 200 or more. Hit the subscribe button as well. Tom Cruise, I'm too emotional to comment, honestly, right now. The wound is too fresh. I get it. And, I won't get all emotional, Lamarca, because I did a lot of that at 2:00 already. You don't need to repeat all of it. A lot of the people are still here. But if you have any questions, any thoughts along the way, happy to review those. And but beyond that, we can just kind of do our stuff. We'll commentate the sim. We'll talk about the sim. Talk about our lineups that we haven't given yet. And
minimally.
What's that?
I was just waiting for you to keep going. Talk about the Sims minimally. Talk about our lineups minimally.
Yeah, minimally.
Give us the shenanigans that you've come to know and love.
That's right. Minimally. A lot of buy stream trash. There's only so much of that you can do, I'm told. Tom Cruise, I haven't been dumped in a long time. Doesn't feel any better all these years later. Tell me, what is your lineup?
I didn't make one. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Good.
I was working on a news desk and had some stuff coming up right before I had to jump on the stream, including the big Kawhi Leonard
saw that
contract extension.
Re-upping with Eclipse, 4 years?
4 years, nearly $200 million. Not too shabby.
It's a lot of coin.
Worth it, though. He's still one of the best players in the league.
Yeah, he's not bad.
But yes, all that is to say, I did not make a lineup.
Well, I did, and here's what I did, Lamarca. I captained Max Williams, who's in a third of your lineups, just 3%. Yep, Max with 2 X's. Max 3% in the captain spot. Kyler Murray, who's in 3/4 of your lineups, very low captaincy though, 3.3, same as Williams. Russell Wilson, he's the chalk, folks. 30% very nearly in the captain spot, 90% owned overall. Got him in there in the flex. Kenyon Drake used to be, if you remember Madden 20, hashtag team always fade, team never play. He's pretty good here in Madden 21. And then Jason Myers and Carlos Hyde. Hide your kids, hide your wife at 3K, about 58% owned overall. Tara says, how are you going to come back after August without play-by-play? Well, very easy to explain, actually. You, I hope, We'll come on back, YouTube, Twitch, wherever it is that you find us, onto The Sims. You'll punch it up, and it will be the same experience. All of you in the chat, playing your contests, paid or free rolls, watching The Sim. You just won't hear us knuckleheads talking about stupid stuff.
Might be an upgrade. To be
like our favorite movies. It could be an upgrade. You might like it better. You may, after about a week, say, well, this is all right. Don't miss those idiots too much. John Horn says, I'll miss you, Coffin. Lamar. Tear in my eye. Let's have an annual reunion party somewhere.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, we're not going anywhere. Or at least I'm not. I can't speak for everybody else. But
you barely leave that room. Why does that faze you every time I say it?
It's mean.
It's not mean. It's not mean. You're comfortable in your dwelling, your surroundings. How often do you think I leave this chair in front of the DVD wall?
I don't know.
That's side eye, as Daniel notes. My goodness gracious.
Yeah, it's a strong move of mine. But yeah, I will still be doing whatever commentary, broadcasting stuff they ask me to do. I'm sure you'll still see Kaufman. We're trying to get rid of him, but the guy just won't leave.
Like a leech.
Like that cough that he has.
Oh, tell me about it. I thought I had it under control. Touchdown, Kyler Murray. Turns out you can't control the cough, Lamarca.
But yeah, there are other things in the works. So, like tomorrow, I'll be doing my broadcast with Steve where we talk about baseball.
Yep.
That'll be there. I'm sure we're going to have plenty of NFL programming in the future. So I like to say it's not farewell. It's see you again,
Mm-hmm. Queenie says, you may be idiots, but you are idiots. Would have been funnier if she just left off the last line. You may be idiots. Next comment. Roddy says, will the game's original commentators come back? Please answer me. Roddy, to be perfectly honest, I don't know the exact plans with regard to what you will hear beyond crowd noise.
I'd imagine it wouldn't just be silence, but
not our decision.
I don't know.
I can tell you we will miss you. And I will tell you that I don't know how many times between now and the 31st, when, by the way, I certainly hope come August 31st, and I don't know what the plans are for that day in terms of, I don't even know what day of the week it is, let alone whether we're going up against NFL and therefore not having Sims at certain points of that day, or if it'll be a full 6 and there's Madden After Dark and all that. I just hope that come that final Sim, we are all together, as many of us anyway as are available.
The 31st is a Tuesday.
Okay, it's a Tuesday.
And I'm going to claim, can I claim the last spot? I want to work that game.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I
work 3 to 10. So I can get that last game and that last game only for the most part.
I want us to all work that day. I want us to just I want 14 of us in the Zoom window that day.
Well, that would be too much.
No, it would not. I think it would be a great time. It would be like those teams that have reunions over Zoom for their fans.
Maybe we do it a quarter at a time. Well, I trust these guys to figure out the right plan.
No, you and I are going to plan it right now. We got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, P. Fry, and Zach, and Ops. And I said this earlier, and I said it, multiple times, and I will say it so many more times. There is a reason these can continue and will continue come September and beyond without the commentators. We may be the faces, the voices, front-facing for these things.
Certainly some of the other body parts.
But we are definitely the least necessary. It is a tribute to the production team, to the Game Ops crew, what these things have become, the community we have been able to cultivate, is a credit to all of you in the DK Sim fan, because I assure you, without the chat, YouTube and Twitch, we would have been gone long ago. Or at least if we weren't, these wouldn't have been nearly as much fun. It's all of you that make these enjoyable, and the reason we will miss them, and it is ops and production that make these things possible, which is again why they will continue. But we're just grateful that you're here hanging out with us. And like I said, any questions, comments, all that stuff that you got coming along, send them over. 7-0 Arizona, as Ralphie says. Cough, the Mac-10 era begins tonight. It's true. Mac Jones getting a look for the Patriots this
He
evening.
had to pick 10, so we have to hear this cheesy nickname.
Well, I'd never even heard that nickname before Ralphie wrote it. Is that a thing?
I mean, it's going to become a thing if it isn't already.
Why? Is Mac-10 like creative?
Yeah, it's like Pac-10, but Mac-10.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe, I guess. Jordan W. says, I was watching a sim when I heard the news of DMX and Bobby Bowden passing away, and I think there was another death, but those two stand out. Yeah, there was, I remember, who was it, Lindenbaum? It was Kelly Preston. When Ulrich told me Kelly Preston passed away, I'll never forget that sim. It was crushing. Daniel might have been on that one too. Heart-wrenching. Yeah, he was. Said Jeff broke the bad news. The jerk.
I don't know who that is.
I was distraught. Yeah, Mike was there too. Kareem says Mac-10's a rapper.
Oh, it's Jane from The Love of the Game. Okay.
You didn't know Kelly Preston? Mrs. John Travolta?
Not by name.
Jordan says this was better than watching the news or any sports analysis show. What we really evolved into here is, honestly, we became exactly what, I won't speak for everybody else, we became exactly what I wanted us to become, which is, and I said this, I think, the first day that I did these things, which was, again, a year and a half ago. Just a bunch of people, us on air, production, ops, all of you out in the Sim fam, just a bunch of people hanging out at a pub, watching a game on TV, and talking about whatever along the way. That's what I desired this be, and it really has become just that. We've been a podcast, basically, a radio show, Glash has called us. All fits. It's just been it's been great fun above all else. And I will miss it, no doubt about it. I'm excited about what's to come, but I will miss it, Lamarca, because when I'm short of whenever you finally come into town and stay here at the compound, when are you and I just gonna hop on the horn and talk for an hour and a half about whatever? I mean, never?
Yeah, it'll probably be never. I mean, we could do that thing it'll be great. Let's catch up sometime, knowing that neither of us will ever, do anything about it. But,
right.
I'm going to save a lot of my takes because I think that it's...
you have plenty of time.
We still have a whole month. And unlike you, I'm not running and hiding from the news with your vacation, air quotes.
Quote unquote.
But when they first asked me, do you want to do this? I was like, what the heck are you talking about? You want play-by-play for a simulated Madden game? And my first sim was with Emerson, and I think pretty quickly after that I realized, okay, yeah, this is not so much play-by-play of a simulated Madden game. It's, like you said, just people hanging out, talking about sports. There is the sim going on, there's the free rolls and the contests and all that good stuff. But, for me, a lot of it was just having the conversations and reading the chat, getting into arguments about Steph Curry versus Dame Lillard or, why Tom Hanks is overrated or whatever other stupid things we may have thought about. So it's fun. I will definitely miss it. And that's all I'm going to say for now.
Demetrius Kaufman with the 15-minute explanation. Just say bye. Must be a blast at funerals. Tom Cruise, a.k.a. Les Grossman. No one could have predicted what conceptually sounds like a silly idea would turn into this. It's true.
Jordan, we're still very early. I don't know exactly what the schedule is going to look like. We don't have a ton of information. I've seen some of you guys talking about like financial stuff. Like, it's not the finances. Like, trust me, it's not because, outside of Emerson, who makes, what did he say, $1 million per sim?
Million a sim, I think you said, yeah.
Yeah. The rest of us are not putting a dent into the company bottom line. You don't have to worry about that.
7-0 Arizona, halfway through this second quarter. Bad Boys of Pop, we see you and everybody else. And appreciate your support. We certainly do. Ralphie says, Harry's getting a TD tonight. I rostered him. Did you do a big write-up for either of these preseason games tonight, as you did last time around?
I did write up the slate. I was not as bullish. I didn't say you have to play anybody like I did last time with James Washington. We all know how that worked out. But you can find my Thursday write-up over on Fantasy Labs. I do have your boy Mac Jones as the cover boy.
Ooh.
So take that for what it's worth.
Sure.
But for the reasons we talked about, right? Like, Stidham's out. Cam really shouldn't need to play much. Hoyer really shouldn't need to play much. Mac Jones should get at least a half in this game, you would think. And really, in the preseason, what we're hunting is playing time. So, because I feel pretty good about Mac Jones's playing time, he stands out as like the top quarterback to me. I have no clue about his talent level. I don't know if he's going to be good or not. You know that I'm down on the Patriots in general this season, but in the preseason, you chase the playing time, and Mac Jones has a pretty clear path to playing time at quarterback.
It's funny you say that. So I, in my lineup, again, might change it, but as of right now, Kyler Murray picks up first, 14 on the ground with the score, only one in this game. I captained Brian Hoyer in my lineup because I was thinking...
Oh, so you're playing the showdown. Okay, there is a two-game
Yeah, there's
slate.
a classic and there are showdowns for both sims, correct. I played... I think I've got them both in my lineup, but I captained Hoyer because I felt like he's going to see the most run tonight. Maybe not. I have no idea. I mean, obviously, it's not like Bill Belichick's tip in his hand.
My thing is why. He's like
Why would he see the most run?
45 years old. He's been in the Patriots system for forever. Like, the dude doesn't need reps. So, I mean, the way I see it in my mind is Cam Newton plays half a quarter, 3/4 of a quarter. Mac Jones replaces him at some point towards the end of the first. He plays the entire second, and then Hoyer comes in at the end of the third. That's sort of how I have it scripted out in my head. I could be wrong.
Sure.
Again, like you said, it's we're just sort of kind of making educated guesses here, but I did see something. Chris Raybon over at Fantasy Labs, he wrote a really good piece within like just tips on how to win at the postseason. And the vast majority of fantasy scoring comes from players who are in their first year, their second year, their third year.
Yeah.
Because it's about getting them the reps.
Right.
And Brian Hoyer just doesn't need the reps.
That doesn't fall in that category.
No.
Generally speaking, I agree with you. I just wonder, I don't know, if there's going to be any hesitancy in terms of like risking injury in Bill's mind or anything like that. I don't know. I wouldn't be, to your point, I wouldn't be at all surprised if Mac Jones plays the equivalent of an entire half. That would not surprise me at all. I just have no idea what's going to happen. 4th and inches from the 6. I can tell you Arizona's going for it, folks. 90 seconds left here, opening half. Kyler, right side, incomplete. Should have ran the ball. Blitzhouse says Kaufman needs to be on sports TV ASAP. Oh, I like the sound of that. I like the sound of this, too.
Don't you do something television related,
yeah,
or you're only radio at this point?
Mostly radio. I was doing TV before the pandemic, and then all the work from home stuff kind of screwed everything up. But
Gotcha.
would love to do more TV, for sure. Zach says there's a job for that voice at NFL Films, Kaufman. The frozen tundra, was it? How do all those start?
I don't know. You've got a great voice, but I don't know if you've got the Liev Schreiber voice, you know?
Oh, I mean, who does?
I mean, that is just
Who does?
butter.
Owns it.
His voice is the equivalent of that Trey Turner slide.
Yeah,
Did you see that on Twitter?
I've watched it 100 times, and I don't even understand how it happened.
It's just buttery smooth.
Like, it's so smooth, it's deceiving to the eyes.
Yep.
You watch it, and you're like, no. And you watch it again, I don't wear. Like every time you're watching it from a different angle, like, where's his leg? You know, where's his left knee? Where's his right leg? Where's his left hand? None of it makes sense. It doesn't make sense. It looks cartoon-like. It is the smoothest slide in the history of baseball, Lamarca.
I can't remember a better one.
In the history of baseball. At a time that there were no cameras, I'm confident in saying there were no slides that smooth. That should be an NFT.
Yeah, I'd buy that one.
Oh.
Ryan Pena says, not going to miss Lamarca's audio plugs. What do I plug? Outside of my preseason stuff, I haven't been plugging all that much.
Captain Blood, better get rid of that cough before TV, cough. Gary says, Kaufman really is a face for radio.
I mean, I was thinking that, but it didn't feel like the right time to make that joke.
Didn't seem like the moment.
Didn't feel right.
Oh, Daniel's giving me copy. Anyway, I can get up to the mic. It was a long week in the world of sports, and the landscape of competition was deeper. All right.
Got to be deeper.
Hang on. Sorry.
Yeah, get that out. Get all the demons out.
Mute it for a second.
Get all the demons out.
Get that alien out there, Sean Preston. I don't know how much deeper I can go.
It was a long week.
It was a long week in the world of sports, and the landscape of competition was bare. Then on the scene bursts out a new game, a new pursuit of success, a new arena of competition. The Dream Stream was born. I'm going to practice that and come back and do it better.
One man.
Oh, I like that. Like the sound of that.
In a world.
That's everybody's default line when it comes to if you could do a movie trailer, in a world. Everybody starts with the in a world.
That's
Everybody.
true. I usually go for the one man. But it's in a world first. You're totally right about that. Hey, the Mets won on a walk-off Pete Alonso homer.
There you go. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, man. We needed this.
Trade Day says, been gone 2 weeks. Cough, still coughing. Prayers, fam. LOL. Thank you. Appreciate that. Murray, Kyler, 143 passing. Russ, he's 7 of 8. Only half as many attempts, though, as Kyler has 45 in the air. Russ has 26 on the ground. He is your leading rusher. Kyler Murray has the touchdown on the ground, the game's only score. 7-0 through 2. 3 for 60, DeAndre Hopkins, who is very boomer bust in these sims, but pacing for a bonus right now. 3 for 23, Max Williams, Larry Fitzgerald, 2 for 26. Carlos Hyde, hide your kids, hide your wife, 3 for 6 right now.
Hide your kids, hide your wife.
I am 46th. Our Gentles is in front by about quarter of a point. Not even quite that. Bad Boys of Pop. Don't try to do it in a deep voice. Do it in your voice. You need more gravel to get down to that trailer voice. I know. I don't have any gravel.
I'll put you on a regiment.
I appreciate that. All right. Earlier today on the Sweat, we're going to step aside for just a moment. Jeff Ulrich, who you heard from in the last sim, Reed T. Fowler, who you heard from during the slate, and AJ Schultz, who, if you watch the Sweat, you're familiar with him because this is from the Sweat. They all debated Dolphins team player props for Devontae Parker, receiving yards, and for Tua, total touchdowns. Tua Tagovailoa total touchdowns. Say that 10 times fast, or watch this clip.
We start by taking a look at the 2021 Miami Dolphins. All eyes will be on Tua Tagovailoa under center to see if he's the guy to lead this Dolphins team. You can get plus 230 odds on Tua to go over 24.5 regular season passing touchdowns and Devontae Parker to go over 800.5 regular season receiving yards. Jeff, do you think this connection will work for Miami and this special will hit?
Yeah, I'm out on both these players. I mean, just straight up, I really don't want anything to do with this. You've got Tua, guy who threw 11 touchdowns in 9 games last season, but this is a player who threw for 6.3 yards per completion. Like he had a worse yards per completion than Andy Dalton, Alex Smith. He had a 50% completion rate in the red zone, which is basically the worst among all starting quarterbacks. Can he improve on these? Absolutely. Is he going to improve to the point where, you can trust him to throw 25 touchdowns? I want nothing to do with that. Again, I think you'll probably see some improvement because he's got nowhere to go but up. But, I don't really want to bet on this guy necessarily long-term being this good a quarterback. And then you've got the Devontae Parker issue. This guy's broken 800 yards once in his career. He's played over 12 games once in his career. I want nothing to do with Devontae Parker, so I'm completely out on this.
Reader, you completely out.
No, I'm not completely out. Let's take a look at who Tua had, right, to pass to last year. I mean, it was a bunch of nobodies, really. And look, Devontae Parker and Will Fuller, they're not going to break the bank at all. But Tua also was hurt. He didn't have a full season. He had, Ryan Fitzpatrick, future Hall of Famer, breathing down his back. I know he's not a future Hall of Famer, but I'm not going to stop trying. And so there was a lot of things working against Tua. He gets a bad rap, as he should, because he's a quarterback. But now this is the first full season. Will Fuller is there. We know that he complements number one receivers. We saw that in Houston, and it's not a correlation, right? That Houston and Miami are the same. But I do appreciate what a guy like Will Fuller can do for a guy like Devontae Parker. And Tua, we just need to see where it's at, right? I think that, yes, he's not a guy that goes downfield, but I do think it opens up this offense. And the one thing I do like, guys, is that their schedule the first 10 weeks, you got Houston, you got Jacksonville, you got teams that allow a lot of passing yards, the Bills, the Raiders. You're going to have to pass quite a bit. And so I like the beginning part of the season for the Miami Dolphins. Don't hate it as much, but if I had to lean one side, I do like Parker if he can stay healthy to go over these yards.
All right, AJ, where do you stand on this?
I agree with Reed here on the Parker half. I do think he'll get there. He's had over 100 targets in each of the last 2 seasons. I expect that to continue. He's got a combined 7 games of over 100 yards receiving. So I definitely think he can hit that 800 yard mark, especially as Reed said, with Will Fuller in the mix as well. For me, though, this all falls apart when you look at the touchdown total. Yeah, rookie season, only 10 games, all those factors that Reed pointed out. But if you carry over his touchdown rate last season to a full 17-game schedule, you're still just getting 19 touchdowns here. Adding 6 more, I think, is a stretch for him in this offense. And I just don't see that touchdown mark hitting.
Gentlemen and lady, thank you very much. Remember, the Sweat comes your way Monday through Friday. That is weekdays, not changing, not going anywhere, 11 a.m. to noon. Make sure you check us out. Be here with us for the Sweat Monday through Friday, mornings, at least on the East Coast. And we will have the slate coming your way a few times a week as well. So that is always available to you. These Madden sims will continue to be available to you. If you missed the announcement earlier, without commentators, there will be no play-by-play. That is being paused come August 31st. So after August 31st, I guess I should say come September 1st, after August, these continue on without play-by-play. So for the next 2.5 weeks, we will be reminiscing, celebrating, appreciating all of you, spending time with you, mixing in the occasional play-by-play call. And by all means, we're here to answer whatever questions you have, especially as you get ready for your NFL drafts and everything else. Stats are updated, good through the half. Thank you, P. Fry and Zach, both in ops. Mike, our producer, Daniel, our technical director, and it's LaMarca, Matt LaMarca and I, hanging out with you for the final sim of this day, and then preseason football tonight. It sounds like getting ready for me to get emotional, which I might. I mean, I definitely will as we get closer to the 31st.
I mean, we already know you're a crier. This is well
I'm a crier.
established.
We've talked about it. I'm a crier. Bad Boys of Pops is like a 2.5 week long wake. River Rat. What was Koff's big announcement today? Oh boy. Oh boy, River Rat. Early third quarter. Preseason action tonight. Smash that like. Let's get to 200, huh? Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. If you're watching on Twitch, give us a follow. Greatly appreciate it. How do you feel in general about preseason football? In terms of just your interest level. And it's perfectly fine if it's more surrounding.
Yeah, I know where you're going. I have zero interest in watching it for the most part. I mean, I'll put it on just to get my quick NFL fix, but then I realize that it's just not the same as regular season football, so it doesn't hold my interest very well. I mean, I've said that there's so much football on now that it's hard to consume it all. So I'm not subjecting myself to unnecessary extra bad football. That's just kind of my philosophy. That said, I do think it's very exploitable in certain avenues. DraftKings contests. There's like a chunk of the field that is just drawing dead. Kaufman, you just told me your team for the showdown contest.
Yep.
You're
and
drawing
you don't
dead.
like it.
You're drawing dead. There is just a good chunk of these players in these fields who are submitting lineups that cannot win. So if you're doing your research, and there are plenty of resources out there, I mean, my article is just one of many different things.
One of many.
But like, there are ways to build good lineups in these contests that can make you some dough. So for that reason, I love the preseason.
I will say this just as a Patriots fan. River Rat, I see you. I'll redo the announcement in just a second, or the people in the chat may fill you in as well. I've not been interested in the preseason as a Patriots fan for basically 2 decades. Very interested in tonight's game. Very interested. I'm not saying I'll watch the entire thing, but I'm as a fan,
I get it. Listen,
in this QB competition.
The Jets have had 97 future franchise quarterbacks over the last 20 years or so.
Yep.
So I've been excited to watch all of them. You know, they said that Zach Wilson's going to get 2 drives in their first preseason game. I will watch those 2 drives because I want to see how Zach Wilson does. So I get it. And, if I was a Patriots fan, I would definitely be glued to see what Mac Jones does as well. Because the thing about Mac is, I think he's kind of a polarizing prospect. You know, I think that some people think he's going to be a star. I think that some people think he's a major bust. I don't know where I fall on that scale, and I haven't necessarily been glued to the Patriots training camp reports, like some other teams, and my own team particularly. But it's it's always fun to see young guys play football. That's really what the preseason's about. Trying to find the diamonds in the rough.
Bad Boys of Pop asked a good question.
Yeah.
LaMarca, and this can be you, it can be anyone in your line of work.
Okay.
Do you hold any sleepers or big plays back in your articles? Because I'm going to base my lineups solely on your article, and he gives you a winky face. Do you guys who do this for a living? I guess, I mean, there's no way you'll answer this question honestly if the answer is yes. You can say that. But I am wondering, like, do you know of any people that write, advice articles for fantasy and hold back their really special sleeper play because, I'm going to have this. I don't want to tell everybody else. Go do it.
No. I don't know. I can only speak for myself. And I would never do that. I think a more likely scenario is someone writing an article and trying to be an expert in something that they are not. I'm not trying to sit here and tell you that I know everything there is to know about beating preseason DFS.
Mm-hmm. Go, Kyler, go!
Kyler's
in. Rushing scores, Kyler Murray.
But I certainly wouldn't write an article and then, hide plays. No, I'm not about that life.
And Bad Boys of Pop, or anyone else wondering, there's a really easy answer for that question that goes beyond what Lamarca just told you. The answer is no for this reason. You want to have credibility. You want to be right. You look way better throwing out a big sleeper play who then goes off than you do not including it. You want to be the go-to. You want to be the person that, NFL showdown articles, I'm reading Lamarca. Give me his stuff. That's where I'm going. It's all about the clicks, baby. That's what it's about. Lamarca wants you guys to come to him. In order to do that, and no one's right 100% of the time, obviously, especially in fantasy, but you want to be right as often as you can be. You want to be people's go-to source. That's why you don't hold anything back.
Sure. Yeah, there's an element to that, too.
Thank you for humoring me.
Yeah, you're welcome, buddy.
14-0, mid-third quarter. Preseason foosball on the way tonight.
The one thing I will say...
People glad to see it filled up. Go ahead.
And I did kind of talk about this in my article, but if you're going to do anything, if you are multi-entering, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I think is the correct approach is to kind of spray and pray at wide receiver. So, just out of curiosity, Mr. Kaufman. How many people do you think receive targets in the Steelers-Cowboys preseason game? How many people finished with at least one target?
Per team or total?
Total. Or per team, whatever you want to do.
At least one target. I'm going to say 15 a team.
15 a team. Yeah, that's pretty close. The Steelers had 16 and the Cowboys had 18. So a lot of that is just luck. Who's going to catch the touchdown? Which players might get 5 targets compared to 3.
Yep.
I think that the preparation that you can do is to get yourself on the right quarterbacks, the right running backs, and then the pass catchers is kind of just you need to get a little bit lucky.
Lewis Daniel asking if the chat is going away. No, sir. The chat will remain. Whether it's the top chat
or the dark chat.
It's not going anywhere. The chat will remain on YouTube and Twitch. As Litzow says, chat stays, bro. And I hope you guys are all still here and playing the contest and participating, interacting with one another. No, you won't get to interact with us, much the same as we won't get to interact with you. Unless we pop into the chat and do so there. But you will still be able to cultivate the community that you have among each other. And I know I'm on some DM threads. I've seen some things.
It goes down in the DM.
I've seen some things. A lot of friendships, Lamarca, have come from the Sim fam. A lot of people who didn't know each other existed. Friendships have been struck through just playing contests and getting to know each other in the chat. And you know what? It extends to us. There are so many people that we work with on a daily basis that I either had never met or known that I've become friendly with, or people that I already knew, like yourself or Moose, that you were people I worked with that I'd see it for, shows on Zoom, never in person, that type of thing here and there. Would I have called you a friend? Probably not, because you were just somebody that, we goofed around a little bit on camera for 5 minutes at a time, a couple times a week or something like that. But now I know you. Now we've spent so many hours together.
Too much time, some would say.
Arguably, yeah. I mean, it's a real. No, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, Queenie says, me and Rossi, best buds now.
Lewis Daniel says we need a Vegas party. I'm going. Come find me.
Let's go.
November 10th through the 15th. I'll be in Vegas. See you guys there.
14-0 Arizona through 3. 199 passing for Kyler, just 61 for Russ, but he is 8 of 9. Just hasn't passed a lot. Give you the rushing and receiving numbers. So Kyler Murray has the only scores in this game, both rushing, 20 yards. Wilson, 51 on the ground, 31 for Drake. My guy Hyde, not doing a whole lot. 5 yards rushing. Does have a few catches, 6 yards there. Hopkins in the bonus. Big third quarter, 5 for 108. No one else even remotely close. Chef Duke, you guys going to visit the chat from time to time, Koff? I won't speak for anyone else, but I intend to. Chef Duke, because I love you all like family. All right, coming up, let's hear from the folks on the sweat again, and the same crew for that matter. Moose, Reed, AJ, back to discuss the Arizona Cardinals. Player props for Kyler Murray, passing yards. Interested in that one. DeAndre Hopkins, receiving touchdowns. Gentlemen.
All right, well, let's move on. You can't talk about the Arizona Cardinals without looking at their dynamic duo of Kyler Murray and DeAndre Hopkins. Now those two connected for 6 touchdowns last season on the DK Sportsbook. You can get Kyler to go over 4,150 and a half passing yards. Hopkins catch over 7.5 touchdowns for plus 225 odds. AJ, do you think they'll both improve enough on last year's numbers to hit this bet?
This is the one I like out of everything we've talked about here. With the previous bet, I talked about the 2 wide receivers kind of working against each other and taking a share here. For this one, I think it's a clear all or nothing situation. I think either they both hit their mark or neither hits their mark. You look at Murray's numbers in terms of yards, averaged 248.2 per game last year. Add in that extra game, and he's already over that 41.50 and a half mark. On the other side, in terms of the receptions, I think Hopkins can easily get over that. He's been right at the 7-8 threshold the last 2 years. Obviously, he had those previous seasons over 10. I love this bet, especially at that 250 value.
Jeff, what do you think? Do you love this bet?
I don't love it, but look, when we're talking about it in comparison to the other bets we've spoken about, yeah, this one makes a lot more sense. I don't really like the DeAndre Hopkins part of it. The Cardinals definitely like a rushing team in the red zone. You've got a rushing QB. I'm just not convinced that they're going to throw a ton back there. I do think Kyler Murray will hit his over on this prop, assuming he stays relatively healthy. I think the Cardinals will dial back his rushes just a little bit. And again, I think they'll use him in the red zone for rushing, but I think just a few more pass attempts with the extra game. Kyler was basically on pace to hit the over on this one last season, even when he was banged up near the end of the year. So I think the Kyler over passing prop is the one I would just go out and bet personally of these two.
All right, Reed, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I'm with AJ here. I'm pretty bullish on Arizona, especially in this division, even though it's run first. Kyler was on pace to be a guy who was going to go over 4,000 yards passing and over 1,000 yards rushing. So even if they dial it back a little bit, right, with his rushing to preserve Kyler Murray, I still think that this is pretty nice in terms of what they have to do. And you take a look at what his passer rating too was on deep passes and play action, 154.9, 436 passing yards on deep play action plays. Like that's huge, right? And that was number 1 in the NFL. So for the yards part, I do like it. And D-Hop, again, kind of goes back to the Will Fuller discussion that we've seen what he can do with a primetime wide receiver too. AJ Green, is he still that guy? Kyler Murray seems to think so. I would hope so because that's his quarterback. But yeah, I'm pretty bullish on this. I'm with AJ.
Once again, the Sweat, Monday through Friday, here on the Dream Stream, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you find us. That is Eastern Time, 11 a.m. to noon, so make sure you check it out. Thank you to Jesse and the fellas, Moose, Reed, and AJ.
Jesse and the fellas.
I know, what a terrible rock band. But they might sound better than that. River Rat, if you're still with us, the announcement earlier is that after August, so come September 1st, the Sims will continue. They are going nowhere. Madden Sims live on without commentators. We are putting the pause on the live play-by-play from all of us that you've come to know and hopefully love, or at least hear from and get to know over the last year and a half. It's been a ton of fun. We're going to continue to reminisce and talk about it for the next 2.5 weeks, but August 31st, that'll be our final day bringing these to you where we are with you along for this journey. I got to tell you, I'm a little disappointed. Actually, I'm very disappointed for a range of reasons, but among them, I was pretty pumped to broadcast some of those Mac Jones Madden 22 games. If in fact he's even the starting QB. Maybe he won't be. Maybe it'll be Cam Newton, then it won't matter. But I wanted that rebuilt, reloaded Pats offense in Madden 22.
Maybe it's something really cool that I don't even know about. What, I thought we were in the
trust tree with the nest.
With the nest.
Are we not? I used that line. I saw there's a meme going around or a thing going around on Twitter today. Did you see this? Where it's somebody wrote, I don't remember exactly what it says, but something to the effect of, quote tweet with the most obscure line from a movie that you find yourself saying a lot, and it's it's gone viral. A lot of people have responded with a lot of and that one that you just said is one that I would I say I thought we were in the trust tree with the nest, are we not? A lot. I say that line a lot in my day-to-day.
I think that movie's a little too mainstream. I haven't seen that.
I can give you an obscure movie from that line that I say a lot that is absolutely obscure.
Okay, hit me.
You remember when Will Ferrell, when his wife comes out, he's working on the Red Dragon, says he's trying to, fix.
Not exactly street legal.
Yeah, exactly. The line that I say all the time, you remember when he's walking out from inside the car to the front and he just looks across the street and goes, "Hey, Mike." I say "Hey, Mike" all the time to people.
Okay, now that is obscure. That could be from 100 movies.
Yeah, I say that line so often. Hey, Mike.
I did not see this thread or quote tweet, whatever trend thing. But I have an answer that immediately jumps to my head.
Okay.
Which is the movie Mystery Men.
Yeah, love it. On the wall behind me.
At the beginning, when he's working at the scrapyard, and they have that car there, and he's like talking to the boss about how he can't, and she's just yelling at him, "Just junk it, just junk it." So anytime somebody asks me like, "You want this? Can I throw this out?" It's just junk it.
In the voice and everything.
Oh yeah,
that's great. Ugh.
That's a movie that gets quoted in my family like pretty often, and I feel like we may be the only people in the world that quote that movie.
I haven't watched that movie in a while, but I really like it. Great cast.
Underrated movie.
Stiller, William H. Macy, Dane Cook, among others. Touchdown.
Janine Garofalo.
Janine Garofalo, not to be confused with Jimmy Garoppolo. Chris Carson with the score. Cut the deficit in half. Robert coming in hot. So you're saying there won't be any more play-by-play? There wasn't much of that anyway.
You're not
I know.
wrong.
Instead of play-by-play in our little mission statement there, we should have maybe said commentary. Putting the pause on live commentary. Oh, trade day. Here's a good one. Hey, Ace, got any more of that gum?
That would be Ace Ventura. With
but that's
Dan
a good
Marino.
obscure line.
Again, I don't know if that's obscure. If I can just know it off the top of my head, I don't think it's obscure.
I guess that's fair. If it's so random that most people shouldn't be able to place it, then sure. Yeah, like a buddy of mine quote tweeted one of his, he did a couple, but one was big gulps, huh? Well, see you later. But that's not obscure. I think a lot of people know that one.
That one I don't know.
You don't know that? Oh,
No.
right. We've been over this. You haven't seen Dumb and Dumber.
Oh yeah, correct.
You jerk.
The way you delivered it though was the same as 5-iron, huh? You're fired. Shooter McGavin.
Oh, you know what? I'm glad you said that. I say this one too. It is my favorite line in that entire movie, and it is Shooter McGavin.
Oh, it's
What?
a shooter line.
Yeah, it's a shooter line.
The one that I quote all the time is, "What do I know? I'm just a doctor."
That is a good. Can he play on? My favorite line, far and away, like there's no close number two in that movie, is when they're at Chubb's funeral and Shooter McGavin just goes, "Congratulations, murderer." I belly laugh every time.
That is pretty funny.
The delivery is so good. It's just so good.
I mean, should have won an Oscar. I'll say that. I'll put that out there. Shooter should have won the Best Supporting Actor. Just so many great zingers like that. Like, "Hi, Grandma." After he buys the house.
Yeah.
Hey, Happy. Hey, dress nice, huh?
Kyle says I sound like Sal Khan from Khan Academy.
Don't know what that is.
I believe it's a children's educational service, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, online educational institution for kids and adults, says Daniel. Okay. I was only familiar with it because of my kids. I can't speak to the and adults part. DeMac line says, "Cough, my friend will just see me and say 37." And I have to reply, "In a row?"
In a row?
As the words were coming out of my mouth, I pictured the scene.
Yeah.
In a row? I am gonna miss the Sim fam for making me think of things like that I wouldn't normally be part of my day to day. Oh, Daniel, guess this one. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? That's
I've been brushing up on my Spanish.
That's Ben Stiller in Anchorman.
Dodgeball.
No, Anchorman. Right?
No,
was
it's
it?
Dodgeball.
Was it Dodgeball?
When he's trying to...
Oh, you're right. You know what I was thinking of? I was thinking
Please
of when...
excuse Michelle. He's having some digestive issues.
Yeah, boy, Goodman. No, I was thinking of when he plays the
yes, the Spanish anchor,
character in
Spanish broadcast.
Yeah, in the war they were about to have.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking of. You're right. Ralphie, yes, the Sims are not going anywhere. The stream's not going anywhere. We, however, are. So you are running out of time to praise and or torment the two of us.
I have to praise you like I should.
Kenny, BK, Emerson, Moose, Zach, Rossi, Christian, Tarlin, Fry Guy, Tom. I don't know if I forgot anyone right there. Did it real fast. Wasn't thinking. Brother Phil. Yeah, iconic scenes. We got a timeout. Hit the 2-minute warning.
Wow, Ralphie, that's just not nice.
Ralphie. Be better. Jamal. Wait, what? Been watching all day at work with the sound off. Yep. It's true. Come September 1st, you will not be hearing from us in this format on this platform specifically. We will still be part of the Sweat, the Slate, among other things, including some exciting things to come that we can't quite yet unveil, but we are excited. It's a lot of good stuff coming, but it is true. There will be a pause on the live commentary for Madden Sims. Yes, Daniel, way too easy. Nobody calls me Lebowski. You got the wrong guy. I'm the dude, man.
You said I could take any rug I like.
Oh, how about this one? It's not obscure, but it's not as mainstream as some of the others. The painting was a gift, Todd. I'm taking it with me.
I mean, that might as well be iconic.
It should
I think
be.
that is iconic.
Is it? Do you think so?
I think
wrong?
the vast majority of people will know where that's from.
Okay.
The painting
All right.
was a gift, Todd. I'm keeping it.
No, I'm taking it with me.
Oh, I'm taking it with me. So, all right. So I guess I don't know the quote.
Yeah. Carbon rods, I'll announce for free. While I appreciate that offer, on behalf of everyone, as we have a rushing score, Kenyon Drake. It was not a financially motivated decision. We are just shifting our attention because we've got a lot of great things we're excited about coming up that we want to bring all of you. Daniel says appropriate for the day. I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Baxter! The man!
The man. Ralphie says, gonna miss you guys. LaMarca, you truly are the funniest at DK.
Oh. Well, thanks, Ralphie. I forgive you now.
CEH, Goff, what is this upcoming stuff you can't reveal? Well, allow me to break it all down.
You know how Emerson's always joking about Turkish oil wrestling matches?
Oh, it's a good call.
24/7. Me versus Kenny is going to be main event 1.
There's no way he could pin you down. No chance.
Kenny likes to say that he's nimble and agile enough that he could, like, I don't know, tire me out from having to chase him. If I got my hands on him, it'd be over. That's all I know.
I'll tire you out. There's that gravel.
You might have to do some, like, crawl under the leg things.
Kenny be nimble. It's like Johnny be good. Zach and P. Fry. I'm going to miss our ops crew, man.
I think you're especially going to miss getting to nickname everybody.
I really will.
The least creative.
Just terrible nicknames.
Yeah, oh, what's your name? All right, you're P. Fry.
I can't be the only person in Patrick's life to call him P. Fry. I can't be. I refuse to believe that.
I would have just called him like French, maybe. He probably likes. He says his middle name is Reed, and that's what he goes by.
Okay, it's been way too long for us to find that out. I'm sorry.
The way I work my nicknames games.
What?
The way I work my nickname games is like it would start out as like French fry, and then it would evolve into French Montana, and then it would just be like Montana.
Wait, I'm trying to come to terms with the fact that we've been shouting out Patrick and Ops for months. And just now he says, I go by Reed. That's my middle name. Have you shared this with anybody else? Has this never come up?
Oh, we got a touchdown.
Touchdown, Seattle. This you can call me anytime. This is the worst he's heard is Reed fried beans.
Yeah, that's terrible.
You wanted to call him French.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You dummy.
You love it. You're already thinking about it. It's already stuck there.
It's already stuck.
I'm telling you, that just leads into the Montana. Start calling him Montana.
Montana.
Hey.
Eric, many thanks. Cough, Big Saxy. Love you guys. And you. We'll review some of the numbers for you. Oh, Daniel, do you know how much Lamarca doesn't like that? He says, Amen is his recent favorite. Lamarca can't stand that one.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
All right. So we'll give you some numbers. This 21-14 Arizona win. If it is my final day broadcasting the Arizona Cardinals in Simland, I'm glad that as voice of the Cardinals, we collectively walked off winners. 208, Kyler Murray, 130 and a passing score for Russ. Kyler, of course, had himself multiple rushing touchdowns in this one. I honestly can't wrap my head around Patrick being Reed. That's going to stay with me for a little while now. Jarrison, it's a username I don't think I've ever seen. Jarrison15 is our projected winner. Rushing scores for Murray, 2, Carson, and Drake. Big day for the guys on the ground. What do we think for the Krusty Konf player of the game? DeAndre Hopkins, probably.
I was thinking Hop. I mean, yeah, the two scores for Kyler are tempting, but I'm going to give it to DeAndre.
Real low ownership. He's only in a third of lineups, too. So, yeah, I think DeAndre Hopkins, we can feel good about that.
Love it.
What about the babysitter Billy, who was a massive disappointment in this one?
How about DK? 2 for 35? That doesn't seem very good.
No, not high ownership, but it's not good. You're right.
How about Greg Olsen? What was his ownership?
Even better. Greg Olsen, 1 for 13, 42% owned, 2.3 fantasy points.
Greg Olsen.
Russ was terrible too. I'm not saying that the Olsen.
He was not
fits.
good.
Olsen fits, but Russ, you just deserve to be called out because you were bad. 30% captained, 15 points in the flex. Yeah. All right, very good. Ugh.
Yeah.
So, all right, folks, it's my last sim for probably about a week anyway, because I'm going on vacation. So,
anything fun? Is it a work or just a little trip to the sun?
It's not a work vacation. It's a vacation.
Going down to the beach.
I honestly I don't even know fully what we're doing. My wife just pack. She's just pack things.
All right.
And then get in the car. So I just
I don't believe you.
You got it. That's what I'm doing. Tomorrow, the Sweat 11, Texans and Ravens. You will have Emerson and Christian together for the nooner. Chiefs Bengals, Rossi and Christian at 2:00, and at 4 after the Madden matinee, you will have the early bird special, Moose and Tara Lynn Giants and Broncos. Those two had a lot of fun together, Madden After Dark last night, so I'm sure they're looking forward to this one. Also, the slate after that sim with you and Bukes right around 5:15 Eastern. And at 7 o'clock, the American Ultimate Disc League, Pittsburgh Thunderbirds against the Boston Glory. So that'll be a good time too. Looks like I'm going to finish right around 26th in this one, well behind Jarrison, who was much, much better. See you guys in Twitch, on the YouTube. Thank you all for being with us. Many kind things from all of you. Appreciate you. All right. Thanks to Reed, Patrick and Zach, P. Fry, French Fry,
Mountain,
Michael and Daniel, Lamarca, Koff. I'll talk to you guys soon, probably from the chat even sooner. See you, buddy.